What's up, guys? Welcome to the On Blast Show. We're up to, I can't believe I'm up to 174 of these episodes, and nobody's gotten sick enough to ban me again. A lot of stuff going on. We're going to talk about the Tekken community tonight, probably around 10:30. Poke Chop and Real Law are going to have a first to, I forgot if it's 15, we'll get more info on it, with the money going to be donated to the players, actually donated to people. Well, I'll let him really reveal what's going on with it. Definitely shout outs to these guys. They're at least doing something positive for the community, and it's definitely a good thing to hear, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Other thing I was hitting up on in the chat a little bit was the episodes of Chasing the Cup, which I'll be honest, up until the 4th episode, I was liking what I saw. And then on the 5th episode, and again, this ain't jabs at Pig of the Hut, and this ain't jabs at Sonic Fox. This is a jab at the director and producers who produced this. I can tell by the way it was shot that these guys, they don't think. They really don't think when they cut stuff together how it will affect general opinion in the future. So we'll get into that a little bit. Also, we are going to be joined, yes, by Triforce a little bit later on, probably around the 11:30 mark, to discuss about the latest episode of the Daily Dot, which I sat and watched, and try to continue on the conversation a little bit. A lot of the stuff that I've been hearing lately has been a lot of negative. And it's negative not just because of the community. I mean, it's sad. Obviously people have heard that Mad Catz is going through a very deep cut in their employment. And a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, which is never good. I come on this show and I tell everybody, suck my dick, this and that. But I really don't want people to lose their jobs. People got to eat. People got to do what they got to do. While this show is definitely been labeled controversial at times, a lot of the stuff I say is tongue-in-cheek. And, there is always true meaning behind what I say. But it's not, it's never to be malicious, I even go way back to, the infamous Homeboy Tyson video with Keats and Mr. Wizard. It wasn't meant to emotionally affect people. Like a comedian, you try sometimes to do a joke and the punchline just ain't funny, and you kind of got to eat that. So I definitely, today I'm going to try and keep it real as possible without crossing lines. Another issue I want to touch base on, and this is coming, and it's funny because Fifth, I see you in the chat. What's up, Firewall? I see you in the chat, and you were just mentioning about the whole chicken and watermelon thing. I do, over the next couple of weeks, want to do a in-depth coverage into the racism of esports, that whether you want to admit it is there or not, the things that I will tell you cannot be denied. And this goes, from the player level to the commentating level, all the way up to the TO level. There is racial undertones that go on, and not only, not only with race, but with sexuality. And, what I find ironic is the very same person that has been labeled as, pretty much racist and homophobic, is coming out and saying, like, there is a real sense of denial within the FGC that racism and homophobic and transphobic behavior is not here, that we're this big welcoming family. And one of the things I'll say that really kind of, without totally getting into the discussion now, is, look at somebody like Triforce and look at somebody like me. And Tifo, you're right. It's in life everywhere. It's not just esports. But the difference is, Tifo, we tend to disillusion ourselves into thinking that we're this accepting community. And I have, I've had discussions with, players that were hetero or homosexual, and I've talked to them about this in depth quite a lot. And, I've asked a lot of opinions of players and what they see and how they see things. And I think there's a delusion on many fronts. One of them is, when it comes to like homosexuality in the community or transgender, that you have to walk on broken glass with what you say, out of fear of maybe hurting one of these people's feelings. And, a lot of the people that I have spoken to, have come out and said, yeah, listen, I'm gay, but, I can tell, I can separate when somebody's being homophobic or transphobic versus somebody that's just breaking my balls. And it's something that really needs to be not only weeded out, but exposed. And not exposed with name calling and saying this person is this, because they tried that with me. You tried that. Charisma One. This is my new studio. Well, I moved some shit around in my apartment, so I just tried to make it look a little different. Also, shout outs to NetherRealm Studio. They hooked me up with some codes. I gave out a lot of codes this week. For those that didn't get codes, it wasn't because I'm a dick or I don't like you. When I had handed out these codes over the past week, I tried to do it in a way that was beneficial to NetherRealm Studio versus beneficial to me and my homies. I handed out codes to the East Coast, a couple of players, to the Midwest, to a couple of players, and to the West Coast. Intentionally, because, in order to correctly beta test something, everybody can't be from New York. I can't give all codes to all my boys. And you know what? The patches are doing good. That means they're fixing things, Virgil. And Zach, you know what? Yeah, the halftime show at the Super Bowl, I'll be 100% honest. I didn't watch it, but I did hear about the whole girls coming out to the Black Panther thing. Again, that's, I guess, when it comes to Beyonce, in my opinion, should I say, Beyonce ain't doing nothing more than what myself or Triforce does when we do our satirical, whether it be the Principality glove wearing Triforce saying he's God and he wants to burn the FGC down, or me acting like Joey Goombats in the fucking Mafia and I'm gonna come put a hit out of you or make you suck my dick and cut my balls. But I think Beyonce's thing was more of trying to make that statement personally. And Trey Pound, we all need codes for friends. I definitely, I still have a couple more left. I don't know how many. I'm actually running really low. just got to make sure I got, at the end of the day, I know I got my PS4 one, but I'll hit you up a little later and we'll talk about that. You know, the netcode is 100% improving, without a doubt. They now release just about, I think the whole roster now is actually out on it. I tried to play a little bit today, but of course, you know, time is not on my side, so I had to take a break. Anyone got PC codes? Nah, Charisma, I don't think anybody does. You know, but you know, it's getting to the point in the FGC where, whether you want to admit it or not, and we can go and we can point out Snake Eyes, for example, with Red Bull, which is a great thing. It seems like the black man still has to sit in the back of the bus. And now, again, before somebody goes out there and says, I'm just trying to start trouble, you know, I call it like I see it. You know, I see, you know, black TOs getting shit on. I see black players getting shit on. I see black teams, i.e. Corn, getting shit on. You know, I mean, events where Corn's not even at, you know, something gets stolen and, you know, all of a sudden all the Reddits and the Twitters are out there saying Corn must have stole it. The merger, again, here, you know, this is what I find funny, Center for Ants, is there's not going to be a merger, per se. Not for FGC, you know, and there are people out there who will go on Twitter and Facebook and preach, you know, stay away from the negative people, you got to think positive. Those are the words of a desperate person, a desperate man, a desperate woman, when somebody comes out there and knows that the merit of the FGC alone is not enough to get to that esports point, that they have to go out of their way to say, stay away from the negative. If esports and the FGC was meant to be together, it would have already happened. It would have already happened. And, you know, again, I'm not the leader. I'm not your union rep. You know, nobody's even gotten to that point of discussing unions and players' rights for esports, because esports really doesn't want nothing to do with it. You know, and you know what? And Sonic Fox, you know what? To be honest, Zach, you're right. Sonic Fox is the perfect young African-American player that could represent esports well. But again, on the flip side, like I said, his sexuality and his fur makes it hard for investors to get past it. And again, I feel bad because Sonic is a great guy. You know, I used to call him a kid. He's 17, 18 years old. He's a nice man. And the fact is that if esports came in, that would be a turnoff for them. They like to be safe. My show would be hated by esports just as much as it would be hated. It gets its hate from the grassroots. You know, and Shao Kahn tried to merge the Outworld and the Earthworld together in the second movie, and FGC is going down that same route. Exactly. You know, but the Tifo, you're right. And I hate to say that. I mean, I wouldn't use the term extra baggage because, you know, it is who Sonic is. You know, it is who Sonic is, and you know, it's hard. It's hard for daily, everyday folks who might be opinionated in certain ways to get past that. Now, the problem is, those are the people that esports needs to impress. The FGC is so polarized And I've said this numerous times on the show, that you look at a game like League of Legends or, Dota or Counter-Strike or any of these, they're holding events with one game and they're getting, anywhere from 5 to 25,000 people showing up. We go to EVO with 9 games, 6 games, 8 games, whatever, and we can barely break 10 to 15,000. And I listened to the Daily Dot, and shout out to this guy Dank. He interviewed Triforce. I felt a little biasness there, which, people are entitled to their opinion. I don't condemn him for it, but I do feel like the whole story wasn't really told. And, but they did a good job of doing that interview with him. I wish he had more time to say, so I'm going to bring him on to allow him to talk more. Let me hold on a second here. But it's getting to the point now where people are warring with each other on the down low. Make no mistake, unlike other people who will, everything from, and I hate using examples, but, I'll use somebody. It's hard to use examples because I don't want people to get their feelings hurt, because it's not to hurt their feelings. But let's use somebody like Ricky Ortiz. You could all be standing at a bar, and we're all drinking and having a good time. And, everybody be like, yo, Ricky's my boy, Ricky's my boy. And then when Ricky walks away, that very same person will be like, that fucking freak. And to me, that's scummy. It's definitely scummy. Listen, you don't like Ricky Ortiz. You don't want to drink out of the same bottle of Ricky Ortiz because you think it's going to change your sexuality some way. You're a fucking idiot. I've drank, I'm on that principality vocabulary right now. But I've drank from the same bottle as Ricky. I've told Ricky what I felt about him to his face, the same way I've told it about him behind his back. I think he's a great dude, and that's it. But in the FGC, we don't operate that way. We have the type of people that will talk shit behind your back, but to your face, they're all sweet and nice. Now, give me 1 second, guys. Let me open this up quick. And bear with me here, guys. I'm going to have to download this. Let me get the highest res. Okay, cool. Alright, that's that. Alright. So, getting to really get to when the interview was going on with Triforce, and I really don't want to hit on Triforce too much now because that's going to be for later. I really do want to get into the Tekken stuff that's going on. But if you look at the interview, there was definitely some bias there. Not a lot, I give Dank props for trying to stay civil, but let me see what you got there on this here. I'm gonna, Empire Center for Ants. I'm gonna go read that in a little bit. Because, again, like I said, I do like to read the Reddit, but I will get into that. Hey, John Tobias, what do you think of the new Mortal Kombat? But again, it's what I got was from this Daily Dot, and I'll end it with that, is, again, the community ostracizing somebody. I've said it a billion times on the show, but it's the truth of the matter is, while Triforce has done some shady shit, he's still a part of this community. And when I saw SRK going to the Daily Dot, this dude, I think his name was Ian or Erin or whatever his name was, basically telling them not to have him on his show, it reminded me very much of why the On Blast show came to exist in the first place. SRK is the media for Street Fighter community. And they basically attempted to strong arm and suggest that they don't put Triforce on their show, which was exactly why this show was created, when the Test Your Might community had told another show that if they had brought two players on that were banned from the community, that they would boycott their show. I think Flux and KBR are just like two goofy bastards that want to duke it out, but we'll talk about that a little bit later too. Alright, so I'm going to get back to the Tekken. So guys, like I said, let me do this. I want to run this quick promo for you guys before I lead into my guest here.
That wasn't punish. You push the button. I punish you. I'm pushing the button. Don't push the button. You won't get punished. Stop doing it, okay? Come here. Come here. Red line.
This video is gonna get so many views.
I want everybody to see me bend over. Please do it.
This up the entertainment like 10 times.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, one of the things that I want you guys to see is right here. In this video, what that text says, that is what makes me say that there is hope in the FGC for a lot of the unfortunate incidents that do go on in the FGC. And to see people step up and want to correct and rectify injustices. Real law, don't worry about it. Fuck you, Beefo. I took that shit. What you do, sue me? But with that, let me bring in the real law now. Yo, turn your mic on. Microphone check, 1, 2, 3. Oh, this guy got video on. He's in the dark and everything now, like me. Turn that mic on. I don't hear you. Microphone check 1 2 6 8 10. No hearing you, man.
All right, how about?
Yep, you were there. You're good.
All right, good.
All right. So, for everybody out there, this is Real Lord Tekken player. You guys have all seen him playing Tekken for I don't know how many years now. How long have you been playing? Like 15?
Yeah, almost over a decade, probably. Yeah.
So, you got this rematch going on. Tell me about the rematch.
Well, last year we played. I set it up last year because we didn't get a lot of people coming out for Northeast tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So I, people wanted to see that match, and people like to see me lose. So I set it up, and I did the whole thing. I asked Big E for permission to do it, stuff like that, and I did the advertising for it. I put it on KT, on Core's Academy, and just basically asked Ricky if he wanted to play. We were supposed to play a couple months before that at NEC, but he works retail, so he can't travel during the blackout months.
Yeah.
November to January. So we ended up playing February, and it was a blowout. He won. Won 5-0, and then he won I wanted to play again. I don't know why at the same time. I shouldn't have played the first time because I was in bed all day, sick. And but I had told people, I had advertised it, and I told everybody, watch the stream, come to the event. And, I ended up getting a really good turnout for Tekken. And the stream itself got, like hella views just for, just to watch the match. So I felt bad just not playing if I was sick.
So I mean, would you label yourself as one of the bad guys in the Tekken community?
Back when I was more active, probably, yeah. I would say a little bit more active. I would say, and I wouldn't say bad guys.
Heel.
Yeah. I just, I came up and I was taught by a player gym master, and he was the best heel in the Tekken community I saw. And we just never were nice to new players. It's always been that way in Tekken, though. Like the veteran players aren't really nice to new players, and New York players are more
Dicky.
Right?
I know, like I said, I was I played from Tekken 1 to 3. When 4 came out, it kind of turned me off with the wall bounce stuff, and it made me a little And then when tag came out, I just never vibed with the whole tag thing. It just
a lot of people say that too. That's when like the first split of the community happened, was like a lot of the old Tag 1 players didn't really like it. I know a good friend of mine who didn't play Tag 4 at all and just played Tag 1, and still to this day only plays Tag 1. If it's at a tournament, that's the only game he'll play. And and then it's almost like what's going to probably happen now, and not to get too far ahead, but people like Tag 2 a lot. So, and then Tekken 7's on the horizon, so it's kind of like the same thing. People like a certain game, and then they
I think it's like the transition that's going on with Street Fighter 5 and 4. Same exact thing. People get good at a game. They want it to last forever. That's why when people bitching about Marvel, I'm like, well, fortunately for Marvel, there ain't a Marvel 4 on the horizon. So what you see is what you get. So they're, they kind of got a blessing on without really knowing it. Like there is nothing that's going to threaten their fun because there ain't no Marvel 4 yet. If it's ever going to happen. I hear chatter. People say it might. We'll see. Disney's not the most giving when it comes to getting licenses out there unless they got their hands dipped in it. But getting back to Tekken, so watching the stream, I noticed all the charities are going to help incidents. Would you care to elaborate on that?
I actually would not. And it's not to be shady about what happened. If you're someone who's been paying attention to what's been going on, then you you're fully aware of the incidents that we're talking about. There was money lent to people that wasn't paid back. There's debit cards stolen that were used and never paid back. But you know, that's about as elaborate as I want to get.
Okay.
Because I want to keep it on the positive vibe, and you know, the negative stuff has already been told. Like whoever knows, everybody knows it, and if you don't know, you know, I'll feel free to tell whoever it is privately about what's going on, or they can ask whoever else privately about what happened. But as far as the event itself, I kind of want to keep it strictly. You know, this is
the positive attitude. You know, you want people to know that, you know, the money is going to help a lot of people. Yeah. It's not going to one guy's pocket. It's going to help out mutual people that have been through things within the community, whether with other people or hardships or whatever it is.
Yeah, and you asked me if I was a heel in the community. I mean, I've been a lot of things, but I've never been a thief or a liar or anything.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I could tell, right? You know, from the day I met you, I was like, this motherfucker's a heel. Just the way you walk, the way you talk, you got the New York thing going on, and you're like, hey, and I'm like, man, this motherfucker, this is a heel in the Tekken scene.
I'm definitely an acquired taste. Like, I probably, you know, but as soon as you get as soon as you get to the point where I kind of respect you, then I'm a little bit easier on it. You know, like the new players, I'm horrible to, because.
But you know, and it's one of the things that since I started refollowing the Tekken scene and seeing you play, I respect that for the fact that it's a hazing process. You need to earn that respect. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to tell you, you know, oh, you're a new player, don't even play the game. But every time you fuck up, I'm going to give you shit and say you a scrub.
Yeah, and don't act like you know better than people that have been doing it longer than you. That's as soon as that happens, right away. Then I start digging into them. Then I'm going, oh, you know this about this? Oh, you know that? So tell me how much you know. So it's just like that in any other. Like if you're on a basketball team and you're a rookie. You got to go get me coffee. You got to go get my donuts, carry my bags, things like that. Until you earn that kind of. This community is like a brotherhood to me. This is like. And you've got to earn the right to be able to enjoy the things that we helped build for you. You know, we helped pave the way. We were in the arcades at CF, you know, in the smelly ass CF. We've been in the break in the Northeast, you know, a lovely place. But we came from the arcades. I came from the arcades. So if you're going to enjoy the spoils of it now, you're going to earn my respect, and I'm going to make sure you do. And it comes off like, oh, it's just a game. What's the big deal? But like, no, you don't understand the sacrifices that people have made for the FGC to be where it is. You know, this is where it is because people put in time and have earned other people's respect. So you're going to go and earn their respect, and you're going to earn my respect. And that's just the way it is. It's like it is in any profession.
It's like it's the same exact way it is in life. Yeah. You know, and that's one of the things. You know, guys. You know, I get it from guys all the time. Well, you know, you don't compete. Yeah, I do, but I don't. You know, I don't for the reason of I live in reality. You know, when I see somebody like Sonic Fox playing Mortal Kombat, which is my game, and I know for a fact I have no fucking shot in hell bodying him. Now, I'm not going to say it because I'm negative on myself. I'll tell you why I don't. I'm a fucking 45-year-old man trying to compete with a 17-year-old's reactions. You know, and I say it to people like this all the time. Sonic Fox practices 5 hours, and he moves up one notch on the belt in his leveling up. That 5 hours he practices, because of my age and my slow reaction, I have to put 20 to equal his 5. And, you know, when real life kicks in, and, you know, you get up at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and you get home at 7, 8 o'clock at night, the first thing I'm not going to do is pull open my fucking Mortal Kombat game and start practicing. That's just not, it's not going to happen.
And it's, you know, I'm not that far behind. I'm 38. And I started late. Like, I started at 27. I got out the Air Force and I was bored and just started playing video games. So I actually started competitively when most people are just about done. So I've had to overcompensate being older than everybody else to begin with, and so I can completely understand when you come home and you're just like, yeah, I'm not in the mood. I played one game, that's it, and I barely play that. And I just
It's hard. It's hard to do. I wish, honestly, I never played fucking Lotto, so hitting it's probably impossible at this point. But I wish I could hit that big jackpot, just like everybody in this world, whether it's through games or anything, wants to do. I mean, people break Triforce's balls. He could say all the noble reasons why he does what he does. He wants to make money somehow, and this is the racket that he's trying to do, and this is what he's attempting to do. And I don't judge a guy for that, especially for knowing some of the other stuff that goes on in this scene. That to see what Triforce does and get called out on everything, and to see what others do, and it just gets like swept under the rug, like pardon my expression out there, but that's just a retard. Leave him alone.
Yeah, it's a weird double standard that happens within the scene itself. And I haven't been as active as I was in Tekken 6. Tekken 6 is probably my biggest game, and I say biggest meaning my most active game. When I was sponsored and went across seas to play and went all over the country and played. But I've actually haven't been that active in the last couple of years, and I've just kind of taken a step back and just noticed things that I hadn't noticed before. I'm like, whoa, there's when somebody else does something, it's a little bit, it's swept under the rug, like you said, and with Triforce or anyone who's built a reputation for not doing what's the word I want to use, the correct thing. Sometimes it's there's memes made about it, there's posts made about it, and sometimes it's deserved, sometimes it's not. But
at the end of the day, I tell everybody the same thing. Everybody's a fucking person. They all have a right to be in this. I will never tell a person, nah, you shouldn't be in the scene. You're too scummy, you're too grimy. Look, I guess maybe it's the New York in me. If you guys allow somebody out there to sucker you, then you never walk to a bus stop and saw a motherfucker lose $1,000 to some cat playing 3-card Bonnie, only to realize the 4 fucking people that were winning were in with him the whole fucking time. You see this fucking little old lady and she's picking it and winning all this money, and you're like, oh shit, if this old battle act can do it, I can do it. Next thing you know, you're $600 down and you're going, what the fuck? And it's sad, but it's something that, is definitely hampering the FGC from growing. And notice I say the FGC because I am not about esports. To me, to become esports is basically to erase what you were just saying, that arcade era. It's I know people want to think we're moving on up to the east side and all that other bullshit, but what people don't understand that are pro esports for the FGC. Now, are you considered a top player?
No.
Okay.
No. Not for a few years.
Okay.
And not even in. And when I say top player, it's like someone who, when they go to a tournament, would be a threat at that tournament. You know what I mean? Like that guy could probably get top, 3 or top 4. And honestly speaking, it hasn't been that way for me since probably 2011.
So now let me ask you this: as you can even acknowledge that, would you go to a Tekken 7 tournament to be told you're allowed to spectate? Because you're not a top player, so you can't participate. Because that's the basic foundation of esports, is eventually they weed out what they'll call the weakest links, and you get turned into a spectator. So you could stand at Madison Square Garden and sit in the nosebleed seats with your 2 little Tekken bats, clapping around with the rest of the fools. And would you even want to participate?
No.
I got other things I'd rather do.
Yeah, not even just that. It's just the competitive in me would want to jump in and say, you know what, even at my, like I said, I'm 38, and even though I'm not a top player anymore, I still would feel within my heart that you give me an opportunity to go there, I would have a shot to be able to do something. But for the general person who's being told not to, just, you get to be a cheerleader.
No.
No. Why would? Why?
Well,
Why would
you could cheer on, I don't know, let's see a New York player you could cheer on. Oh, Fighting GM.
you could do that, or you know, or Bloodhawk, or NYC Fab, or you know, and the funny part is that you know Tekken has a lot of good players, and
Yeah.
there's some personalities, like the person like Fortep who I would be
Yeah.
playing against. And me, you know, when I played, I was, but overall, I mean, there's not very much personality that you would go say, hey, we're gonna go watch that player play rather than watch. You'd have to be a Tekken lover to want to watch Tekken players play. You know, there's nobody that stands out that you gotta go, I gotta watch this guy play. And it's never been that way for a while for any Tekken player, honestly.
Now,
You don't lose charisma. You know what I mean? it's not that kind of scene.
now, have you gotten your hands on Tekken 7 at all? And what's your opinion of it overall versus, you know, from tag to that, from the older ones?
I mean, I'm not probably the best person to ask about tag. I was never really a fan of tag. I mean, that's probably why I stepped back from the scene. But I got to play when they were doing their test locations in Times Square. I played it a handful of times. Well, I went a handful of times and played it over dozens of times. I love the game. I like. I'm always been a 1v1 player.
Yeah,
like
I agree with that.
And even with the original tag, I liked playing the original tag, but I wasn't very good at it. I'd always get beat by my friends and stuff like that. And I still get beat by my friends, but like by Brian H. and Tech, you beat the crap out of me all the time. But you know, I welcome the chance to play, you know, 1 versus 1 again. I like what they've done with, you know, the Dill changes in the mechanics. It looks like a beautiful game.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I played it a little bit at Times Square, and it definitely reinvigorated my interest in the franchise again. Especially, you know, like I said, that tag just, and I bought all the tags. Honestly, I could scrap 4 inches of dust off of them from them sitting with the rest of the games that I never touch. I actually wound up playing, what was it, the online that they put up for a while. On the PS3, where it was just online.
Oh, the Tekken Federation. What is it? The Tekken Federation.
Retribution or Federation or whatever it was.
Oh,
the online one where you get the coin.
Yeah, the free one.
I played that more than I did tag.
It tag 2 was one of those games where either you loved it or you hated it, and it drew in a lot of new players, but it also, you know, kind of turned off a lot of the veteran players, especially in New York. In the South, they love it. Like, they're all about it. But in New York, for some reason, besides probably a handful of players, but besides that, New York just did not take well to tag 2. You know, it just didn't make sense to us. I wouldn't, you know. I'm only speaking for myself and what I've seen, but you know, you in DR or Tekken 5 and Tekken 6, you can go to a session at anybody's house and play those games. It wasn't that way in Tag 2. It just wasn't. It just wasn't very popular in New York. So.
Oh, I mean, it's like I said. I see Tekken 7 definitely going in a right direction. I don't know. You know, I know they've been supporting, and I know, you know, like I said, with the announcement today with Mad Catz cutting their staff and everything, makes me a little worried. But, you know, I know Markman's been a huge supporter of Tekken. I know he did the tournament in Times Square over the summer. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I definitely look at the franchise. I hope they plan on doing more like that. I'm a little, you know, I'm a little apprehensive with it when it comes to, and it's sad because, you know, our arcade era is long and gone, unlike Japan, who has the cabinets. You know, this is the second Evo, and we still ain't got the game yet.
And it makes a difference. It makes a world of difference. Like, if you didn't have the test locations to begin with, like you're going to get hit with every string from the new characters. Like there's at least 4 or 5 new characters that are just new to that Tekken 7, and if you've never seen them or never had experience against them,
get done.
Yeah, it's not even going to be fun to watch, honestly.
You know, so I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, there ain't nothing they can really do about it at this point. You know, unless they, and I think it would be kind of advantageous if they did. release a quote-unquote beta online. Maybe if just the new characters.
Yeah.
Don't give you everything, because you know what? Like I said, I'm a Paul player from day one. And for me, I know what I got, and I know I'm going to have a couple of new tools. But at least give the players that will be attending Evo a shot to understand, all these new characters that they've never seen except for videos that they're watching from some arcade in Japan.
Yeah. And actually, Paul's really good in the game too. So
That's why I'm happy.
My friend Brian is happy too. He that's his character too. But the whole game looks, everybody looks equally dumb. I can deal with dumb. Like I can deal with nonsense in the game. There's always going to be nonsense in every fighting game. The problem I used to have with Tag 2 is that it was an inconsistent nonsense. Something would happen, and you go, yeah, that's that happened that one time, and then you'll never be able.
And you can't repeat it.
Yeah. Like I said, every Tekken game that I've ever played, there's always nonsense, and you can go back to I.0 to 4 to every other one. I'm.
Did I lose your audio?
No.
Oh.
I thought you went outside for a second.
No.
And I can deal with consistent nonsense. I can't deal with stuff just happening randomly.
There's a delay in the video, and you just started looking around like somebody's watching you.
It sounded like a truck was going by. That's it, and my headphones. That's what I was like. Is he moving? Is he moving?
Oh, you know what it is? I got a fan on. Turn that fan off. But no, I mean, I'm glad. I'm glad you guys. Again, you're showing, and it's funny because your community's not huge. When you compare it to the Street Fighters, I don't know. With the Mortal Kombat, I guess I would have to still lean towards Mortal Kombat being a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially since 9. Like before 9, it was like you guys were like a section in the corner in the old NECs, and it was like a section of like Mortal Kombat, and like Marvel 2 would have the stage. I'm talking before 09. I'm talking like pre Street Fighter 4.
Yeah.
There would be a spot for Marvel 2, and there would be a spot for random like anime games that 13 people played, and then it would be Tekken, just as many people as Marvel 2. Like,
yeah.
Then maybe Third Strike would be in a separate corner and things like that. But then 2009 happened, and and then everything, the whole balance of everything went haywire.
I mean, I think, I would agree. I think MK9 was, because I believe that it was Street Fighter, Tekken, MK. Mm-hmm. That was the pecking order growing up. Now, coming from a guy that has been playing fucking Mortal Kombat for 25 years, of course I have my bias. Well, my game's better, but I don't tell people, well, your game is shit. Like, I can't stand when people do that. Like, your game is shit because I play my game. But I also would look at the numbers and go, well, 300 people showed up for Street Fighter, 200 people showed up for Tekken, 13 people showed up for Mortal Kombat. And when it began, that's literally what it was. I mean, Big E allowed them to have, I think it was 13 people showed up. And it was in the corner of a room, and they had to do no stream. Everybody shot it with a camcorder, and that's what you got. And I think after 9, the scale kind of tipped a little bit, and I think it's a combination of 9 plus tag that started to turn people off on it, and I think it reversed now. But I actually think if Harada plays his cards right, that can switch.
Yeah, I think with the addition of Akuma. And that's very much what they were going for when they added the character. It wasn't just to make everybody happy. It was they wanted to attract
the Capcom boys.
Yeah, they wanted them to show like Daigo's even playing because of just if Akuma's in the game. Like he's playing Tekken now because Akuma is in the game. So he's like he plays just like Street Fighter Akuma. So he's going to try it out. I mean, he's going to get bopped, but
yeah. But now let me ask you this: what is your personal opinion on that? Bringing other guest characters from other games, from rival games, nonetheless.
As long as it doesn't warp the mechanics of the game, I mean, you could sidestep and you could sidewalk fireballs. And, you know, as long as it keeps the integrity of the 3D environment, then I'm fine with it. You know what I mean? Because I mean, it worked well in Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur has had different guest characters on the Xbox and
Yeah.
PlayStation version for, you know, since what, 3 or 4 or whatever, and it ended up working out well. As long as it keeps the integrity of what the engine is supposed to be, then you know, that's fine. It's fine with me. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, Street Fighter character in Tekken, that's bullshit. Like, it's make believe to begin with. How about you just work with it a little bit?
Well, see, that's one of the things that a lot of people can't seem to get past.
Yeah.
It's the make believe part. I mean, it's like, guys, you know, it's I could put whoever, if you know, like when you look at Mortal Kombat, they're putting Alien and Leatherface in the game.
You're like, oh, that's ridiculous.
That's fucking stupid. I can't believe you're putting them in the game. Well, let's see. My company, Warner Brothers, is putting out a movie for Aliens and Leatherface. Oh, by the way, we also got a lot of Injustice movies coming out. So guess who you're going to start to see in our games to promote our movies? You know, it makes sense. One of the things that does kind of make me skeptical, though, is, like I said, when you start to see it, you know, where a company like Tekken and Capcom working together, I'm all for it, but it makes me wonder if going into it, you know, somebody in the marketing or the sales department might have had a little twitch and was worried about the game and said, like, personally, I don't think they need Akuma to make the game more successful. I think the game, from what I've played, can stand on its own. Now, it can only benefit, but at the same time, when you're doing something, when you're an artist, you know, and I paint the Mona Lisa, and a law comes over my house and says, you know, I want to put blue eyes instead of brown eyes on her. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go, no, dude, this is my art. You know, this is what I envisioned. And I think, you know, I don't know how they stand on it, because, you know, I don't talk to Harada or nothing. But I kind of looked at it and I was like, was this a marketing decision, or was this something like conscious that Harada was like, hey, you know, it'd be really cool. You know, because I believe, I'll tell you this right now, Mortal Kombat will never do that. You know, it's a franchise where Ed Boon would never turn around and say, hey, you know what, let's put Ryu in the game. I know people have said over the years, oh, I can't wait, Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. Well, you're going to wait.
It's a little different because, you know, Namco and Capcom are just next door to each other, so it's like they go to the same lunches, they discuss characters, or you know, you said it doesn't make the game better for you, but you're a Tekken fan to begin with, so I can understand how they would see, you know, everybody knows who Akuma is, everybody knows who Ryu is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So
putting those characters that everyone knows in a game that's even though has done well in Asia, has not done well in the North American markets at all. To me, it's strictly a marketing play to get new players to be able to play it, as is the rage arts and things like that, to make it look like supers like it were in Street Fighter. It gives a resemblance of other games that the casual gamers would remember or be familiar with, actually. So.
Yeah, I mean, like somebody like me, in all honesty, and all that fluff is nice and cool, and I do like it, but like personally, I could say, listen, if you just gave me Tekken 3 with better graphics, I'd be like, yo, I'm cool. That's all I need. Keep making the graphics better and let the game play the same. Because one of the things I've always noticed over the years, and this goes not just for Tekken, this goes for a lot, you know, almost every fighting game. As the graphics increase, the gameplay somehow magically gets wacky adjusted. A little slower, you know, it seems like some frames are cutting or dropping, you know, but, you know, it's, for me personally, Tekken 3 was probably my favorite.
When it came out, it was, the graphics were like unbelievable, and then you saw this guy doing capillary, like, this game is awesome, you know, like, you know, and a lot of people who are older, just about our age range, you know, would say Tekken 3 or Tekken Tag is usually their game. They love that game, and Tekken 3 probably brought me to Tekken. Honestly, when I first saw it, I was like, oh my god, that guy's breakdancing, you know, and doing stuff like that. So, yeah, most people within our age range would, you know, say it. So.
How many people in Tekken 3 Day, when you went up against them and they picked Eddie Gordo, did you go, oh, you're one of these scrubs?
Scrub.
You're one of these fucking scrubs? You're going to mash the button? You're going to mash? Actually, I use Hwarang, but I actually did legit combos with him. You know, I didn't just keep doing kick over and over. I actually, believe it or not, I used his punches more than I did his kicks, and that threw a lot of people off.
Why would you do that?
Because when you play somebody that knew, the first thing you're going to say is, all right, he's going to do down 4, fucking kick, pop him up, and then he's going to go into the 3-3-3-4-3 again, you know. And I was just like, nah, I don't do that combo.
I've been in, when it came out, I was in college, and I played it pretty well. And when I went to the Air Force and basic training, it was in Shepherd Air Force Base in northern Texas, and they actually had it in one of the BXs, and we got to play Tag 1 and Tekken 3, and that's all people would do. They'd be like, "I'm so good at this game. Look what I'm doing," and they'd be pressing just 3, 4, and that's it. And I would play, and I'd be like, "Yeah,
that's not how you play it, guy."
Good job." But then I'd have to let some of them win because some of them would be, sergeants and stuff like that. So I'd have to.
Really, you had to let win based on rank? Really, you had to?
I didn't. I had it tough enough, so I didn't want to make it any more tough for myself. So. There you go, Sarge. Good job.
I'm the best.
But yeah, I started with Tekken 3 just as far as loving the game. I didn't start competitively until 5. So, like I said, until I got out of the Air Force.
Yeah, I obviously, like I said, I played 1 and 2, but again, what's funny is when you look at, like you said, when you saw Tekken 3's graphics, you were like, holy shit! And now you look at it and you're like, oh my god, this is like an NES game.
Yeah, you look at it now, and I actually was in like one of those old, I wouldn't say old, but it's called Dragon's Den. It's like a vintage video game store. They do like Magic the Gathering, stuff like that, but they also sell like custom made like NESs and Sega Genesis, and they had on the screen on one of the CRTs they had Tekken 3, and I walked past it, I was like, oh my god, I love this game, and my kids were like, that looks like the oldest game. They looked at it like it was Pac-Man, like it was like, like it was Pong.
So you got kids?
Yeah.
How many?
I have 2. I have a 5-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl.
Are they future Tekken tournament competitors?
They like to hit the buttons. They like to play the Marvel. So it's kids with the Marvel. They love
Everybody loves to mash them.
Yeah, my son likes to play. My daughter not so much, but my son's 5, so he likes to play. He's always coming up and wanting to play Marvel. He just likes to play Hulk and just hit people with Hulk. That's what I like to do.
I tried that actually. From what I heard earlier today on a show, The Daily Dot, this guy, what's his name, Kane Blue River, managed to do that with the Hulk and win Evo.
Yeah, he won the whole thing. He's only won 1 tournament, but he won the big one, I heard. So
It's funny because they got Kane Blue River versus F Champ down at Winter Brawl coming up next month, right? Yeah, damn, time is flying. And
actually, a couple weeks.
Yeah.
End of this month.
Damn, I can't. I lose time. I don't know where I lose it. But yeah, so that was the match that's been talked about pretty much since the day after Evo. The taunting of F Champ. And F Champ's another one that gets to play the heel. But it's funny because in the FGC, the funniest thing about being a heel is you're the heel that actually sometimes does get rooted for.
Yeah, it's the good thing about being those kind of heels is that when people respect when you put time and effort through it, and they don't want to see bullshit, bullshit win sometimes, and sometimes I've actually seen him be more rooted on than hated on towards as time went by. Like in the beginning,
yeah.
In the beginning, he was hated on, just like Chris. Chris was hated on from the beginning. Then it was like Justin. Back in the day,
I know.
Back in the day, in Marvel 2, nobody rooted for Justin because Justin was winning everything. And then all of a sudden, it was like he was the poor boy all of a sudden. Like, he started winning. Like, they were like, no, please win, Justin, please. Like,
well, it was once you go West Coast, Once you go to the West Coast, they love you over there.
And it was just the fact that it was like, no, let Justin win. Like, where were you a decade ago when he was fucking winning everything? So,
yeah, the FGC is funny when it comes to who they root for, who they pick, who they choose. But I keep telling people at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. And when I hear, again, this whole esports thing and all these little wars that go on over bullshit. When you really think about it, it's bullshit. What you guys are doing with the money, to me, that's more important than any of the bullshit drama that goes on. Because, legitimately shit, and I know some of the track records of the stuff that's gone on.
Yeah.
And to see it, at least somebody go out of their way and try to rectify some of it, is actually something that should have the light shined on it more in the FGC, but they would rather argue and shine the light on, Triforce beating Knuckle Dew at $10 at a diner.
Pay your tab. You gotta pay your tab sometimes.
I mean,
But I'll tell you the real reason why. And, I've been doing this for a long time. We've all been doing this for a long time. If you've been to the arcades and you came from this, the reason and the actual truth of the matter is the reason why I'm doing this is I've gained so much from this. Like like I said, back at Tekken 6, I got to travel. I got to go to Italy for God's sake for free and compete to play a video game. You know what I mean? I've met so many different people. I'm not sure I would be the person I am today and be as confident, as well-rounded a human being if it wasn't for this. So, I can play the heel all day. Like, that's fun to me. That's easy. That's probably my personality, honestly. But when it comes down to thinking about everything that this has given me over the years, like I've met my best friend playing video games. You know what I mean? Like, and doing this is the only reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a saint. I'm not the nicest guy you'll ever meet, probably. But to me, I felt responsible, or I felt like I needed to do this because I had the opportunity to do it. I'm still pretty well known within the community. A lot of the newer players don't remember me as a player. They kind of remember me as a person who, makes fun of them. But when it came down to it, that was the reason why I wanted to do it. I said, well, this is if I don't do something about this, then I'm just another person who's talking shit about helping and doesn't do a damn thing about it. So, after 10 years, after everything that I've been given, I've been, like I said, sponsored, gotten free sticks from Markman, go to different places. You know what I mean? Like, just stuff extra stuff. Like playing a game and hanging out with your friends is enough. It should be enough.
But when you get those extra perks, you're like, wow, you're like you said, you're sending me. Oh wait, you're sending me to Italy to play a video game?
Yeah.
It's and I drew the comparison to a lot of people because Slasher came out and he was talking about esports and he mentioned something about players needing to be paid more money. Okay, I said, under normal circumstances, I'm all for helping out my fellow man, but it's to me the way I look at this scene, and this goes across video games in general. If I turn around and say, Law, did you play with Army men when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I turn around to you and say, listen, I'm a millionaire, and you're going to probably think I'm kind of freaky for this offer, but I want you to quit your job. I want you to come in my backyard. I just spent $15,000 on all those little plastic Army men you paid for when you were little. And I need you to entertain me and just create battles. And sit there like a little kid going, pew, pew, and all that other good stuff. And I say, I'm going to pay you $100,000 a year to do this. Are you going to say, no, I can't quit my job because I'm a responsible person? Or are you going to go, whoa, you're legit, you got the money, I quit my job?
First I'd go, we're going to be fully clothed, right?
Yes, we're fully clothed on it.
All right. Well, I would have to consider it. But it actually sounds like that old Richard Pryor movie, The Toy. It almost sounds like that. And I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I would do that if it was a millionaire going to pay me money to be,
But now would you come up to me, because I just said to you, I gave you $100,000 a year to play with Army men. Would you go, nah, my nigga, you got to give me at least $300,000?
I don't think I would say it in that way either way, but I wouldn't be greedy about it. But like, it's still Army Men, so the fact that you're even offering me anything.
Exactly, and that's what I say to people when it comes to the games. Like, you should really, you have a choice: play video games for free, or play video games and reap some of the rewards if you put in the hard work for it. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, real life doesn't stop because you want to push buttons. And to get, like you said, the opportunities to travel around, to get free sticks, you know, that in itself is, like, for me personally, and I've had the same thing, traveling around, doing meet and greets and shit like that. And I'm kind of like, really? Like, you want to meet me? Like, you know, this is back in Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 days, and when I was still doing books and shit. And I'm like, and, you know, trust me, I ain't got Michael Jackson's crowd waiting for me. But 15, 20 people came out of their way to come have me sign a book I wrote. And I was like, wow, that's fucking awesome. Like, you can't beat something like that.
Yeah. The funny part is that at the time that it was happening, I didn't, you know, I appreciated it. Like, I was thrown back by it. I didn't fully grasp exactly what it was until I kind of took a step back and I wasn't the player I was. And I was like, you know, maybe that was, you know, maybe if I would remember to appreciate it or live in the moment a little bit more. But when you're doing it, it's what? You've seen my videos, you know who I am. You know, people would say that on things like that on social media. It's ridiculous when people say things on Twitter or Facebook messages and like, oh, I saw this match and why would you do that? Like, people just, it's such a different world now, and it's mind blowing because it used to just be like you lost at an arcade and you walked away and you fucking just went outside, smoked a cigarette, and you bullshit with your friends about it.
And that was it. Like, that was it. It was over.
But then you get reminded about it. That was the part that was the troubling part. Like, you get reminded about it all the time on Twitter, and people would be like, "Why would you do this?" Well, if he would have did this, he would have did that. I was like, "Oh my god, this is not my job. Like, this, This is my getaway. Why am I thinking so hard about it?" So, you know, I'm kind of rambling, but it's like when you think about it at the time, you're just like, I feel so grateful to even have been in that position to be able to, you know, I haven't done a podcast in, 2011 maybe.
Damn.
And I used to do them like every other, you know, I was one of the first people to do interviews on video to be put on YouTube outside of CF. So, you know, people could see it and be like, oh, Tekken 6 is coming out. Because before that, social media hadn't even been around yet.
No, you either went to a web page or you went to a news group.
Well, you went to the forums. You went to, you went to Tekken Zaibatsu or something like that, and there was never any names to sign on. There was always just, you know, and then all of a sudden it went from here to like here we are at MLG, and then all of a sudden there's social media, and then you're answering questions and you're being interviewed on podcasts and stuff like that. And it's just like, when did this happen? Like, I'm way too old to be doing this to begin with. Now everybody else knows how old I am that I'm doing this. And it's like,
now right. They're like, oh shit, he's 38. I told this story about MLG, and you know, I guess this was 2012 when they had MK, or 2013. So I was 43 years old, and I entered. And my first match was against a 9-year-old, 10-year-old girl. And here we are.
Better have one.
Wait. Here we go. So, you know, I sit down, and at first I'm kind of like, wow, really? I said, who's floating this bracket for me? So, and MLG at the time hated my guts. So I was like, all right, we'll put so I was like, all right, I said to myself, I'm not going to be a dick. It's a 9-year-old girl, but it's still a competition I got to win. So I'll make it, you know, I'll put on the good show. So here I am. I'm trying to plug in my PS3 stick, my iPad, and for some reason it's not syncing. It's not working, and I'm going, fuck. So now this little girl, and I say 9, maybe she was in her teens, she starts giving me this like, come on, old man, don't you know what you're doing attitude. And I'm like, now and her father's standing behind her, and I'm like, I know what I'm doing. I mean, I've worked on goddamn, I created games for 15 years. I think I know how to set up a controller on a system. And it's not working. Now she's like, and she took the pad out of my hand and said, give it to me. And what they did is they, you know, because they made you wire up. So they had these long USB cords that they used. And she plugs it in and she's hitting it and it's not working for her. So I look over to the PS3 and I see like there's 3 or 4 ends of the USB cables that are just hanging out. So I said to myself, well, obviously it's not the right one plugged in. So I told the girl, I grabbed the pad from her, I go, give me this, let me show you how to do this. And I said, maybe, and I unplugged the USB port, and I plugged the right one in, and I said, see this? I said to the father, now get ready to take your daughter to the loser's bracket.
Wow.
And I played Baraka, which was considered one of the worst characters in the game. I've double flawless to the first time with a friendship, and I did it to a second time. And I looked at the little girl, and I gave her the little dismissive, now walk away. No, I didn't give her the suck it, but I gave her the, go ahead, walk away, please. You're just taking up my time here. And, you know, it was the running joke in the MK community that I beat a 9-year-old girl, but at the end of the day, what was I supposed to do, lose to her? Fuck out of here. I was competing for money.
I wouldn't do that even if there was no money involved.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Now, let me ask you this. You know, since you're on that, and you're old school, all right, now I'm going to hit on this subject a lot more, and if you want to stick around, I don't know if you got wives and kids and all that stuff. So, Mortal Kombat released a series called Chasing the Cup, which is it's like a little reality show that CW is doing, and it covers the players from ESL, which is going on. You know, so Sonic Fox and these two, Honeybee and Commander, which are two brothers, Pig of the Hut, Perfect Legend. And they flew them out to Vegas, and they had them, doing a reality show. Now I watched the first 4 episodes. I was like, it's kind of cool that this is happening for the scene. Mm-hmm. So I watched the 5th episode, and they did a meet and greet, like I was just saying, a meet and greet, and people came down to see Sonic Fox. Now I'm going to ask you this on 2 levels: as a player, and if you happen to be the director and the producer of this actual film. So Sonic Fox plays this kid, and legitimately, we all know Sonic would have bodied the kid. The kid was I don't want to say 100% sure, but he did look like a special needs kid. And the father even said, oh my God, my son's been talking to you, about you forever. I had to come down and see who you are. So Sonic plays him, and he lets the kid win, which was great. So it goes from that, and then they cut to an interview with Sonic. And Sonic says, yeah, this was kind of cool, but I had to let the kid win.
You don't say it, though.
And it's in the episode. I went, so now this kid
is going to watch it.
Is going to watch it and be like, you just let me win?
Good job. Why don't you just tell him Santa's not real? How about that? Why don't you just do that?
That's why I was like, wow. I mean, it reminded me of the old Coke commercial with Mean Joe Green, and it's as if he threw the jersey to us. No, give me that fucking back.
It defeated the purpose of you doing what you wanted to do, and then as if you needed to tell anybody that you.
Yeah, but the thing is, see, this is where I don't blame Sonic, because when they do these types of filming, they interview you at all the awkward moments, and they'll ask you all these questions. The director/editor should have been like, nah, we don't want to kind of wreck Billy's dreams there, because, he felt good about himself getting to meet Sonic Fox. Now what did he hear? That the kid just threw the match to him. And that's all he heard for the rest of the series. I can guarantee you. Oh, I didn't win. You let me win. Now, the other thing is, we all know the wonderful world of collusion. We've all experienced it one way or another. ESL is out here trying to promote this event for millions of dollars. And they film Pig of the Hut throwing matches so his boys can get into the finals. And he admits it. And he even went on Twitter. And again, this ain't a jab at Pig of the Hut. It is what it is. But he admits it, and he even puts out on social media beforehand, hey, everybody should check out episode 4 of Chasing the Cup, especially those who called me Rig of the Hut, because apparently he rigged brackets at Final Round or something years ago. So he basically said, check this one out. And he basically turned around, and the film crew filmed him while he was competing. And he's talking while they're filming, saying, yeah, I'm just sandbagging so this guy can get in. And yet these guys want to call themselves athletes. You know, what would happen in the NBA if a player just decided to say, shave some points for his boy? You know, and it's like, to me, it literally made me say, ESL is like that 60s version of the quiz show. Somebody's being given the opportunity to get to the money matches, and some of them are basically being led along to think they are, but they're never going to get there.
The thing is, like, why would you play the match if you want your friends to advance? Why would you play the match at all?
Oh, you have to, because it's online. Yeah, it's online. But what it was, you know, one player had X amount of points that if he won, then one of his friends would have gotten knocked out. Because it would have knocked that guy down one spot, which would have knocked him out. But if he lost, it would have brought his friend up a notch to get him closer to the top 8.
See, that's a problem with the people that are organizing the event, not to know the community, know enough who's the friends and who's not the friends, to be able to be like, listen, this match is not going to happen. We're going to have this guy play against this guy. Why even have that match happen to begin with when there's some background story? With, you know, that's the thing about all this stuff. Like, when the tournament organizers used to know the community. Like, used to know, like, I used to run tournaments at CF. I knew everybody in that tournament. I knew who not to play, who played last time. And so when you have people who don't know the community playing, or even like these online matches or whatever, you know, this ESL thing is, and not to discredit it, but when you have someone who's not, and I don't know if there is, but when there's obviously, there's agendas involved, why wouldn't it have been foreseen and taken care of beforehand? You know what I mean? I don't understand.
It's baffling to me, to say the least. And again, like I said, from watching the first 4 episodes, like, you know what? Look, ain't no secret. Me and Pig of the Hut, we don't get along like bestest buddies, but we've been civil with each other. We've had our wars, you know, and all that other good stuff. But to see that and to have it put out publicly, not only discredits him as a player to know he would shave points, but ESL as an entity to say, you see this going on. Now, there was a player who, this kid CR Dragon, who literally cheated online. Disconnects and all that other good stuff, you know, and got caught and admitted it and got banned from participating for the rest of the season. And then you get this, and that's okay. Again, it's the double standard of the FGC.
You know, I'm not well versed in what's going on there, and I'm not one to ever really I am one to say what the fuck I feel, but unless I have everything that's going on. But to me, it sounds like there's people who are running it should know at least the community itself, or know who are friends with who, and didn't foresee a match that's, you know, it's.
See, one of the problems with the MK community, though, is everybody hates each other. Everybody hates each other. They'll say, "Oh, you're my boy, you're my boy, you're my boy," when we're in front of each other. But then when they're all apart, "Oh, that guy's a dick, that guy's an asshole." And
Sounds like New York.
And given the circumstances, it's like me and you hate each other. But then all of a sudden, you know, I don't know, Mad Cats is like, "Yo, Real Lord James MK, we're sending you to Vegas. Yo, we're meeting at the airport, even though we hate each other, fist bumping, going, yeah, my boy, we're going."
How much were they doing? I know this guy. I know Sonic Fox is only 17. So it doesn't look like he's
Sonic Fox is 17, and he's made close to 200K playing.
That's what they say, but there was a couple things that he didn't get paid on, right?
No. ESL. That's just ESL. That don't even include his other tournament winnings and whatnot. You know, he's gotten, the only event he didn't get paid on was that EGPL or whatever, the one that was down in Texas that they had, where nobody got paid. You know, they gave the losers like 6, 7, and 8 got their money, and everybody else got like a couple of bucks, and it's like, yeah, we'll get it to you. And then they announced a couple of weeks later, we ain't got no money.
They just left. They said,
they pulled the VXG. You know, which is funny. Another perfect example.
Yeah.
Me and Chris G. You know, people were always breaking my bones. You supported VXG. No, I supported the guy that flew me down there. Free. fed me, and even offered me vagina. I was like, I can't beat that.
Not his own, hopefully.
No. No, well, his own islands, you know, and it was like, you know, and what was funny was, like you were saying about the whole recognition. I go to we're at JFK, me and Chris, we meet at there, and some carrier, you know, some baggage carrier guy comes running up to us. I'm like, oh shit, we're going to get into a fight, Chris. And the guy's like, can I have your autograph? And I'm looking. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at Chris G. He's like, can I have your autograph? Oh, my God, you're Chris G. And I'm like, you got to be fucking shitting me. In the middle of JFK, some random dude just came up to him. And he's like, yeah, I get this a lot at the airport.
You know, it's weird. I got me and my friends. This is a side story too, like something like that. But we were driving down to ECT a couple years ago. Me and 3 other Tekken players. We got pulled over by the New Jersey State Turnpike, and they asked us this question. They asked us where we're going. We tell them where we're going, and he's like, "Really? I love Street Fighter. You guys play on pad or you guys play on on stick and stuff?" So we kind of. I got out of a ticket. I was doing like 95 on the turnpike going down to well, actually, it might have been NEC. It had to be Philly because we were on a turnpike. So if it was Morristown, it wouldn't be on the turnpike. But anyway, so it had to be one of those. It had to be the Joey's or Big E tournament. One of those. And yeah, people just didn't recognize us, but they played the game, and I got out of the ticket because they played Street Fighter. And then he was like, "Yeah, go ahead." I was like, "I thought he was going to give us an escort or some shit."
Especially in Jersey, man. They don't like it. They don't like when they see New York plates.
And you know, and mine are hella New York too. It's, you know, got the Statue of Liberty. It's got the old ones. I think it was the old ones before they put over the yellow one. So, but anyway, I know you have a lot of show to go through, and I know you probably have a lot of topics. I wanted to thank you before I got off. Thank you for bringing me on. You were the only podcast entity that actually reached back, including other Tekken podcasts that still haven't reached out about it. I won't mention their names.
Yeah.
It's just not. I won't do that. But I wanted to thank you for being able to, for reaching back and saying, yeah, totally promote this event. Like I said, it's going to be Saturday night at Final Round. His hometown. So there's no.
Yeah. So I'm going down the Final Round. So you'll have me in your corner. All right. You're gonna have at least one New Yorker back there with you.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna be practicing this time. I won't be sick. He's a good player. I won't say great player, but he's a good.
He is a good player. Very solid.
But I expect a different turnout this time, and like I said, if you can throw out the GoFundMe, this thing is totally legit. It's not going to my pocket. I don't need it. I've got a job. I've got, I got. It's going to people who deserve it. It's going straight to it. If anyone knows anything about me, then my word is my bond. This is not, this is not the run of the mill.
I mean, if you're in the chat, put the chat in. Put the link into the GoFundMe in the chat, or you could just put it in my chat here, and I'll paste it in there. But guys, definitely, those that are watching the show, whether it's on here or watching it recorded on YouTube, definitely, this again to me is a good cause. This isn't to send player A to Evo, and this isn't because
this is not for me. This is not going in my pockets. I'm not traveling with it. It's not going to pay my bills. I don't have bail money or anything like that coming up. This is totally coming from, I needed to make an account to be able to send money to them, and the only reason. And if people want receipts, I have no problem showing people exactly where that money's going. It's going to a couple of people that, and as soon as they receive it, they'll let everybody know they received it. And, it's where people wanted to see the rematch anyway between me and Chop.
Yeah.
And the first one was a landslide. He beat me pretty soundly. And I can say I was sick all the time, but I didn't have to play. But I did play, and I lost. So I made it harder for myself. I said, you know what? I'm going to go to Atlanta and play him. And we're going to try to redo this again and have some fun with it and be able to help out people who, who need it.
Yeah, like Catnip Hero just said, I'm also when I put this up, because I'll probably have this up on YouTube tonight. As long as this version doesn't fuck me up of XSplit. Because last time it did, I got to convert the whole thing. And when my show goes 4 hours to fix an FLV file with VNC, it takes 4 hours to do. Because like if I want a little part that I got to cut out, I got to record the whole thing over, which sucks. But if this version works out well, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put the GoFundMe in the description of the video as well. So I mean, guys, if you are going to final round, if you're just going to watch it, nickels, dimes, pennies, quarters, dollars are always better. Whatever you can throw some money out there, knowing that this is again going to a good cause, not to get somebody to an event or to fill him up with his booze for the week.
I got that money already, so it's all good. That's and not for that weekend. I won't make that mistake again because I was hungover and sick at the same time. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bad combo. I just went to a bar last night in the city, and for Chinese New Year, this girl's got a restaurant, and she gave me this drink called the One Night Stand, which is basically like a coconut mojito, but it's got like 5 different liquors in it. And she told me I drank about, I don't know, 12, 13 of them. And coming back from the city, because I'm on Long Island, 3 o'clock, there ain't no train until 5 o'clock. And I gotta be on a 5:15 train from Long Island to come to work. And here I am at Penn Station at 5:11. I didn't make it to work today, needless to say. Wasn't a good move. But I got some days, so I used the day for it. I was like, fuck it. Won't make that mistake again.
Always takes that one time. So
yeah, well, and at 45 years old, trust me, there's been many more than just one. I'm that guy that says, I'll never drink like this again, I swear.
There was, and the reason, and not just to promote it, but the reason, there was a lot of questions involving, you know, where the money was going to go to, what it was about, if it was for me. So I'm glad we got to clarify that it's not the real law fund. It's not coming to me. It's not to pay my rent or get some more SpaghettiOs or anything like that. It's legitimately going to the people who lost money. And if you guys want to, James, you could put up my Twitter. If they want to DM me about it, about the actual instances. I'll let them know in private. Let them know exactly. Me and you know the story, obviously. But I don't want it to
I mean, to be honest, they know in their heads.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to put it any more than that. But they know a lot of the drama that goes on in the Tekken scene. So, and that's something that as much as you don't want to put it out there, which I completely understand, it's something that as long as they know in their head, then they should know where the money is going.
And the thing is that the person that's responsible for this gets off on being able to be known or being able to be recognized. So I don't want to put any further shine on the situation itself. So this is me, and I know this person really well. And anyone who knows me knows who I'm talking about. If I mention this person, if I give him any more shine, that's just helping him and just feeding his ego a little bit more. So the fact that I'm just kind of turning my back on it and just not saying anything about him on any kind of show is exactly why I'm doing it. Just to say, you know what? I'm doing this to fix your mistakes, but no one's ever going to know who you are from my side of it. So, that's kind of me dealing the death blow there, saying that's the heel in me, saying, you know what, fuck you. You did this, and I'm going to fix it. But I
wouldn't call it the heel. The anti-hero is better.
I like that. But like I said, it's going to be Saturday night. It's going to be streamed. Beef Techi's going to stream it. The match itself is going to be 1st to 7, Tag 2. Neither me or Ricky are really fans of Tag 2, but we will play it for this cause again. It's the game that's available to us, so we'll play that. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be in Atlanta, the home of Tekken. And if the first one did well, I can just imagine, in Atlanta how this one's gonna do. So,
Yeah, hometown advantage, man.
yeah. So I mean, if you guys are in Atlanta, check it out. If you're not in Atlanta, head down. It's gonna be about, I'd say, Saturday night. It's usually iffy about when pools and stuff like that for Tekken is over with, but definitely check out. I mean, I'll keep you involved, of course, of when the time. It's always iffy at the tournament day.
Yeah.
I'll update it via Twitter and stuff like that, and definitely check it out. Give whatever you can. Like I said, it's all going to the right place. So, I wanted to thank you for your time, and thank everybody for watching, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to do this, and I appreciate it.
Anytime, and if you ever want to come on here and call some motherfuckers out in the Tekken community when Tekken 7 drops, tell them all over in the Core Academy, this is the place you want to tell people, I'm going to fucking body you.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, even probably maybe the week before final round, maybe I'll come back and give kind of a status update and kind of let everybody know where we stand and if there's any updates, things like that. And just to reiterate, where the links are and things like that. So hopefully this gets out to more people that do podcasts, that are popular people that have gained notoriety from Tekken. As much as I'm going to say. Hopefully they reach out to me as well as I've reached out to them to be able to promote this to the community and actually do something positive rather than all the negative shit that we see all the time. So,
well, again, I'm going to put guys, here's his Twitter. If I could spell, my fucking eyes. I do not have an education. Everybody says I'm a janitor. How can I spell? I'm like, listen, you know what? They call me, Reddit, you want to call me a janitor? I still make more money than all you motherfuckers, except maybe Dr. Mike. All right, boom. There it is. All right, guys, this is, I believe, real_law4h_4h, right? Think I got it right? Yeah.
And like I said, thank you guys, James. I appreciate it, Jimmy. I'll talk to you at the next event, and thanks for everything, guys.
All right, brother.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Take it easy. All right, guys. So again, definitely give this a follow. Give what you can. It's for a good cause. Trust me when I tell you, it's for a good cause. I've actually at NEC, I had put money into a pot with the intent of hoping that with that money made that some of those issues that he does talk about would be settled, but the particular people that are involved with it really just don't give a shit. So again, give him a follow, real_law_4h at Twitter. Go to the GoFundMe. Give what you can, nickels, dimes, pennies, whatever. Know it's going to a good cause, and 99% of the people that this money's probably going to go to aren't even FGC related. They're real people with real lives, kids, wives, and all that other good stuff. So with that, let me reach out to none other than Mr. Triforce and see if he's available. What was that ding noise that I just heard? I gotta adjust the. All right. So we're gonna bring on Triforce at first. And because again, one of the things, Triforce is making the rounds on the talk shows today. I think tomorrow.
Hey, what's going on, James?
I think he's going to be on Ellen next.
Could you give me 2 seconds? I just gotta fix something. I'll be right back. All right, hold on.
But guys, before he comes back, again, let me reiterate, obviously the name of the episode, the true destructive nature of the FGC. I feel bad that with Real Law that I used that title because he is trying to do something, in the Tekken community as a whole is trying to do something positive for the scene. But for them to do what they needed to do positive, to do what they need positive, that negative aspect was there to get it to that point, which is people borrowing money, and basically hurting people's real lives by borrowing money and not giving nothing back and telling them fuck you, or people going through real financial difficulties, not a matter of rent because you can't pay your rent because you were too busy playing games. All right, Mr. Triforce. Oh.
Hey, sorry about that.
No problem. So, Mr. Triforce, let me start with, I did watch the Daily Dot.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, personally, I felt like it didn't hit on all the things that needed to be hit on. I guess because, limited time. They don't, they're not doing 8-hour shows like me. So a lot got lost. Some of the stuff that was said, I disagree about a lot. That came from the host.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the things that you disagree with?
One of the things is, and again, this is, coming from a Mortal Kombat background, it don't matter. MK didn't make the FGC. I didn't make the FGC. You didn't make the FGC. And Capcom sure as hell didn't make the FGC. The FGC is a living organism, like a parasite, that grows on what it consumes. And Capcom, and I don't care, whether it's NRS throwing money into pots, or Skullgirls, or DOA, or Capcom with Street Fighter. That is not what the FGC is. That is called business. That's what a business does.
And I 100% agree with you. Can I expand on that for a second?
Go ahead.
And I apologize for any noise in the background. Guys are playing Marvel right here.
Okay.
And I 100% agree with that because here's why. In 2000, when I got into the scene at 2000, it was late 2002, early 2003. When I got into the scene, and I went to my first Evo in 2003. None of the companies like Capcom, Namco, or anybody of that matter, none of the actual companies for the productions of the game were involved. It was a community that actually focused on pushing the scene forward. For Tekken, you had Ryan Hart, and you had all these other guys that actually, they're the ones who actually pushed the scene forward. It wasn't until 2009. And when I say 2009, I'm talking about mainstream. I'm talking about the mainstream aspect of it. And in 2009, that's when we saw Capcom and GameSpot get involved in the scene. And it wasn't until then that we started to see the first footprints of the industry being involved in the very same scene as of the community. A lot of people don't know that when they saw what happened at the GameStop Nationals internationally with Daigo, the match between Justin and Mike Ross, and the potential there, that is when they decided to get in. This is not to shame Capcom or GameSpot or any of the companies getting involved.
No.
There's nothing wrong with that. They saw opportunity and they said, hey, listen, from a business standpoint, we need to make the best of this opportunity. But then at the very same time, to look at this situation and say, they've been supportive of the scene from the beginning, that is completely false. And it's just unfair. It does a big disservice to the community of the gamers who the context behind the gaming, such as, you know, Valle, such as Choi, even Watson, Cole, Arturo, Eddie Lee, Justin, Yipes, Desmond, and the list can go on of all the guys, both East Coast and West Coast, that laid down that foundation for the community to actually push forward, you know, the competition of games. And these guys saw that opportunity, and ever since 2009 came in, 2010, they started to, it wasn't really pushing the games, it was taking the players and pushing the players behind the game. Justin versus Daigo in Street Fighter 4 Grand Finals 2009 was like the rematch between Justin versus Daigo in Third Strike back in the days. And then the following year, they started, you see more and more top Japanese players start to come down and compete and play, and it just blew up from there. The King of Chinatown movie came out, added more context to the scene, and so forth and so forth. And that's when you started to see the scene grow. So it's like you said, it's a combination of all of our stuff. But to sit there and say Capcom is the fighting game community, no.
It's the same. It's the same. Listen, you know, people always, you know, have asked me, like, why is it me and Ski Sonic butt heads? And Ski Sonic had a couple of drinks, and I had a couple of drinks. Now, obviously, they hate me for other reasons than just this. But this was the one that made me start to push back. When he turned around to me and said, you know, you and the Mortal Kombat guys should just leave our scene. That we had no place there, that this was Street Fighter. It had nothing to do with anybody else. Now, this was drunken talk with him, but it was the point that the arrogance level in it, the way he said it to me, says, who the fuck are you?
But here's a question. Was that really drunken talk, or was that real talk?
Well, they say alcohol is truth serum.
Now, to add to that, on top of the Mortal Kombat, a lot of people in the FGC right now don't even know this. A lot of the members are usually, we call the old school guys in the FGC now guys who came from 2009, and the new school guys are like 2013 and stuff like that. But if you go further back from that, you'll find out that the fighting game community hated Smash Brothers. They despised the game. They never liked Melee. They said that, I remember the course, because I was defending the game. I'm a Nintendo fan, obviously. I'm going to defend the game. And they're like, oh, play a real man's game. This is not a fighting game. I'm like, what is a real fighting game? A real fighting game is real life boxing. That's what a real fighting game is.
You want a real fighting game? Ring King. Boom.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that, you know, that's like someone, that line I always use, that's like a guy going in a candy store and dissing a kid for buying a Tootsie Roll and telling him he should buy a Snicker bar. They're both candy. It's ridiculous. So to sit there and snap on Smash Brothers, it was just wrong. And they did the same thing to Mortal Kombat and Dead or Alive. They also got it when the anime community came in. They bust their chops too, because if you were not Marvel, or if you were not Street Fighter, you were not a part of the fighting game community. Things have changed now because these fighting games now are being backed by their companies. Capcom was not the first to put in pop money into games from the companies. It was the other games that did it.
DOA!
Yes, exactly. DOA did it. DOA did it, I think, back in 2006.
Like 80K.
Yeah, well, that's recently. But I'm talking about like back then.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't until recent Capcom started to do it. And to create that, and I'm not saying the Daily Dot made that statement, but they gave the impression. It looks like the suggested impression was Capcom has always been there to support the community, and I'm not. They're the leaders of the community because they have a lot of influence and they make big moves. But they're not the FGC. The FGC is all of those games combined. If anything, the people responsible for the FGC having a platform on a universal level is Evolution, or SRK, but I don't necessarily want to promote SRK right now because it's something they did to me this morning, which we'll get into later.
We'll get into that.
But SRK, it laid down the actual platform for the fighting game community to be unified, and Capcom needs to thank them. And that's the reality. If not, if not for Mr. Wizard, if not for Seth Killian, if not for the Cannon brothers, and I forgot the other gentleman, the big heavyset guy that wears the football jerseys all the time. He's a part of their staff. I
Steve.
just
We'll just call him Steve from
yes, Steve.
Springer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Steve. Yeah, Steve. I know that's not his name, but I just don't want to get his name mixed up with James Chen, because that's not what I'm talking about. It's this other guy. I just can't get his name off the top of my head right now. But those are the guys that actually laid down the concrete from the time in 2006 when Sanford fought against Duck, and there was a literal almost a clash between both coasts, East and West Coast, and that just goes to show you like to what level the community had to go through its own maturity to get to where Capcom now can say, you know something, we have a platform in which we can support for the gamers. I just wanted to dispel that. I really didn't like how that came off on the show.
And the way he said it, was kind of and again, it's not to discredit the people, but he's like, well, Combo Fiend and Mike Ross, they were players that took opportunity to get jobs. Let's not get things twisted. Like they reached out to Espy and said, "Hey, Combo Fiend, we want you to grow the FGC." Nor was he sitting there saying, "You know what, guys? Shh, keep it on the down low. I'm gonna get a job at Capcom, and I'm gonna grow the FGC." No, he said, "Let me fill out this application and see if I can get this job." They gave him the job, and that's what he's doing.
And don't like we don't want to. It's not like we want to say anything about negative about Mike Ross or Combo Fiend. Yes, indirectly they're helping the community. I would like to believe, and that's because I don't think they went and got those jobs purely because they want to be selfish and get it for themselves. But to sit there and say they didn't get it for their own self-interest, that's a lie.
I'm going to tell you this right now. You won't say that. I will say it, but I'll say it in a way that's keeping it 100%. They played Street Fighter. They hung out in the arcades. They loved the game. I played baseball my whole life, and I get the opportunity to play for the New York Yankees. Even if I don't like the New York Yankees, I'm going to play for the New York Yankees. And they had the opportunity to do what they love. It's for what they love. Now, helping the community is a result of them getting what they wanted.
And that's the fairest statement to say, because when I spoke to Combo Fiend at VXG, there was an opportunity for him, but he at the same time he says it's a good opportunity where he can then also contribute to the community as well. But yes, the primary focus was, and I don't want people to sit there and say, oh well, you hating on, because that's not. I don't want people.
No,
everyone always misconstrues what it is.
Again, because I just seen Dude 816. We're not saying that they said that, but the way the Daily Dot perceived it is that that these guys are only doing this to grow the scene. No, they're doing it to grow their wallets so they can pay their bills and live a life they want to live while making money doing what they enjoy doing,
while indirectly helping the community at the very same time. But to create the suggestion that they did this for the community, that is stretching it greatly. That's kind of like, no, like let's not go there. Like, and that's just us criticizing the suggestion that was being made. First of all, we're not even saying that Daily Dot even said that. We're just saying it's a suggestion it's giving off. And that's the thing that, like, in the interview that I had with them, I was kind of put offish about it. They were fair, but something unsettling I don't know. There was just a lot of things that were just left open-ended in our interview. I don't know whether it was because the right questions weren't asked, or I just didn't answer in a timely manner, or just wasn't enough time for me to convey, my point of view on certain things there. And that's pretty much why I wanted to come on your show, because I wanted to talk about some of those things and kind of like, go on, expand on some of the stuff, like the situation regarding about the burning it down. right? So
The way, listen, and this was one of those things. And again, you know, Kendra over in the I think she's in Chicago. You know, last week had snot bubbles coming out of my nose when she tweeted out that, you know, if I had $1 for every time James said "suck my dick" on his show, I'd be a millionaire. And she said, I picture James running out into his backyard and coming on squirrels and some birds and plants and everything around with as much as he talks about his dick. Now, I laughed about it, but like with what they said about you, and I'm God, and I'm burning it down, like, you know, and again, they ended it with I think he's kind of paranoid. And it was like, it's almost
that suggestion right there. And I think that statement was unfair. Like, after I left the show, you leave a statement as you think I'm paranoid. And I understand that's their opinion. They have the right to their opinion. But I can't even refute that statement. And you're leaving the people who are watching the show with, yeah, you know, because it's the last thing said about me, that Triforce is paranoid. And I just think it was unfair. That did not need to be said. It undermined and marginalized everything that I was even on the show for. What was the point of me going on the show if the end statement is, I think he's paranoid? Then that means everything I said on the show was like, just blow it off because this guy's probably paranoid. I have no idea what he's saying. And I think that's what made me feel real like, I have this unsettling feeling.
Not at ease. Yeah. Like, I could feel it the way you were conveying stuff. Because, I mean, I seen people in the chat, oh my God, Triforce is being professional. He's not like this on the On Blast show. And you want to know something? Because on this forum, he can be whatever he wants. He can run around and say he's fucking Zelda. The whole point of this show, you know, I don't make fun of people that actually walk around with fucking pillows with anime characters on them that say, oh my God, this is my waifu. Because I would hope in the real world they really don't think that. Like, when EMP as the brand mentions Valkyries and Knights, I mean, we could be honest here. You're not a knight, you're a title within the organization. Yeah, you're not a Valkyrie. You're not running around in motherfucking Gauntlet slaying people and shooting the food. You're a title within it.
The problem is people are not taking into consideration that this is tongue in cheek. It's like we're playing in, we're gamers. We come from the anime community, right? And we come from the gaming community, comic books and all those type of things that's involved in like nerdism and geekdom and all of that type of stuff. Like, the fact that people can't get these metaphoric statements is just, it's crazy. People are taking these things way out of context. When he brought up the whole thing about me stating that I was God, in my statement, first of all, the conversation that we had wasn't even on record. He was asking me if I wanted to be a part of the show, and if I'm going to be a part of the show, you know, he was like, these are the topics we're going to talk about, and he asked me a question based on one of the topics: why do I want the fighting game community to be burnt down? Now, if he told me Triforce, this is going to be on the record that we're going to use for the show, then I would have used the appropriate. I would have spoken. I would have spoken in the right context without going into my metaphoric Thanos of Titan, I reign supreme stuff.
You would have kept the principality civil.
Yeah, I would have spoken formally. I would not have spoken so casually and open and stuff like that. And I think that a lot of people, they do not know how to deduce which part of me is being, you know, in my little poetic form, and the one that's being in the formal. And I just don't understand how people get the two mixed up. The people are mixing the two together as one. When I spoke to him and I said, I am God, he asked me, like, the real God, like Jesus? And I was like, what? I said, are you stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, when he said that, I double took, and I was like, he really didn't just ask that, which was kind of, and the irony. Now, his name is what? Dandy? What's his name? What's this guy's name?
It's Efren, the guy that the main interview guy's name is Efren. I don't know what his real name is. I actually never caught his.
All right, so Efren was the one that was talking to you.
Yes, he was the one who was talking to me.
And then who was the other one?
That guy, I think, is Dandy. I'm not too sure.
All right. So when he said that, my moment where I fucking had a little snot bubble come out of laughter was, as he said, you think you're Jesus. I look over to the other dude with his Christmas Jewish shirt with a big freaking Star of David on it, and I'm going, where is this going? At that point, I was like, I thought this was going to be some kind of seriousness. And of course, once they said they were taking calls, I went, you know what? My ass did that route. Never seemed to work out well. You know,
Yeah, I felt like that time was wasted with those calls, because the questions that the people were asking, they could have just asked me and we could have kept the flow going. There was no need to necessarily take the call. I don't mind answering the questions of the call, but if I had known it was going to go against the time of the show, I probably would have requested them not to take any calls, just interview me straight up, because I wanted to convey a lot of things and I couldn't. We just didn't get a chance to convey certain things. I felt that like things just didn't work out as I thought it would be. But like at the same time, they've asked some good questions and things like that. I just felt like the topics we were supposed to talk about the state of esports now, Empire Arcadia and its fighting game division, what we're going to do with Street Fighter V now coming in, and what does esports its effect on the fighting game community. I couldn't answer any of those. None of those got a chance. I couldn't answer any of those big time. We spent more time talking about Justin's statement about me being a great friend, but I'm a terrible manager. That had nothing to do with the original a conflict that we talked about. Me being Jesus, which I never said anything about me being Jesus. I said something about me being Thanos, and that was supposed to be tongue in cheek. So I don't even know why we even wasted any time speaking about that at all. And it's like I don't know, man. But let's look at the positive things. Some of the stuff that we did talk about positively on the show, and let's look at the part where they were talking about the fighting game community. Why do I think the fighting game community isn't going to make it in this new age, which comes off the whole thing when I talk about burn it down. And I want to go into an extended part of explaining this. When I say burn it down, I need people to understand that I do not mean actually go get gasoline with a torch and put fire to people's houses and burn it down and let their children come running out on fire, screaming and running for their lives. That is not what I mean.
It's sad that you have to explain that.
It is very sad that I have to explain that. And like I cannot believe I have to explain this. But whatever. Apparently it has to be explained. So now with that being explained, people have to understand, with what I know regarding the industry getting involved in esports wise in the fighting game community, the current architecture set up for the fighting game community is not going to make it. People need to understand the difference between community esports and industrial esports. Esports started through the community. The great creator Walter Day, Odin himself, right?
Oh wait, now you mean like Odin? Yeah.
Exactly.
Are you saying he's Odin? Are you saying he's Odin? Or like he can? If I, because you know what, I spoke to Walter. Actually, you want to know? I did speak to Walter Day about a week ago, and and we just started to correspond with each other. So you mean Walter Day can like make me more endowed because he is a god? I mean, I know what you mean, but unfortunately, fucking morons, when you say that, you got to explain. Well, he's not really Odin.
Exactly. I'm trying to make a comparison metaphorically about his stature. I just don't understand how people. Why do people get that mixed up? All right. Anyway, let's get past that. But the creator himself, right? Walter started esports, right? He set down because everything has to have a beginning. He was the first person to create an organization to manage, adjudicate, create the statistics, promote, advertise, publish, create the production for competitive gaming to be on TV internationally, all of that stuff. He did all of that in the 80s, believe it or not.
Hold on 1 second. Bowman, do me a favor. Go find a picture of Walter Day and make him Odin. Make it happen.
So now what happens here is that over the time the blueprint and what Walter put down has changed. Other pioneers and leaders of the competitive gaming community, i.e. esports, and people need to understand competitive gaming is esports. Esports is competitive gaming. It is the same thing. People need to understand that. It's just that there are two different types in terms of you have community, which means the form of competition is backed up by the community. The foundation, the infrastructure, the architecture, all of that is set by the community. And then what we are in now is called the industrial esports revolution. The industrial esports revolution is the industry that had nothing to do with competitive gaming in being involved, has now taken an interest to come in. I don't want to use the word purchase. Let's not say purchase, because then we're going to get into a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
But they want to come in and they want to somehow have an interest. What's so funny?
Fucking. When I started the show today, I started playing some Mr. Rogers clips, and fucking Bowman just made me Mr. Rogers. I gotta save this pic.
All right. So the entire purpose of the industry, and what the industry is anyone not relating to the community. That's what the industry is, from the video game publishers, producers, to outside organizations such as such as Pepsi and such as Pepsi, you name it, whatever, Dwayne Reed, Mountain Dew, Colgate, McDonald's, whoever. These outside entities are now coming into the community, and they're investing time, money, and resources so that they can have a say in the scene. They're there to create and regulate a lot of different elements to gaming. The regulations, the ethics, the economics, the development, all of that. That is what the industrial revolution for esports is about. Because those guys are coming in and what they want to do, the fighting game community has to evolve to be able to survive in that time. If you look at League of Legends, StarCraft, Halo, what's the name of this thing? Call of Duty, Dota, every other form of esports out there, look at what they're doing. There is no way the fighting game community in its current standing, it will be able to survive that infrastructure that's being set up if it does not evolve into the modernized aspect of esports. And that is why it has to be restructured. And that's what burn it down means. Burn it down means we have to restructure it. And it's sad that I have to explain that for details, because some people are actually believe that Triforce means I'm going to go to Evolution with gasoline, and while everyone's in there watching the grand finals, I'm going to burn the building down. I'm like, haha, and stand in this fire like Sephiroth. And be like, you know, it's just it's slightly frustrating, because I'm really trying to keep my cool, but it's frustrating because I just don't know how to convey this for people. I don't know why is it so difficult to understand.
Did you see Justin Wong in the chat?
I checked my Twitter. Let me see. Okay. Looks like let me see. 5 years ago, Empire Arcadia. There's a new anime called Bahamut. How do you feel about this picture? Oh my goodness. I can't. It depends. The picture looks like I could take that as the community being burned down, or is that supposed to be Empire being burned down? I don't know.
You know, now, you know, I know you. I want to hit on something. And you know, again, the wonderful world of the fake media in the video game industry. In fact, I don't say the FGC. I say the video game industry as a whole. Because you make a forum, because you blog, But because you go to events and take Instagram pics does not make you press. You can't just self-designate yourself as press. And one of the things that I picked up on today, earlier in the day, is this guy, I guess his name is Ian or Lan from SRK. And when they found out that you were coming on to the Daily Dot, and again, this ain't a jab to those who run SRK. I don't know what this guy's position is, but it says SRK, so I assume he's a writer or something for it. It opened up, the tweets opened up, and I'm gonna, again, guys that are in the chat, I'm gonna read things verbatim, so this way there's no misrepresentation as far as me talking about sucking my dick and cupping my balls, or Sephiroth, or burning it down. This is word for word what I had seen happen. And he starts out hitting up the Daily Dot, and he says, "Can I get some insight into your choosing to interview Triforce on the best of 3?" And Efren said he was heavily requested. Ian's response is, he has literally nothing to do with the fighting game community anymore. Like, it's kind of embarrassing to see a show like yours chase him down for cheap reactions. And his response, Efren, was, "I figured that's what you were going to get at. I think it can be an interesting interview if done right." Ian's response is, "I think you're doing the FGC a huge disservice by having him on your program. Interesting interview or no?" And Efren, to his credit, says, "Well, I appreciate your opinion, but that's not how I see it. Quite the opposite, in fact." Ian's response, "Fair enough. Just don't let him roll over you with his bullshit." Then Panda Gaming comes on and says, to his credit, "Honestly, I'm excited to see Efren rip him one." So Ian said again, "My opinion is that he's impossible to rip into because he's such a poor interview. I'm sure they'll do their best though." And then you came on and you said, "It's one thing to have personal issue with me, but to try and convince other platforms to snub my point of view about the topic their demographic requested to have me on their show to discuss." So now Ian responds to you, says, "I'm going to say one thing to you and then I'm done. Deal? No matter what they have you on to discuss, you are a disastrous individual. For whatever reason, you continue to have some weird grip on the FGC that folks are more than happy to indulge." It must be that power glove that gives you this strong grip. And you said, "Is showing how biased and unfair you are being. I didn't expect this from you, Ian. The community, yes." He says, "But I don't care. I just want you gone. Simple. Why I reached out to Daily Dot? Because you are, again, disastrous and someone we sorely need to kick rocks." And you said, "Remember you're representing the largest community platform in the FGC. Be neutral and fair." And then he responds with, "I've humored you long enough. The community has humored you long enough. Your weird form of influence needs uprooting. I am done now. Say whatever you want because I'm not going to give you any sort of platform." And then HMan78 responds, "Even if people don't agree with Triforce, he is still a gamer like all of us and a human being." When I see something like that, that's what makes me, as you see the title of this episode, The True Destructive Nature of the FGC. Because you're on a website and you think you're some kind of media, you go after somebody because you don't like them. I mean, let's be real. He don't like you, Triforce. I don't want to be the one to wreck it, but he don't like you. So no matter what is said, you're going to be wrong. You could turn around right now and say, all right, you know what, guys? For every injustice you think I did, I've been lying to you motherfuckers, and I've been a millionaire this whole time, and I'm donating $1 million to Evo. They'd still say, no, you're a scumbag. Because you're labeled, you're branded, that's it. You know, it goes hand in hand with real life situation. If you go to work and you're late every day and your boss goes, yo, motherfucker, you're late every day. If you don't shape up, you're out. And you say, you know what, you're right. And you come to work for the next 6 months, 10 minutes early for work every day, you're good to go. And you're like, good, I fixed that. And then the next day, you're late again. All that time that you came in on time is forgotten. He remembered the fact that you were late again, and you're going to get relabeled. That is a perfect example of how hypocritical this community really is. I understand, and you know, I've explained it to you before. I'm Fox News, you're MSNBC. We don't have to see eye to eye on shit. But I've always treated you civil. I've always treated you with respect. But shit like that is what's going to... Where are you going to go? So now SRK's writers gets to dictate who and who it doesn't get to be in the community?
That's what it comes off as. And see, the thing here is that people criticize your show, right? But they don't understand that the very community of fighting games they're actually the creation of your show. They spawned, the On Blast show was spawned by the fighting game community, because when Alphaism Radio came on and all of these other community platforms to voice your opinion came up on, we all started with the forums, right? But we can't really express ourselves because people will gang up on you on forums. It's no different like Reddit. You put a topic out, if you put a topic out positive about Empire Arcadia, it gets downvoted.
Yeah, me too.
You put a negative topic about it, it gets upvoted.
Upvoted to the roof.
Yeah, so it's like it's kind of biased. You can't really get an objective point of view from any particular subject, because it's all based on what's popular. And this is where I come up with that little hashtag popular over principle. I was going to say principality.
Principality.
Yeah, popular over principle, and it's just not fair. Like you representing, you're the editor in chief of SRK. Right, which is pretty much the fighting game community as a whole,
which is the left hand of Evo.
Pretty much the left hand of Evo, right? How could you go? It's one thing to question the guy who's having me on the show. Why are you interviewing Triforce and you're giving his thing? But to sit there and suggest to him that he shouldn't do it is just wrong. Like, who goes around and telling SRK who they should not interview? And people were retweeting. People were supporting and all this other stuff, and they always have something negative to say. Oh, well, the On Blast show is just a disgusting blah, blah, blah. Well, the On Blast show would not exist if everyone was kind of fair about it.
If this show, and it's funny because what he just did to the Daily Dot, and I give props to Daily Dot for sticking to their guns and not bending to that type of bullshit. That is the reason if you go look at episode 1, it was because the two guys that I put on the show were banned for TYM for back in the day what was considered being ultra scumbags, which now is just called trolling. They received a lifetime ban, and they tried to go on a show called the Wule Show, and Test Your Might said, if you bring these guys on your show, we're going to boycott your show. And I said to myself, who the fuck are they? To tell me, and the guys that did the show backed down to them and said, okay, we won't put them on. So then what I did with Dark Natives is I said, who the fuck does TYM think they are? to tell people who and who isn't in this community or who's a part of this community. I said, I'll put these guys on the show. And at least if I put them on the show, I'll try to resolve the issue, which is what got them this lifetime ban from the get-go. Now, it didn't work out the way I planned it. And, you know, I got my flack from TYM. But you want to know something? A year later, on my year anniversary, my first year of the show, I brought those two guys back, and the guys that had problems with them, and they all sat down and they said, you know, it was kind of fucking stupid about the shit that we were fighting about, because now we all looked at it back in the day as being super scumbag, and now it's just called trolling. Because the time went by, and everything they did is just what people do now, except you don't get lifetime bans. And it felt good for me. Not for the viewers, not for, you know, for the guys that we're dealing with. It felt good for me to know that I put a couple of things in motion that resolved an issue that was going on for a long time. And are they best friends? No. But they're civil. There's no little wars. They're not out there talking shit about each other. Everybody's moved on to their own thing. And for what they said to Daily Dot, I was like, wow, please tell me these guys aren't going to back down. So I give them full props for that.
I definitely give them full props for that. I was, for the longest time, for almost, and Daily Dot brought up something regarding this on with the media. I've been fighting this biasness literally for 14 years, and some people even tell me, Triforce, like, why don't you give up? And I'm telling them, like, when you understand the situation for what it really is, you're not gonna give up. They're gonna have to physically kill me before I give up, because I'm not gonna let people bully me, and that's what they've been doing. They asked a question, Triforce, so how come you have all this They asked the question, Triforce, how come you have all of...
Tell the person who sucks at whatever game he's playing, not to mash so much.
It's kind of hard to tell them to do that. They're playing. But yeah, for what they've done to me, if I had a fair platform to discuss the issues that Empire Arcadia has gone through over its 14 years, the reputation of EMP would not be this bad. But because of the few platforms that I had were limited, and I was not able to get my point across, and then they use community influence, and I'm talking about like top players who should have they should be neutral in the situation, because it's not like you're going to hear me come around saying, how many times have you had people on the On Blast show that's in the fighting game community overall, that you come on to blast them or whatever the case may be? Have you ever seen me come on the show, right, and say, and then pile on like the community sometimes does with this hive mind mentality? Oh yeah, you know, I agree with this guy. I think this guy's a scumbag. I never do that, and that's because I consider myself a leader. Now some people are like, oh, you're not a leader. Well, I just said I consider myself a leader. If you don't consider me a leader, that's fine. But as a leader, I'm not gonna pile on somebody because of my opinion to them. I believe that a person is innocent until you can prove them guilty. That's how, and I believe that with anything. It doesn't have to be a law that made it into the United States of America. That's just, you have to prove the person guilty. And my reputation is based purely 100% on accusations. 100%. I believe Mike Watson can return to this community this year and everyone will accept him with open arms. And it is not a problem for something he is guilty of, that everyone unanimously, with no, well, you know, I think he did, no, he's guilty 100% of losing whatever amount of money lost for Super Arcade, whether it's his fault or not. The point is he's guilty of that. I can just be accused of something, and it's hell on earth, like the Knuckle Do situation. A personal situation happens between me and him at dinner. Hey, Travis, I got you on food. All right, cool. check comes up, now you got to pay for it yourself. I don't want to pay for you anymore. Well, I'm not going to pay for it. And it's, oh my goodness, Triforce is a scumbag. You should have seen the tweets. This is a prime example why anyone who's dealing with Empire Arcadia right now should leave Empire Arcadia right now, because Triforce did not pay the $10 for food that someone else said he was going to get him on. That's why they should leave Empire Arcadia. You have to start asking yourself to question this. Like, yo, who are you? Why did you make that statement? If you ever notice all the trouble that I get into with a lot of people, it's always the end result is Empire Arcadia. It should hurt Empire Arcadia somehow, some way. It has nothing to do with me. Let's damage the team. You know something? Hey, listen, we want to work with you, member of Empire Arcadia, with your situation. But in order for us to work with you, you have to leave Empire Arcadia. Why? Because they have a bad reputation. A bad reputation with who? With the community. What? What does my reputation have anything to do with anything? People are still talking to people in the community who have done, like you've said on your show, 100 times worse than me, and it's all good. But let Triforce do something like not feed the mouse in my house, and it's Triforce should go to prison. You know.
Imagine the tweets.
Yeah, exactly. The tweet. Did you hear what Triforce did? A rat was in his house and he didn't give him a piece of cheese. This is exactly what we're talking about. We got to get rid of guys like him. Like, what?
I don't know about you, but that kind of guy, I don't want president.
I mean, if you really think about it, okay, I mean, the bias has been there forever. You've created your own drama, which you haven't ever even denied. You've never come out and said, hey, I'm a saint.
No, there's things I've done. There's things I've done questionably unethical, but it's not to what the community is. Excuse me. It's not to what the community is talking about. It got nothing to do with it. It's stupid stuff like things that actually have nothing to do with the fighting game community. Actually, it has everything to do with like businesses and stuff like that. Like I told you, Game Express first starting out the team 2002. I wanted to get some guys on board, and I fired my entire staff to hire guys on my team. Now, that was a scumbag move. That's kind of messed up. These people had livelihoods and they had their job, and I did it so I could put my friends on. But like, come on, who doesn't do that in life?
I mean,
who doesn't?
Let me. What and you know, because again, you know, the Daily Dot couldn't resist that do comment towards the end. And it was like, I think you had actually dropped off the call already. And they mentioned you had dropped off the interview, and then the other dude mentioned the whole do thing. What are they calling it? Food gate or whatever the fuck they're calling it. What I find funny, okay, is, and I mentioned this to you, in 2014, I went to defend the North in the hotel in Flushing. And we all went out to dinner. And it was you, Tampa Bison, and a little 15-year-old kid named Knuckle Dew. You hit me up because you and them, or them and you, or whatever, needed a couple of bucks for the food, and I threw $20. Did I go on to Twitter and go do the broke-ass motherfucker, and I had to take care of this fucking guy? No. I just did it.
And see, and the people don't know about stuff like that, and that is my entire point. Like, when we went to defend the North, you know, everyone competed and whatnot, and for whatever reason, and this happened, this is common. I don't know why people are making, like, this is what I'm talking about, the community. The community is so fake. How many times do we go to a tournament? People lose bets. People are broke. They go to Denny's, and guys are, yo, can you spot me on food? And you get a food. Everyone is acting like, you know, this is not a normal situation, and people ask people, can they spot them? And I begged you for $20 to feed them. It wasn't even to feed me. It was to feed them. Now, do I go around going on Twitter? Yo, I had to ask James for $20 to feed Knuckle Dew and Tapper Bison because they were broke asses. What? Who does that? Like, really, who does that? Nobody does that, man. Nobody, no one self-respecting person does that. And I told Jerron when we were on the train home, I was like, Knuckle Doo is gonna go on Twitter and say that. And Jerron actually defended Knuckle Doo. He's like, nah, Triforce, Knuckle Doo's not petty like that. He's like, I know you had a falling out with him or whatever, but like, nah, Knuckle Doo is not like that. I said, you don't know these people like how I do. You're a top player or a respected player in the community, so they're never going to say anything negative about you. I am not a fighting game player, so as far as they're concerned, they have something discriminatory or prejudice to say about me, because I am not a part of their community. And it's like I'm an immigrant. I'm from the retro gaming community, and I migrated over to the fighting game community. So because I'm not a true fighting game player, then people can disrespect me. It's like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an immigrant, right? And the country, like Donald Trump is going around telling people like, oh, we should have immigrants over here and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what Elon Musk has contributed to American culture? Does anyone understand what he has contributed to American culture? And he is not an American. He's an immigrant. And that's and that's my entire point. I may not be a part of the fight. No, I may not be a true fighting game community member, but look what I have done for the community. And everyone wants to kind of black that out like it doesn't matter, which is the point you're making. I'm late a couple of times, and then for 6 months to a year, I'm early. And the one time I'm late, one other time, it's like hell on earth.
Actually, he no good. We're not all immigrants. I was born from ancestors of immigrants. I am American. American, Americock, whatever you want to call it. When people say that to me, I go, I am not, like Arcade Ghost just said, I am not an immigrant. My ancestors immigrated to the United States. My grandparents, my great-grandparents fucked here in New York, popped out kids, and then they fucked more in New York and popped out more kids, and then my parents fucked one more time and popped me out. So
well, I'm definitely not an immigrant, but I'm not American either. I'm just a straight African. Period. I'm an African that so happens to be in America or wherever else I go, and I don't even put black. What is black? That's not an ethnicity. The hell is black?
Well, see, first of all, this is the one thing I've never understood about that. Your hair is black. You're not black.
Yep, exactly. My hair is black. My hoodie I'm wearing that says No Life, and I'm sitting next to a guy called No Life. That's black. I'm African. And
wait, hold on. Let me correct. Now he no good. If you're not a native, well, okay. First of all, one of my white ancestors fucked a Cherokee, so therefore I got some Cherokee blood in me. But I say to people when they say that, I go, look. If you own Florida and I own Georgia and I go down to fucking Florida and fuck you up and take your shit, guess what? It's mine. Now you can say it belonged to you, but it don't no more. And that's how the world's always been.
James, I want to make someone asked that, hey, Triforce, I thought you were Jamaican. So I'm going to try to explain to people something so that they can understand something. We had this discussion on your show before, but for those who are new and don't understand, there are only 4 ethnicities in the world. There's Caucasian, there's Asian, there's indigenous, or actually, I wouldn't even say Spanish. It's just indigenous, or then you have African. Spanish people are Spaniards. Spaniards
just Spain.
Are white. Or Spain, yes. Spaniards are white. Irish.
Goon Wild said, if you ain't a dinosaur, you're an immigrant.
Okay. So when we're looking at the situation here, right? Those are the 4 ethnicities. Outside of your ethnicity, you have your nationality. Nationality is where you are born. My ethnicity is African. My nationality is Jamaican. James MK, his ethnicity is Caucasian. His nationality is American. People need to understand this because it confuses a lot of people. So I'm not gonna, sit here and rag on anybody for getting it wrong, but a lot of people get that wrong. And because of that,
fucking K-Mark said you're wrong. It's Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid, and Autoloid.
Well, if I don't know, I guess so. All I know is that, well, to be very honest, if we're gonna go there, everyone is African.
Pretty much.
White people too. Everyone comes out of Africa. Everyone came out of the black woman. Period. White, black, orange, yellow, blue, green, whatever. Lucky Charms, you call it, whatever. But let's not get into that. That's just something. That's gonna get into something else.
Yeah.
But going back to the reason why I made that comparison is because this is the discrimination that I get from the FGC. Because I am not a fighting game player, I have always gotten this flack since November 26, 2002. SRK, check the forums. My entrance to the fighting game community has been plagued with nothing but trolling, nothing but dissing. And on a daily dot, they were asking, well, Triforce, what did you do to get this negative, persona? And I said, what do you mean? It's been that way for 14 years. And so you can't sit here and say, oh, Triforce is something you did wrong. When I entered the scene, it has been that way. So you have to ask yourself the question, what is wrong with the scene? Why is the scene doing that to me? Now, if I go, it's because I'm black. Oh my goodness, here comes Triforce pulling the race card. But let's take a look at the black leaders of the FGC, pioneer-wise, right? Let's take a look at them, right? How many black leaders in the FGC are there? Let's have that conversation, James.
Okay, hold on. Let me just put in one thing here. There we go. All right. So, leaders of the black lead, we'll start from the top and work to the bottom. You have two black men that run Evo.
Yes, which is funny, because if you put that, as you said in a conversation with me, if the cannons were in a crowd at a video game tournament, how many people would recognize them?
People would stand next to the cannons. FGC people would stand next to the cannons and probably think to themselves, I wonder what game this nigga be playing. I mean, literally, it's the forefront of Evo has been Seth Killian and Mr. Wizard. And these guys, again, I'm not pointing fingers at nobody, but these guys have done a great job. And I don't personally, and this is opinions before people go out there and say, I'm stating fact. I personally believe that if the cannons had not done it the way they did, Evolution would not have succeeded the way it did. So we went from the cannons, and then we'll trickle down and we'll say, who else do we have? We have Biggie and Larry. Now, some could say that it's a East Coast, West Coast reasoning, but I always see shit happening that's positive, but it always seems like they're kind of passed up. Now, again, this is a white guy that is used to saying controversial shit, and again, I reiterate, this is my opinion. But it always seems like those two events get more shit than any of the other events out there. Whether it's something.
Wait, which two?
Larry and
Biggie?
And Biggie.
Okay, go on.
After that, there is none.
There's what about the MVG, the guys that I used to work with?
Oh, that's right. And you have Greg from MVG in the Smash community, and as I've been doing, and I can't speak on it 100% now because, like I said, I guess this is my my CNN, MSNBC, Fox News exclusive thing that I've been doing research on. Greg, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Modern Sayer or something, who runs MVG,
Mondeser, yeah.
has been trying to keep and grow in the Smash community, but the powers that be in the Smash community, which is the dude from, I believe, as you know, again, this is me tongue in cheek, I believe the event is Odyssey or Genesis. The gentleman that does that is doing everything in his power to, and I hate to say it because I hate when blacks say it, keep the man down, but they really are. They really are going out of their way. I've seen things that have gotten thrown my way where literally emails are getting sent to people, not even in just the States, over to Japan to tell their players, no, don't go to that event. Now, there's a new person in the community, Smash was speaking about, guys, that, oh, he just chimed in. There's a new black gentleman in the FGC who just took over an event called Apex, Mr. B. Futeki. And I don't know how much flack he's been getting, but I can guarantee you this. It's not been a peaceful road for him, because I really haven't hit on it, because I know he likes to keep a lot of things, you know, close to his heart, and not, he's not an on blast guy. He comes on the show, but he's not going to be like, oh, fuck this, fuck this, fuck this. But I'm sure he's getting pushback. But meanwhile, you have a sexual harasser, and that was okay, because he was white or Spanish. It was all right to have him running things. We just ignore that, sweep that under the rug. And now I see, what I'm starting to see is the pushback, which is this community, as I've stated time and time again, the West Coast with their tofu burgers and their fucking, you know, their organic shakes and their fucking Starbucks are full of shit when they say this community is kumbaya and we're all accepting. We are all accepting in one aspect. We're all gamers and we're all geeks. I don't care if you are a hood rat from Detroit. I don't care if you're a Cal Poly fucking nuclear physicist. I don't care if you're a fucking lifeguard in Florida or a homeless man begging for quarters in Manhattan, in New York. We're gamers and that's what unifies us. But the fucked up part is, at the end of the day, we still polarize ourselves within our own community. But yet we lie. And I do use that word, lie, to say we're an accepting community. People don't accept me because I say things that they might think are bullshit. But I can do it, and I don't get as much flack than you. I've gotten called the White Triforce. But I can get away with it more, and I do believe it is because I'm white. I genuinely do. That if I was another black man in this community saying what I say, yes, I would have banned. I'd be on episode 17 before I got banned.
No, the On Blast show would not have even been on Twitch. You could not have gotten away with this show on Twitch the way you speak. And no, sorry. I firmly believe there's no way you could have gotten away with this show.
Yeah, well,
not as a black man. Impossible.
And the reason, and I've been reading into it and looking around and browsing the Reddit. I was looking at Reddit today for a little bit. You know, I lurk. You know, I don't really comment, but I lurk. If somebody comments and they say they're James MK, they're not me. You'll know it's me. I'll tell you it's me. And you'll know it's me because you'll ask me questions like you did the one other time. But the fact of the matter is, I started this many episodes ago when you told me to Google esports and look through the images until I found the black man. And I had to go literally like 20 pages deep before I seen the custodian of the venue sweeping the floor, who happened to be black.
That was wrong. Why'd you have to name out the custodian?
All right, we'll make him the manager of the popcorn stand, whatever. The point is, there's no esports black people that are in the League of Legends that are showcase talent. Now, for me, looking into this scene, and you know, again, like I was just talking to somebody today, I just spent 40 grand this week on bills. I got money. I'm cheap with my money, but I got money. And the point is, when I look at this, I was looking to invest. I've given money in pop prizes and all this. My biggest turnoff in this scene is the fact that FGC is a predominantly black community. I can't give you a percentage, but I can tell you this: you're not going to an event.
Hold on, well, James, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's be more politically correct about it. The FGC, it's better to say this because it's close. It's better to say in this manner. The FGC is the white people are the minority. That is the best thing to say, because it is not predominantly black. It's heavily mixed.
I don't know. Like I said, well, that's my thing.
Asian, Spanish.
If I had to try and figure out, you know, because it's been hard. Because all the events that I go to, I try to gauge. And when I walk around on the floor, and people see me walking around on the floor, sometimes I just look like I'm a fucking, you know, out of my mind, just walking around aimlessly. So you know, I'm counting in my head blacks to Asians to whites, the ratio with Spanish. So I'm gonna put Spanish and black in the same thing. You're the dominating race. The minority is the majority. And with that said, looking at other esports, knowing it's not that way. You know, and somebody on Twitter, when I mentioned something somewhere, and I started getting hate from black guys. This fucking guy don't know what he's talking about. Okay, go to a fucking esports event. Even in the crowd, you can barely find blacks. They're there, but I mean, it's predominantly, the crowds are predominantly white.
10 black people in a crowd of 1,000 people is not having black people in your crowd. That's not. I think that's 1%. No, it's not. It's 1/10 of 1%.
You know, Tifu said it. You know what? In the FGC, believe it or not, especially in the United States, or obviously the United States, I can't use Asia as an example, it's sprinkled with a couple of Asians. Really, if you think about it, there's not that big of an Asian community in the FGC in America.
Yep.
You know, but the fact that the fact that the Cannons, Bifuteki, Larry, Eric, and what's his name over at MVG?
Greg.
And Greg are at the TO level, and then you look at the crowd for the crowd support, and you see predominantly black. But yet it's not showcased. There's not an even balance. You want the shuck and jive and blacks to shut up so we could be esports. They want guys like Korn silenced. I saw a video of Keats telling Adonis to shut the fuck up at an event because they were getting loud and rowdy. You know, now, what do you want? You know, that's what you got to ask. What do you want out of this community as a player? You know, are you there to enjoy yourself, or are you there to make a career? If you're going to these events with the intent of someday never having to work a job because, you know, the esports wagon is going to pull in and just pour shit tons of money out of the back of a bank truck, you are in for the worst fucking next 20 years of your life. Because they're not going to do it.
Well, not the FGC. That's for sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm directing this to the FGC.
No,
now, there's people out there. There's people out there from the West Coast that'll hear me saying this kind of stuff, and they'll say, "Don't listen to the negative. Accentuate the positive." Those are the people, whether OG or no G or a 09er or a 16er, that are looking to capitalize on this. They're looking at it and they're saying, if they're an old school guy, they're going, hey, I put so much fucking time into this shit and I got dick, I got craps. I got to do something now fast to get out and get something out of it. Short-term thinking is exactly what it is. Now, I look at this, and I've told guys a million times on the show, send me resumes, I'll help you if I can get jobs. He no good, you just hit me up about apartments. I'll fucking help somebody find an apartment. I'll do what I can if you ask. But what I will not do to you is I will not turn around to you and tell you, well, I'm going to teach you how to body people in Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat so you could become a top player. That's not my job. That's your work. My job is to say, you came to me as a person saying, can you help me with this? If you're coming to me 100%, I will come back at you 100%. And in the FGC, we are, and when I say we, I do mean the you people, as in my people, we are racist. And we can spin it however you want. I've sat in bars with people, both black, gay, transgender. Listen, if you're a transgender, I'll drink out of the same fucking bottle as you. I know teammates that had straight players and transgender players and gay players that wouldn't drink out of the same bottle. Because they think somehow if you drink out of that bottle, your penis is going to fall off and you're going to identify as a woman now. And that is the realest part of the scene that's there. And that's the East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, everywhere. But then we're going to go on to the Twitters and the social medias and say, we're kumbaya. We all just get along. We're gamers. Bullshit. Bullshit. If that's the case, all the TOs would work well together because the TOs would look at it and say, we're all squirrels trying to get nuts. No. What do we get? We get, we're all squirrels trying to get nuts, but don't fuck with those two black squirrels. Don't fuck with this guy.
And believe it or not, that's actually being said literally verbatim.
Oh, I know.
Oh, where's this guy Greg getting his money from? He must be a drug dealer.
Why
he
is
must be a gangster.
A black man's either a drug dealer or a thief in our scene. No different than how you get looked at in society.
Exactly. I just don't understand why. I don't understand how that gets. Why do they say that all the time? It's gotten to a point now, James. My whole demeanor, how I used to look at the FGC, always being angry, all of that. It's like I can't be angry no more, and the reason why I can't be angry anymore is because of the I can't be angry anymore because of the way the people in the scene do it to themselves and what's going to happen by these people coming in to help build up the esports scene, not for the fighting game community, but in fighting games. What they're going to do, currently I don't know how the FGC is going to survive. It won't. What am I talking about? It's just not going to survive. What's going to happen is you're going to have a massive fallout. And in that massive fallout, you're just going to have all these people leaving the teams and going mainstream. And then anyone else who stays behind is completely done. They're gonna have to convert. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna convert into spectators. That's what they're mainly gonna do.
They're not, but then again, this is where I bring the spectator thing in. You're gonna. This is where it can never, ever, ever, ever work, because League of Legends will fill up Madison Square Garden or Counter Strike. Those fans come from the tri-state area. We're the FGC. Our broke asses don't travel nowhere. So the fact, I was talking to Law earlier from the Tekken community, and I asked him the same question. You know, and I'll ask it to you in this way. You know, knowing how good you are in Tetris, if you came out of the wild and they said, look, we're having a Tetris tournament for the Florida scene, would you go all the way down there just to be a spectator of a player? Just to watch, knowing that you could beat them, or thinking you can beat them.
That's kind of, I can't, I really, that's difficult to kind of say. I really don't. Hello?
That button slapping over there. What is he playing? Fucking track and field?
They're playing Marvel 1. So it's sorry about that. I'll just try to mute my mic in between what they're saying. All right.
I thought they were playing track and field with all that button smashing.
Nah, they're playing Marvel 1 over here.
You know, but, you know, reality is this. You wouldn't go out of your way just to be a spectator knowing you're good. Knowing you have that competitiveness in you still. And then being told, yeah, no, you can go to the event and watch. Pay $25 for a spectator seat to sit in the nosebleed seats.
Do you see what, I don't mean to change the subject, but there's something that's in the chat that's kind of funny. And some guy put it out. Rome himself said something very profound. He said, all scenes have their dirt. The FGC is just too stupid, and they put it all out in the open.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean...
Which is funny, because that's the entire point of your show, the true destructive nature of the FGC. From that stuff that you said, what did you go over the topic about what happened on TV with the CW thing?
A little bit. I didn't really get into it too much.
Oh, okay. But you didn't cover the whole thing with Pig of the Hut yet.
No, I'm gonna
we'll do that later.
Yeah, we'll do that in a little bit. In fact, okay. You know what? Let me add, because I told Chris I was ice cold. I was gonna add him. So let me add him into this, because he's probably sitting there going, "Dude, I fell asleep." That was like at 11.
Okay.
You know, but basically, what's up there? Ice cold. Did you fall asleep on me?
Is he in the chat?
No, he's in the Skype call. I brought him on the call.
Yo, what up, man?
Okay, here you are. All right, so you know, like me and Triforce was just saying, like I said, you know, I briefly hit on this. So like I said, you know, coming from the Mortal Kombat community, I was actually like really, I was excited to see that, you know, they're doing like a reality show with some of these top players. And it's under the ESL brand, and it's for the, you know, get the road to the cup, you know, which is, you know, a cool theme, you know.
Hold on, James.
What?
James, click the chat. Click what Bowman sent.
Oh,
look what Bowman wrote. The link.
Yeah, I told them to make me that.
That is godlike. Hold on.
Let me save it and put it up in there.
Walter Odin Day was the king of Izir. He is a god of war and death, and as well as sky. Oh, he needed a quote. Damn. All right, you know something? Bowman, I'm gonna find you an official quote from Walter Day, and you can just change that. Hold on. Let me go look for it. Keep talking, James.
All right, hold on. Let me put that in on my desktop. My Mr. Rogers.
I've seen that shit.
let me put it in the stream.
It looks authentic, though. It looks authentic.
He does all my art. This dude's a fucking saint.
The last words, yo. Thus he granted the mortals twin galaxies.
That's real. Don't change that quote. Don't. In the end, the thus he granted the mortals twin galaxies. Don't change that. I got something for you. Hold on. I'm gonna go look for it.
Fucking Walter Day.
Yeah, that's some funny shit, man.
Let me load up. Damn, fucking load time in between. Fucking, I gotta read. I downgraded my fucking XSplit because I was trying to. I hope when I upload this, I ain't gotta redo it. Because I learned. See, Natus probably hates the fact because, you know, granted, I give Natus credit. When Natus used to work with the show with me, and he would do all the conversions, because I would play like songs in between shit, so he'd have to go through the whole fucking episode and edit shit out because of the copyright shit. So I was more of a pain in the ass. But since he's left, I'm like, well, you know what? The easiest way to do that, which I don't know why Natish didn't tell me, he could just say, like, stop playing songs in between shit. Which I do. Like, when I stream all the songs and shit in the beginning, I don't record that onto the final take. But, all right, getting back to the Mortal Kombat. You know, for those who have joined. So I started watching this, and I said, you know, it's kind of cool. They brought out some of the top players, you know, for ESL, and they basically took them out to Vegas to film them and like let them interact, and everything was cool. The director or producer or editor for it was doing a great job. I liked the show. You know, me and Pig of the Hut may not get along on everything. I was like, you know, it's cool. Like, here's a guy, he just had his kid. You know, he's doing it. He's got the support of the wife. And I'm like, it was family fun, if I can even fucking get those words to come out of my mouth. All right now, dude. But now, I watched episode 5, and they have a meet and greet. And trust me, it's Mortal Kombat, it's video games. It wasn't like a Michael Jackson fucking tour coming up and thousands of people showed up. And this one kid showed up. And now I could have played the episodes, but I'd rather you guys go and watch it. You know, you could download the CW app on your phone and watch it like I did. And, you know, this one kid came up to him with his father, and he said, you know, yeah, I'm a big fan of yours. I love watching you play Mortal Kombat. He says, well, you want to play? And basically, you know, Sonic throws the match. You know, and he lets the kid win. And then the next cut of the scene, because at that point I was like, wow, you know what? That's why I like Sonic Fox. Now, we all knew, you know, he's the best Mortal Kombat player in the world. I knew he threw the match. But the editors, rather than turn around and just roll to the next section, had to make sure Sonic came on, and he said, you know, hey, you know, I really like this meet and greet. You know, I like to meet people and fans and all that. Yeah, I threw the match to the kid. And they left it in there. So now when this kid watches this episode, he's going to be like, and of course he probably knows the match was thrown, but you don't want to be told that. You don't want to have somebody tell you that.
There was no reason to even mention that at all. There's no reason to put that part in the film. Nothing.
Piss poor editing. So now you turn around and it rolls on a little bit more, and now the players are talking about the standings. And the way the standings were working is one of the guys needed Pig to lose, because if Pig won, Pig would have had to play Sonic Fox first round. Now Pig ain't no fool. Pig says, I don't want to play Sonic first round. I'll be in the loser's bracket in the second match. And he accepted that. But then on the flip side, he also knew by him losing his first match for the top 8, to get into the top 8, that him losing would push somebody else forward, part of their little clique. So what did he do? Not only did he throw the match, but the camera crew was there while he was playing the match, throwing it, while literally saying, yeah, I'm throwing this. I'm blowing this. I'm getting let this guy think he's going to win, but he, you know, think I'm trying. I'm not trying. I need to lose for this guy to move forward. Now, again, in real sports, that's called shaving. You know, you'd be banned from any sport for shaving like that.
It's shaving? I thought it was collusion.
It's collusion too, but it's shaving. You're basically saying,
okay.
You're basically saying that you're throwing the match in order for a better result for somebody else. But we can call it, you know, FGC term, collusion, which we all look down upon apparently, but not that hard. This is not a team
Depends on who you
sport.
are.
This is not a team sport. This is an individual sport. So by me, it bothered me that he admitted it. And again, some TYM motherfuckers are gonna probably be like, "Yo, dude, fucking, James MK's on his show blasting Pig." Again, I don't hate Pig. Let me save this picture now again. Olden.
That's perfect.
Day.
That's an actual quote from Walter Day, so it goes with the theme.
And let me load it in here. Let's see what we got. Let's go to this one. And what really fucking killed me about it was the fact that they say this.
Ooh.
They say this, and they don't care.
Jesus, what the fuck?
They say it as if it's a joke. And it's like, what are you doing over there?
Who, me?
Yeah, sounds like somebody fucking breaking shit up.
No, I was sorry. I should have muted the mic. I was trying to move my table around.
But, and again, people on the Test Your Might universe, this James MK, you're angry, going after Pig. No, this is the community you motherfuckers want. You want to be esports, and then this is the first thing that comes out in an opportunity. Just like with MLG, when guys blew shit up there saying how MLG's the future, and y'all said, fuck the rest of the FGC, we're esports now. And we all see how that worked out. And I feel bad because in the eyes of the FGC, episode 5 of that show just set that community back, because now it's the old classic 60s quiz show where they gave the one guy the questions. Because you basically just turned around to me and said, well, if you're part of the clique, you could qualify. Because keep in mind, many variables. This is held online until it's offline. And what stops, person A going over to Triforce's house? What stops Pig of the Hut from going to Triforce's house under your name to get you to qualify? Because it's online. You just got to sit on the mic and go, yeah, this is Pig of the Hut. And I'll do it for you. And then you just get on the mic and be like, yep, nope, this is Triforce. And it hurts esports for the FGC. Just like the whole Chris G at Next Level, when they were doing the colluding and Spooky threw the mic down and got mad and shut it off. It's not a way, it's definitely not helpful to the community. And I know I've called it out. Others will say it's just me being the usual dick. But am I wrong? People in the chat, you two in the channel, am I wrong here? Am I overreacting to it? Where somebody literally just threw the matches so his friend can qualify? Is that competition? Now, in teams, okay, it also happens, and this is what they will bring up. They will turn around and they'll say, well, if you clinch the playoff spot, you're not going to put your best players in. Because you obviously don't want them hurt for when the playoffs start. And you don't need to jeopardize, you don't need to jeopardize your number one quarterback, for a game that doesn't matter at this point. But this is different. Now, of course, there's a flip side to it, too. People will say, I'd rather have someone throw a match than fucking have early access to competitive video games. Spooky was Goldberg that day. It's you want esports, but you don't want to work for it. Something, and again, everybody on the TYM universe that'll eventually, somebody will click onto this and be like, oh, James went in on Pig. This ain't going in on Pig. This is going in on the freaking director. If nobody said nothing, and if you didn't film that, it would have never happened. I tell everybody the same thing. You're only a cheater when you get caught. You're slick if you don't. But unless somebody knows you cheated, you didn't cheat. You know, but for them to film it and put it out there, and somehow the producer and the editor said, no, this is good. This is good. This did not help the esports scene at all. Because now what people are going to think is all people do is basically collude, and it'll resonate across the board, because now you got this, which by the way apparently is running on TV.
And that is the worst part about it, the fact that it's on TV. It's one thing if it's in a community, but it's on network TV. This gives the wrong impression, man.
You know.
Yep. People who never heard of Mortal Kombat, they're gonna say, "Oh, look what these guys do."
What do I want to compete if these 8 guys are just gonna throw matches?
Yep. What's the point? You know, this guy's gonna help out his boy, and they're just gonna help each other out. So what's the point? Fuck this.
If people can make those bison dollars, then I support it. Yeah, I mean, look, again, I don't condemn them. I condemn that, as Triforce has always said, the powers that be will come and make things happen. This CW director, editor, producer, you're not going to help. You have literally set the MK community back. Because when that airs, if you don't edit that out, we look like assholes. Literally on national TV.
But James, remember, yo, we've always talked about it. We've always talked about it on Twitter like a million times. This whole FGC to esports, it's a facade. I call it like a mirage. You know what I mean? It's only as good as they want to see it for what benefits them. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And it's only for a select group.
You know, the whole colluding. Everybody knows it's bad. It's just that they say, hey, why you know, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking, but
I mean, I've said this. ESL's going to do a season 3. I'm going to go out this week and buy an Xbox One. How much do you think it's going to piss them off to have to mention my name? How pissed will they be that if I qualify, I don't have to win it all. I don't have to win anything. I got to win a week. 1 week. They got to mention my name. They have to say OBS James MK. In fact, no, I'll change my fucking name to the motherfucking On Blast Show. And they have to acknowledge it because you want to make this shit work. You can't deny a player that won. You know, now, CR Dragon, which, I mean, I don't know, you guys probably don't know who he is. CR Dragon is a player who, I can't say accused because he came out and admitted it, who during Season 2 got caught cheating online with disconnecting and, you know, finagling shit, and they caught him and they disconnected him. I mean, they disallowed him from participating for the rest of the season. So you got a player who's literally pulling his Ethernet cable out during the matches. I don't know how they caught him. I never really asked him. But he came out, he admitted it, and said, yeah, I did. So they banned him for the rest of the season. Now you got this. This is the same thing with the bracketing. You know, again, players in real sports, regardless of your ranking, do not get to choose who and who you don't play and when you don't play them. And that goes for, you know, I won't use team sports. Let's go to tennis. Venus and Serena, if they're matched up first match, don't go up to the U.S. Open and say, yo, this is my sister. I can't play her first match.
That's so true.
It's my training partner. They're gonna go, y'all asses are getting the fuck out there, or we're gonna fine you $10,000 each. But we come from a community. Well, Triforce is my training partner. How could you put me? We traveled all the way from New York to California. And we're like, oh, you know what? You're right. You know what? Ice Cold Pagan, you play Triforce first. Jimmy, you got to buy. We're very selective on it. Even when we create the power ranking system of the infamous SRK's ranking, it's, well, this one's not a tournament. This is a regional. This is a major. We have a skewed view of what's region, major, and it's never had a clear and defined line, even though there is one. We change it depending on the day. All of a sudden, an event like Big E's is a regional because it's all Northeast people. But yet, if Street Fighter 4 gets players from Chile, Japan, Indonesia, Sweden, Russia, Mexico to come down and play, but Mortal Kombat only gets people from the East Coast, we call it a regional. But I go, well, wait a second. You got players coming from all over the world for that particular game. Either the event is a regional or the event is a major. We need to be able to figure out what's what. Now, people even want point rankings on regionals, locals. It's kind of like when you become a boxer. You train your way up. You're an amateur boxer, then you become a professional boxer. It's equivalent to professionals saying, well, I had 200 points when I was an amateur, that needs to carry over. Or like going to college and, transferring to a different college, and you're like, well, I need those credits to transfer. And they're like, yeah, well, you got 200 credits, we'll give you 30. That's what they want. And you can't have it that way. There needs to be a defined rank. Listen, and I've said this to, who did I just say this to? Adonis, over at Corn. They were arguing about the best Ferritors. And, guys were bringing up, well, I won this, and this event. And I said, all that means nothing. It's the match that's in front of you. Triforce, you could have won every Tetris tournament from fucking 1987 up to now. I beat you once, I'm the champ. That's it.
Yeah.
I beat you. And you could turn around and go, oh, but that wasn't a ranked match. I'd be like, motherfucker, it was to me. I wasn't really trying. I was drunk. I was this. I was that. I don't care. I won. That's it.
All excuses.
And it's like, I wasn't really trying. My controller was fucked up. I go, yeah, you're right. You know what, Triforce, you're right. I saw your pad. It was fucked up, but you know what? I won. You got to hold it, and that's it. Not my problem. You prepare for your shit your way. The fact that something gets fucked up is beyond my control. I'm here to compete. That's why, like I said, I hear these people wanting to do, and I was watching there was a couple of things I've been watching where people are discussing, the first to fives, first to sevens, first to this. I am still a firm believer in first to one. None of this bullshit. Oh, I was listening to a Knuckle Do article, a Knuckle Do interview from Defend the North, as a matter of fact, with that Australian or British dude that he was getting interviewed by. And he was talking about the whole long sets versus short sets. Why can't you just accept the fact that if I'm playing Triforce in Mortal Kombat right now, I'm bringing my A game that first game. If you beat me, that's it. You beat me. Now I get to counter pick you and your character's locked in. Now, granted, tournaments would be a shitload shorter. And they would go a hell of a lot quicker. But the fact that people make the excuse, well, I could beat you in a longer set. Okay, well, guess what? I got narcolepsy. And I fall asleep like just standing around. So, yeah, you're going to beat me in a first to 100. You know, and it's like we're constantly raising the bar. You know, it went from 2 or 3 to 3 or 5 to 5 or 7. Now we do first to 15s, 20s, 100s, and it's like it's now not a game of skill. You know, and Knuckledew said it is. I said I disagree with that. It's a game of who can get lulled out first quicker. You know, and that's the thing that I never been able to grasp since coming back. You know, we used to do our tournaments in Mortal Kombat, 1 game done. Now, I allowed you a buyback. That was your double elimination. You paid $10 to enter, you got knocked out. You could put $10 in again, but you're in the loser bracket. See, we didn't have a loser bracket. You bought your way into losers and worked your way out. So that way we made more money. Now if you felt that day you had no confidence, guess what? You don't re-ante up in. You just walk out. But people don't have a tendency to look at it, you know, and say what really competitive is. Competitive is one-on-one, 1 game, 1 shot. And that's it. You know, I don't know where this first to, you know, I could beat anybody in a long set. I'll play I'll play F champ for 10 grand and a first to 22,000. Because I know his ass will fall asleep before mine. I just got to make sure he doesn't win 10,000. Are you guys there, or did I lull you to sleep?
No, we're here. We just mute our mics so that we don't no background noise on our interrupt what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm the same way too.
You know, but it's like this first to 1 million shit is just out of hand already. You know, PL for Nightmare just said it. You know, 13-0 Sonic Fox versus PL. But you want to know something? What are we gonna do? You know, what's next? But Tom Brady got 10-0. Oh no, 10-4, I think it was. You know, and I laugh because I let these guys do their thing. But, you know, it's like, what are we doing as a community? Like, really, what is our agenda? You know, you got a dysfunctional system where you say burn it down. We'll say it in the more political correct term. We need to rip it down and restructure it.
Yep.
Nah, I still think we should burn it down. I'm sorry, there's just no way, man. You gotta weed out the scum. You gotta weed out the filth, the leeches. How do you kill a leech? You burn that motherfucker. It's like a big ass cigar or a lighter.
Adam Sesser, the longest I've ever stayed up was about a week. And that was during Mortal Kombat 1 crunch time to get the game out. I literally stayed up for 160 hours or 138 hours or some whacked out number. Let me add Nightmare in here. You know, I also was upset with Slayer for only playing 100 matches straight. Brady gets mad at everything. But, you know, it's to the point where these people keep saying you got to wipe out the negativity, yada, yada, yada. But the fact is, you don't supply the answers to fixing it. You're supplying the answers to fixing your financial situation. And that's the difference. Telling people not to associate with the negative, you know, is basically saying ostracize anybody that don't agree with you. Kick them out. If we kick enough dissension out, then we'll be esports. But that's also how communism starts. And that's exactly what this is. It's a regime that will dictate who and who doesn't get to have an opinion. Triforce can't say nothing. You're a fucking scumbag. You're a thief. You're a leech. You're this.
Yeah.
You're that.
No one should give me any platform to try to even defend myself.
You know, what that dude Ian at SRK did, I didn't respond to it because I said, you know, I'm not going to add gasoline onto this fire. But it was wrong. It was the same reason this show started, that what he just did.
That's the main reason why shows like your start and even exist, because of that. Because if that's like someone accusing me of something, and then I go, no, that's not true, and blah blah blah, and I want to try to defend myself, and I can't because I have no platform to defend myself. So if tomorrow someone says, okay, Triforce saw Knuckle Do again, and he punched him directly in the face, I can't defend myself, even though Knuckle Do is all the way in Florida right now, and whatever. People will just believe it, and that's it. First of all, when the whole situation with Knuckle Do even started, people had the whole situation completely different. It didn't even make any sense. Like, the story that was told wasn't even the story that the community had. It was something all of a sudden, instead of me being me, Jerron, and Knuckle Do, it was me, Jerron, Tommy Guns, and somebody else. I'm like, how did these two other people magically appeared in the area where we are? It's just crazy, and they don't allow you a platform to speak for yourself. So if a player in EMP will say, Triforce owes me this money, they will never tell you the context of the entire story. They'll just say Triforce owes me this money, and that's it. Like a story. I don't want to bring this up, but I shouldn't bring it up. Nah, it's all water under the bridge.
Just stick to today's shit.
Yeah, we'll stick with it today. Yeah,
honestly though, I didn't know that you did that for what you said about the $20 for Knuckle Do and Tampa Bison.
Yeah, because I didn't want to put it out there. It's nobody else's business.
But the thing is, but that's nothing, because I have done that for 14 years for my players. But you will never, I don't go around telling people, oh, I bought this guy something. I don't, that's who does that? Like, who really does that? No, I'm not going to do that.
It just makes the whole thing even more and more petty, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm like, if I'm going to talk about something, right? If I'm going to talk about something in terms of like the, what I do for as a team, then yeah, of course I'll talk about that, what championships we won and blah blah blah. But I'm not gonna sit there and talk about, oh, I paid for this guy's car, I got his house, and blah blah blah. I don't do stuff. Nah, not that. If I'm gonna boast, I'm gonna boast about some accolade I did in gaming with my team or some other crap like that. But not on a level where you're talking about the kindness of what you did for somebody. That's just wrong.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. You know, again, it is very simple. Wow, this fucking Reddit shit's blowing the fuck up with fucking Markman.
Yeah,
you want to talk?
Wow,
that's the next subject.
Don't forget to talk about that.
I feel for him though. I feel for him. You know, we give him a lot of shit, but nobody want to be jobless.
But I don't, and again, guys are automatically launching into Markman, and I say, look, I am not speaking from being in the know, but I really do not think that Markman set out on a journey to get all these people to buy these Street Fighter 4 sticks, thinking they needed to, only to find out that the Street Fighter PS3 sticks will work. People.
Wait, what? The PS3 sticks work?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still got to use a controller. You have to use a pad to sync at the same time.
You got to do like MK did.
Yeah.
Oh.
But it will work. But it's a pain in the ass. I mean, there really ain't no way around it. It's a real fucking pain. That's why I'm slowly trying to convert to a pad player. I'm looking. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got about 12. I got about a dozen sticks above my head right now, and I don't fuck with them for the simple fact that it's fucking like pulling teeth to get the thing to work. But it does work. And between that and Mad Catz announcing, they're laying off 37% of the company. I think the next step is dissolving the team. That would be the next step. I mean, like they questioned you on the Daily Dot. These top players, they'll get picked up. Without a doubt.
Well, but first of all, speaking about that, the whole dissolving the team, that people have to understand, first of all, it's not. I don't want to say it's not a legitimate. It is a legitimate esports team, but it's not an organic esports team. And for people who want to make fun of me using the word organic, what I mean that the Mad Catz was not generated. Its origin did not come out of the fighting game community.
No, it was manufactured by a company, literally by the industry. The industry's first early steps to come in and try to industrialize, set a footprint into the fighting game community. It would be no different. It would be no different if they made Team Captain or Team Capcom.
Yeah, exactly, and that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing. No one should sit here. At least Mad Catz made an effort. In fact, I think an opportunity, there was a big opportunity missed in the fighting game community that I wanted to push on, but it just did not. There should have been a Team Mad Catz versus Team PDP.
Yeah.
I believe that would have been a godlike thing that would have helped both entities, But
these companies controller companies are more cutthroat than the video game companies themselves.
Yeah.
Because they live and die on those accessories.
Watch it. But from a business standpoint, had they came to an agreement to have an actual comprehensive, structured battle between the brands, they will both be alive right now, doing some big things. Because you have to remember, if you look at the Super Bowl, right? Take a look at the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl has Pepsi and Coca-Cola vying for them every Super Bowl. They're always in competition. There's healthy competition. And the problem is that a lot of these guys do not want healthy competition. What they want to do is
they want to monopolize everything.
Exactly.
Just like EA. When EA bought the NFL license, it killed pretty much everybody else that was making football games.
Speaking of EA, did you hear what happened with the CEO? Oh man, I'm in trouble. My team is in trouble. EMP got problems back in Jamaica.
What happened? What's up?
The CEO of EA just pulled the use of FIFA for esports in any country in the world. It must go through EA Interactive. You can't hold an esports tournament for FIFA anywhere in the world. I'm like, damn.
And this is the same company that's laying people off too.
So what happens if you were to host the tournament?
You get fined. What do you mean? What happens? That's exactly what happens. Or
how much though?
Whatever the lawsuit, it goes to a lawsuit.
Whatever the legal repercussions is, but this further makes my entire point that I said on the On Blast show 2 years ago. These companies are going to come in and they're going to buy up everything. These guys are buying back their own intellectual property. It is a wrap. You see what this bold move EA does? What's to say the other video game companies don't just do the same thing? They're within their legal right to do so. What will happen to the communities? They will all be literally wiped off the face of the earth. You will have to conform. No, you will have to conform. All right, watch this. Let's look at this logically. If every video game publisher in the world says we are going to take the same steps Riot took, we're going to take the same steps FIFA took, we're going to take the same steps that any of these Halo, Call of Duty, and any of these guys took to protect the service rights for their game. Meaning, when I mean service rights, I mean the use of their games, the terms of how their games are being used in the esports. If they all did that, what can the community do? It will be illegal for anyone to host any event, public event.
Eliminated.
Yeah, and with a larger, without the express written consent or use from the publisher and the producer. It is no different from the NBA. You can't just go and have a basketball tournament, a public basketball tournament that brings in thousands of people like Evo, and you're using NBA basketball. You have to go through the NBA for that. You can't just do that. It's not, you somehow you have to be connected to the NBA in terms of using that.
It's
and
like this. It's like this. If you look at restaurant business, okay, you cannot, because you got your restaurant, you want to put the ambiance. So you go and you get music. You can't just fucking put the radio on at a restaurant and let it play. You're not allowed to do that. Okay, that's why they got this thing called Muzak, which is a thing that restaurants pay for. And they pay for the license. So the DM, whatever the hell I can't remember the acronym, the letters for the music association that collects the royalties for those singers. But based on the amount of people that show up to your restaurant, what your clientele is, you turn around and say, I got 20 people. Okay, they say, you know what? All right, you give us $40 a month. You turn around, you say, I got 10,000 people that come to my restaurant a week. All right, well, you give us $5,000 a month. Because it's like cigarettes. You know how much money stores make on cigarettes? Nothing. Not a fucking dollar. They're not allowed to set whatever prices they want. The cigarette company comes in and says, all right, taxes is this is this, you could sell it for this. They say, you should be honored. We're going to generate business for you because you sell cigarettes, and then people will go buy you a cup of coffee. And they'll buy a bagel. And they'll buy some soda. And if the gaming industry does this, every tournament that is out there is going to have to pad people's pockets in order to get those games at those events.
Just to survive. Now, let's bring up another side to this. So you have to ask yourself from a business aspect, from a tournament director or organizer, if this is what it's look like it's going to be coming to, wouldn't it make sense to pad the image of your tournament brand and sell it before it's too late? If you look at the stock market and what's happening in reality, when the bankers know that the stock market is going to crash, the top 1% who knows what's going on always quietly exit the market before the crash. And guess who gets left behind to get destroyed? The people. That is how the Great Depression happened. And if you look at esports in the end of 2015, 2016, look at all the major esports entities. All of a sudden, they're all getting bought out. Why? Who's buying them out? Now look at the fighting game community. Look at Evo. Evo drastically has made a change now, and look at what Evo's gonna be this year. Look at Larry's final round. The minute they started making these mentions about these things, ESPN came into the fold and whatnot. Larry's like, yo, any fight in a final round, yo, you go straight to jail. Why would you make that statement? And that's not to say what Larry did is wrong, but like, no one better get upset if Larry decides to sell final round after final round 20, because that means he put in 20 years. Yep. And I think Larry should. I'm a full supporter. Larry, if you're listening to this show, next year, 2017, that's final round. Literally. Yep. Sell. They come to you, sell it. Get out of there. To go take care of your family. No one can say anything about Larry or Big E because those guys put in 2 decades. They put in 2 decades. Yep. Ain't no one put in any more work than them. Not even Evo. Nope. They put in the most work. Cash out. Because if you don't, they're going to be chained like slaves. And guess what? The community talking about, oh no, we're going to back you. If I had to depend on the community on that, okay, whatever.
This is the same community that shits on them for pools and internet access and streaming.
This is the same community that takes a dump in the hotels, man, on the fucking floor. So
people in this scene are so egotistical, they get mad about a stream. If you are so pretty and you need to be on a stream, go to a casting call and become a fucking actor. Be a fucking porn star. You don't go to these events to be seen. You go there to compete. And the egos of people that complain about streaming are the people that literally are only there for egos. I don't need to be on a stream. I can win Evo and never be seen and walk the fuck out, take my trophy, give Mr. Wizard a big hug, say sorry about the homeboy Tyson shit, and be out.
Speaking of homeboy.
Yeah.
I heard the comeback, yo.
Yeah, he's working on an album.
My nigga.
Yeah, but a lot is going to change. And it's funny. It's funny to see people run around like chickens without heads, trying to situate themselves in positions to have esports notice them. And knowing the dirt that I know on a lot of people, or as Triforce used to say, my files.
What the e-files be?
Yo, Triforce, you still have those files, though?
Yeah, but they're useless now. And I'm not saying that it's pointless. Those files don't make any sense now because those files can only be used against the community. The industry, you have some people say, Triforce, nobody's going to want to work with you in the industry. Let me tell you something about the suits. The suits are not friends with anybody. No one. They don't care about none of these people in the community. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It means that your influence, if you think you're a part of the clique and that clique is going to have a certain amount of influence with the suits only care about one thing. And that one thing is profit. Can you get the bottom line? Can you get the job done? That's all the suits care about. The suits, if the suits said Triforce, listen, do you know where Walter Day is? Why? Listen, we'll give you $100,000 if you can get Walter to come and work with our company so we can use Walter's legacy to help build and blah, 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 blah. Now I'm going to be like, wow, damn, that's $100,000. Or, I can just not tell Walter and protect him from the community and protect him from the industry and help the community. No, I'm going to sell this community out like the Moors sold black people into slavery. That's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to give them, like, my bank account is, that's how my answer starts. It's not even a yes. My bank account number is, routing number is, and they will get him on a silver platter. And then I will literally, metaphorically speaking, I guess I'm going to have to always say this before I make a metaphor. People are going to sit there and say, oh, but I will literally sit like Julius Caesar on my balcony and watch Rome burn and watch little mothers and children running in the street on fire and laugh.
while eating bread and wine.
Hey, Bowman. Hold on. Hey, Bowman. See if you can make that one happen. Triforce on a balcony as Caesar with men, women, and children running beneath them on fire. But it's true because it's
with potentially bread and wine, please. Thank you, if that's even possible.
Or grapes.
But it's like, oh God.
The dichotomy of it is too real.
Yeah, whatever happened to our communist friend? He disappeared.
I don't know.
What happened to Brian?
Yeah, what happened to Crying Brian?
Yeah, man.
I think about it. And this is the thing that I like. I'm almost up to 175 episodes, and some of the characters that have come and gone on this show. Crying Brian. There was that one kid, the Nintendo kid. Remember that kid? Like he was like 13 years
Luigi's
old.
Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion. Just like randomly called into the show.
Oh man, you're a dick, James.
Hey, he thanked me.
fucking dick.
He has his own. I gotta go look him up. He had his own YouTube channel, and I got a lot of people subscribed to him. He's like, wow, I got like 400 people because of you. I only had 3, and one of them was my mother. And I was like, and he does like a little stream thing. He's got to be. That's a couple of years ago now. But Triforce and me are similar in the way. Look, am I going to sit here and lie to you guys and say I don't want to make any money? Of course I do.
Only a fool.
If it comes my way, but am I to the point where I want to get subscription buttons on my Twitch channel and ask for donations? No. Like Lord said earlier, I got money. I got a job. I just paid out in a week more than people make in a year in the FGC.
Yep.
And,
inflation's a bitch.
And the fact that I did it suck? Of course, yeah. I would much rather spend that money on tons of other shit. But it is what it is. And I wouldn't mind making money on it if the opportunity comes. Great. But the good thing about it, the way I situate myself, if it doesn't, great. I'm still fine. I'm not depending on the FGC. I'm not depending on a community that's not dependable. And a lot of other people out there need to accept that. Love today, hate it tomorrow. Like I said, when they were breaking your balls, Triforce, that Ian from SRK, and I was thinking to myself, when I first did this show, up until the Homeboy Tyson shit, SRK and Event Hubs always put my shows up there. They just did the legwork, said, oh yeah, we did a show, yada, 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 and they would put it up there. Go see if you can even find those archives.
Oh.
What's up, Narcissist Wolf? But... let's see what we got here. Oh, God. Did you see the pic you put in there, Triforce?
What did he put?
Oh, I'm going to look right now.
Bushido Warrior Triforce. You're a Magic card now.
What the hell?
Oh, no.
Read it, though.
Hold on, let me read it. Okay, tell me. First of all, you got my Haze first strike, double strike, real talk, banding, protection from FGC. Take control of a target player land. You must put a +1/+1 E-Bucks counter on Bushido Warrior Triforce.
Don't worry, everyone. Your babies will no longer be crying. Just be hearing the crackling of the firewood. Triforce watching. He's burned down.
Tweet that out, Bowman. Let me retweet that.
That's some good shit, though.
Yo, oh my God! Somebody send that shit to Ian, please. Oh damn.
I don't know, man. From that guy, all I saw was more Triforce hate for some shit that I heard that he did.
And that's crazy. It's literally just off of something you heard. When you ask, you know how many times James has literally asked people to come on his show if he has a problem, if they have problems with Triforce, and literally showcase evidence. Please showcase evidence as to why X, Y, and Z.
And it's always crickets for the simple fact that it's a combination. It becomes a combination at that point. They're so arrogant. They think by them coming onto this show, first of all, we're beneath them. Second, that they would generate, like your fucking worthless ass is going to generate like 1 million views for me on a channel that's not fucking a subscribable fucking sponsored channel anyway. And the other reason is because it always ends with the same thing. Fuck Triforce. That's really what it is.
And then on top of it, I'll stay on James' show. And the reason why I stay on James' show is because I have no problem confronting the players who have some type of disgruntled issue with me. And the reason why they don't want to come on the show, and I'm going to keep this real with you, is the reason why no player ever comes on the show. There are dark e-files about them, and they know you piss me off to the point.
You'll go Jose Canseco.
It gets bad. Like
now I'm intrigued about these dark e-files.
And no one wants to go through that. I'll start out, I will betray confidentialities, all that. We get dirty. And the reason why we'll get dirty is because they're getting dirty on me. So it's not me. It is not me being mean to them. I'm just trying to protect myself. Listen, look at Justin, right? I'm not going to sit here and say Justin is my 100% greatest friend in the universe. I'm sure Justin probably has some issues with me or whatnot. You'll never see Justin go out and post it online what his grievances with me. Justin will just keep it real with me and just say, well, Triforce, blah, blah. You just call me and just talk to me. That's how you're supposed to deal with things. But like some of these other players, they just can't do that. They have to go the extra distance. And they just make stuff up because they want the attention, they want support, all of this other stuff, and nothing happens. Well, I'm going to leave the team, and when I leave the team, Empire Arcadia will be dead. Why am I still here? Like, if we're going to be dead. And I don't, like I said, I don't want to make it be like about the same broken, because that sounds like a broken record. I'm getting tired of me complaining about the same stuff over and over again. But it's just like, this whole thing with Ian on SRK just goes to prove my entire point that the scene is biased. You must be inside the clique, or it doesn't matter what you have done for the scene. They're just going to say something negative to you. I just couldn't understand how another entity another media platform that has nothing to do with another media platform would question. That's like Howard Stern going, yo, Anderson Cooper, why are you having this guy on your show? Anderson Cooper's going to look at him like, wait a minute. Aren't you on like satellite radio? Yeah. I'm on CNN. What?
Yeah, but
speaking to me.
I'll keep it in layman terms. This is why I am the back of the bus nigga. Because they never came to me and said that. You know why? Because they look at me and go, I'm worthless. I'm just the On Blast show. Triforce can go on there. Nobody ever told me never put you on here. Why is that? Because they don't give a fuck about me.
And they didn't fuck with their little circle.
I'm beneath them.
And people get upset, and this is the thing I don't like. People get upset at me and say, well, Triforce, it looks bad for you when you go on the On Blast show because it's an unprofessional show. The On Blast show is a community, in a sense, it's a community podcast platform where people come out who are disgruntled and have issues with a particular topic or whatever that it may be, and they want to be able to hash it out. How is that bad? All communities should have a platform like that. That's a positive thing. I don't ever say, now, are in terms of us speaking, are we formal? No, we're very casual, we're very straightforward. It does get raw and whatnot. But what's that line you were saying, the most honest men curse a lot?
Yeah.
That's the line, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I don't see what the problem is if people do that. Not every platform has to be this ultra professional. Even right now as I'm speaking, I'm not going in like how I usually do. But that has nothing to do with me. Oh, Triforce is changing because of the industry per se. It's because I'm 38 and I'm nearing 40. My heart can't take it, and my brain and my blood pressure can't take it for me to be. So now, of late, I'm humbling by default, by age.
I remember before I started this show, and you used to go on L.I. Joe's stream sometimes, and it was probably some of the most entertaining shit I've ever heard. And you would just go fucking like Super Saiyan 99 and a half, and be like, fuck that. And I'm going, wow, he's fucking nutty, man. But I was like, that's fucking awesome. That's why I liked L.I. Joe's stream, because it was not esports. I'm not going to ever come down. I mean, when you see me wearing a polo shirt on my show, or if I'm wearing a fucking button down, That's because I just came out of work.
Well, James, to be very honest with you, in my opinion, I always told you that you don't have to change your format. You don't have to change your format. There's a platform for you, man. I'm telling you. Excuse me. Like ESPN's getting involved soon, man. Yo, you need to get ESPN Radio with some Mike and Ike. Is that the name of the show?
Yeah.
Mike and Mike.
Mike
right?
and Mike, not Mike and Ike.
I said the candy.
Mike Knight.
No, that's a candy. I said the wrong thing. So like these things, like this is a good platform for you. You just need to get out there. And if you look at the fighting game community as a whole, there's so much content out of the fighting game community that if simply just structured, it would be beyond good for the fighting game community. And that is what I meant on the show, the Daily Dot show, that the current infrastructure of the fighting game community will not survive the industrial esports revolution. That's gonna just turn into the apocalypse.
Well, you can't say that, Triforce. Remember, Street Fighter 5 is gonna save everything.
Oh yeah.
MKX is gonna save everybody. Bro.
Ki Con.
Those games are gonna save fighting games. It's not gonna save the fighting game community.
I don't say that. Triforce,
Yes,
they're gonna deliver us from poverty. We're gonna be swimming in esports money.
They're gonna deliver the select few from poverty. I don't know about delivering the community from poverty. I don't know what the community is talking about. They've lost their minds if they believe. If they really believe that this is going to be something that's in their best interest, they're crazy. Like, listen, these guys have already decided who they're going to select, man. Come on. Like, let's take, what's this guy's name? Lupe Fiasco is going to fight Daigo.
Wow. I thought it was Lupe Fuentes, and then I got disappointed.
So, like, wait. Now, I'm not saying Daigo it's not worthy to use Daigo, but my point I'm trying to make is that it's already been selected. It's already been chosen. The scene, the community has already decided who and what. This is what the elites do. They already made their decision on who they're going to do what with. If you look at the way the Evo infrastructure sell, yo, if you guys don't believe Evo is going to sell out by 2018, y'all have lost your mind. Evo is going to sell. Cannons would be smart to sell Evo. They put in another 20. They put in 20 years. Everyone is selling. Jabali's selling.
I'll tell you, here's my prediction.
He's selling.
Alex Jabali is going to dump a shit ton for CEO. So he can put on and prop it up and make it look equivalent to Evo. And then if somebody comes by and says, I'll give you X and X. But again, here is the problem with what they're doing. Whoa. MLG, when MLG sold out, Sundance took the cash. The other guys took the jobs.
Yup.
Sundance said, I know you want me to sell the whole enchilada. Just give me my cut, $46 million, and I'm out.
And he cashed out big time too.
But you know what you got? You got MLG the brand. You got an infrastructure of MLG.TV. You got a set of events of various games, and you got two of the guys that ran the shit. Now, somebody like Alex Jabali dumps a shit ton of money. What are you getting when I buy it from you? When I say I'm going to buy it, what do I get? Oh, you don't own the hotel that you've been holding it in? I don't get the hotel? What do you mean? Well, do I get the ring? Oh, no, you rented the ring. Do I get the equipment? No, that's Gamer Generations. What do I get?
That's a good, wow, you know something? That's a good question. But I would say, this is what I can say. Because it's like, okay, and I'll tell you why. Look at, you do know Twitch and Amazon has Team EG. You know that, right? Twitch yes. And Amazon bought into Team EG. Now, those same questions are going to be asked. What does Twitch and Amazon get? They get the brand. And that's what this is all about. If you look at what Final Round is doing, if you're looking at what, but wait till when Big E makes his announcement for his major tournament, whether it may be NEC or the Fall Classic, what he's gonna do. Watch what Jabali does. Watch what everyone is. I'm telling you, everyone is taking their tournament brand to they're getting a makeover. This is some like home improvement makeover shit that they're gonna get, and everyone's gonna prop that up because it's the brand that they're gonna sell. CEO is like the WrestleMania brand type that they're trying to sell. Evo is like the Olympics for the fighting games. That's what they're trying to sell. What's the name of this thing here? Final Round. I don't know what they're gonna their conceptual.
Well, I'll tell you what Big E and Larry have to their advantage over everybody else. The years, the experience.
Yes, the experience.
That means esports will look at them and say, these are the guys, and it's like, and I'll compare it to when some of these kids have given me resumes. When I've said, give me a resume, I'm not going to mention names because I polled them personally on the side and told them I wouldn't even wipe my ass with this because it's too big. And he sent me a resume that was 4 pages long. And he showed me he did this and he did that and he did this for this company and that for this company. I go, I'd never hire you in a million years. What do you mean? Look at all the experience I got. I said, you can't hold a job.
Yep.
You went through 35 jobs on your resume.
And that's what's going to happen to a lot of players.
But you're going to look at Big E and you're going to look at Larry and you're going to go, they sustained for 20 years. They have an ingredient in the formula that works. They didn't come out here and do props. They didn't have to go do WWE moments. Just like the Cannons. Look at the Cannons. When was the last time you saw Tom or Tony Cannon or Big E, and Larry has popped on maybe once or twice on this show, in social media? Anywhere. On a show. They'll send Mr. Wizard sometimes. He'll do something. But where have you seen Big E on a podcast? Where have you seen Cannons on a podcast?
Almost never.
Never.
Pretty much.
When have you even seen them make a tweet? They got Twitter accounts. Go look up their Twitter accounts. See the last time they...
Well, okay, if you're talking about Twitter, when they start making Rising Thunder. But minus that, they hardly get on that, too. Even though they're trying to push their game.
But that's for promotional purposes, so there's nothing wrong with doing that.
But
you talk about like on a personal level. Like
they're not out there like me, where today I say, hey, I woke up this morning, I went out into my backyard, I jerked off on the back of a squirrel. You know, they're not out there doing that shit. They're guys who do. They do. I don't need to be seen, I just need to do.
Hell, whenever they say something, most of the time you hear it through SRK or some shit.
Exactly.
You hear it through a third person.
And the fact that they do it that way is the reason why the people that will eventually say, yo, we see your brand, we like it, we want it. That's why they'll get taken up. All the others, the ones that got to go out there and go, hey, pay attention to me, let me teach you life lessons on how to game and be a pro. You don't offer us nothing. You don't offer us nothing we can't do on our own. But what they bring to the table is a backing. You're quiet. You do what you got to do. You have a great amount of followers for the FGC that are dedicated and loyal to your events. We want them. Now, how are we going to keep them coming back? Because when we make the announcement that we bought, Big E Gaming or Final Round or Evo, that's where they got to sit with these people and say, hey, look, we need you to make this transition an acceptable transition and a fully supported transition by you. We don't want it to look like, we came in with this evil corporate takeover and just ripped the roots out from the scene and basically slapped our name on top of yours.
In other words, they're going to pay you to rip out the Band-Aid slow and then you to walk away, and that's it.
There's a word for it, and the word is named after an actual player in the fighting game community. I'll give you a hint. It starts with an I. What do you think that name is, or that word is?
I didn't hear what you say.
infiltration?
What?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Repeat what you said. I didn't hear you.
Okay, all right. The way the industry is going to take over is going to be done. It's based on the name of a player in the fighting game community, and I'll give you a hint.
Infiltration.
There it is. They're going to infiltrate the scene.
Yeah.
They're going to use the community leaders to sell out the community. Now, this is the problem. This is not a bad thing.
No.
This is what people need to understand. It is not a bad thing. They're selling out for a reason. They're not selling out because they think it's what's the word for it? They're not selling it out because they feel that somehow they want the community to die or whatever the case may be. They're selling it because they want it to advance, and they've already put in the work. It's like a person working a job. You can't expect that person to work the job all their life. That's not fair. There has to be,
like Social Security, right?
Exactly. A person has to end at some point in time. So you have to expect the person to cash out at some point in time. You cannot expect there's no obligation made to any of these guys to say, hey, I'm gonna, whatever, blah blah blah. Look at Walter Day. Walter Day sold Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies got sold, I think, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't even know that. The creator himself has sold. Why? Because he wants the brand to evolve and live long past himself. And that's why I say the fighting game community will not, if it does not change the way it does things, it is not going to survive in this day and age. It just can't, because the way the infrastructure for esports is, it's going to change. And if the fighting game community does not change with it, goodbye.
Listen, at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody says. And this is where me and Triforce are MSNBC versus Fox News. I don't think the FGC will survive, period. And my reasons, if like I said, they're going to get swiped up because people think they're going to be doing it, and these people that are investing into it are not going to generate more. And that's where, again, like I've said, maybe in 25, 50 years it'll catch. But until my generation is dead and gone, it's like I grew up from the inception of the home computer to today. I was part of that whole thing. If you were born in 1965, from 1976 all the way up to the late 80s, you didn't even fucking want to look at a computer because you thought it was dumb. Now, that same person is doing his TurboTaxes in 2016 and online on Facebook fucking messaging all his friends. It was a catch-on that happened because it was evolving to it. With fighting games, you're not, it's like what I said about Street Fighter V. You're not gaining a mass influx of new players. No matter how much
people are just carrying over. Huh?
Yeah, not even carrying over. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. Those salty Street Fighter IV people that aren't happy with it are not going to play it. And you're not gaining those people that stopped playing Street Fighter because of Street Fighter 4 because they moved on. They got married, they got kids, they're doing whatever the fuck they do. So they're not going to say, they may not even hear about Street Fighter 5 for all I know. And nor do they care. Because they felt sold out at Street Fighter 4, they're already done. If somebody stopped playing Street Fighter because of Street Fighter 4, they're not going to jump into Street Fighter 5. Maybe one or two here and there, but not enough that you're going to go, wow, we went from, 10 million copies to 30 million copies because we made Street Fighter V. You're going to go from 10 million copies to maybe 12, 13 million copies. Now, that other 3 million people that sold, how many of them are going to events? Probably none. They're not going to go and do the esports thing. This isn't going to inspire people to go out and compete. It's just another game. You got a better chance with Lara Croft fucking being esports. Because you're not, no matter how much money you throw. Now, in the FGC, of course, by all means, whatever game throws the most, motherfuckers are on. How many times I see on Twitter motherfuckers saying, yeah, man, I've been playing Smash now. And I'm looking, I'm like, wait, this motherfucker was never playing Smash before. Oh, wait, there's some money involved in it. Now you aspire. It's like when I see guys playing League of Legends now. And I'm like, here's the problem. These games are not like the games of my generation. A game like Phoenix Triforce. Shooting fucking birds. 4 levels, kill a mothership, and it repeats. There ain't too much for a learning curve to catch up on. But these, people like that jump into League of Legends now that they're hearing about all this esports money are years behind. So you're going to have to put in years just to catch up to them. So you're becoming on the cusp of its decline until whatever League of Legends 2 comes out, and maybe you hope like, oh yeah, maybe maybe that'll be just as good. Street Fighter the same thing. MK the same thing. KI the same thing. Like I hear the KI community, and again, I like KI. But they act as if season 3 is gonna Moses is gonna part the sea, and fucking millions upon millions of people are gonna come play. And they go, well, what about PC? It doesn't matter. PC or Xbox, it's not going to generate that much. The life expectancy, and I've said this since day one, every video game company knows life expectancy for a video game is 18 months. After 18 months, that game is now put into the discount rack at GameStop. Whether it's doing good or not. Now, you luck out when you get involved in a community like the FGC, where they keep trying to kindle it and keeping it going and keeping, taking those like-minded players and keeping them in a group. But if you look, let's be real, look at every event. How many events have you guys gone to? You see the same people. It's not like every event you go to, you're like, oh my God, there's 20,000 people here, and I've never seen any of these guys before. You're like, no, there's 20,000 people here, and 15,000 of them I just saw at the last event I went to. It's like a Grateful Dead concert.
It's slow, very slow, minimal growth.
Yeah.
Not to say that it's not growing, but it's not growing. If
Rinse
you look
and
at
repeat.
if you look at League of Legends when it was in MLG, well, you had told me this, Abe, that when you saw League of Legends, like it was in a little corner in MLG, and it was like all but 100 players and stuff like that. And then 5 years later, like this is like in its 30,000s. In the fighting game community, it's been around for 20 years, and we have yet to break over 10,000 people at EVO.
And we can't even get over 200K views either. That's fucking sad.
We are now. I don't know how much you three know about the Grateful Dead, but the FGC is the Grateful Dead heads. We travel around. Some of you sell some trinkets so you can eat. Some of you don't bathe, just like the Deadheads. And we travel around to see the concert. We travel around to play video games. We literally are the FGC Deadheads. And nothing is growing except, that one chick that always has the acid at the Deadhead concert. Yeah, she makes a couple of bucks, because everybody wants to drop their acid. Then, you got the other person that sells weed brownies. They make some money, and then everybody else just learns the barter system. Hey, Triforce, if you give me a couple of napkins, I'll give you some toilet paper, and we barter with it and shit. And that's it. So it's like when I hear people say about the growth and the negativity and all the other bullshit, it's especially when they say I'm negative about it. I'm not negative. I'm just telling you the truth.
Cold hard facts.
Yeah, because a lot of these guys, especially from the West Coast, they don't want to tell the truth.
No, because they're looking at opportunities to make some money. You know, they got an opportunity to make some money, and they're looking at it, and that's what they're saying. They're saying, I got to make my cut. You know, so you shouldn't bother anymore and go home to be a family member. Autobot 2000, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you should go to events to have fun and don't worry about this esports shit. Because this esports shit is not... What's going to happen is this, and this is my prediction. Some people will get consumed up, and eventually they'll be squashed and disappear. Because, again, the people that have gone to those events went to those events based on the reputation of the event. Nobody is going to clone that said event. There's going to be different things. Look at Wizard World, a goddamn comic magazine that does pricing and future comics that are coming out, is now trying to get into doing events. And they, typical move, they figure they'll throw out $10,000 and everybody will come. And I see their schedule conflicts with an event somewhere else in the country with a week apart, no matter where you go.
You know what's so funny? I know, and no one should laugh at this, but I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. Watch this. There's an event called, it used to be called the P Series. It was a festival. It is now called MagFest.
Yeah.
And MagFest started around the same time around Evo started, right? Actually, no, it started earlier than Evo. MagFest now crosses 10,000 people every year. And it is literally $70 to come and party for a 4-day weekend in video games, concerts, some tournaments here and there, movie festivals and whatnot. And people pay $70 to $80 to go each year, and they clear 10,000 easy. The fighting game community. And they give away $0. In fact, they give away something called MagFest currency. I'll say it's at the Gaylord Hotel in Maryland. In Maryland. The National Gaylord Hotel. No, that's what it's called, the National Gaylord Hotel. And it's in Maryland, right? And it's next week. I'm going, right? They don't give away any money. They give away MagFest currency, which MagFest currency just allows you, gives you money so you can buy some of the trinkets that they have in their vendor, their little the store area, their little what would you call this? Shopping area or whatnot, so you can buy video game jerseys, T-shirts, and all the different type of merchandise and whatnot. And you have to ask yourself a question: why is all of these people going to this when you don't, see anything? They go play classic arcade games, listen to chiptune bands, and all this other stuff. And you know why they make it? Because it's all inclusive, and it allows a whole bunch of people to come there. Where unfortunately, in the fighting game community, really isn't a warm, welcoming place. It just isn't. That's just people can say whatever they want. It isn't. It really isn't.
They like to spin it that way. The FGC is one of the most non-exclusive, elitist communities there are. Now, you could go into the other games, the MMOs and the first persons and all that, and you'll get your dickiness. And there's absolute assholes, but they don't give they first of all, they don't make it so hard to get involved. I've been playing whatchamacallit on fucking PS4, Rocket League. The people I deal with in Rocket League, and I'm talking about these Ruski motherfuckers that are like gods in the game, they weren't like, oh, you suck, you dick, you fucking loser, because I didn't do as good as them. They said, oh, let me work with you. They didn't care that I was part of the super leagues or any of that other shit. We're not like that. We lie and say we are. Just because you turn around and pull little Billy on the side and say, let me teach you how to do a dragon punch. Look at what we got. Sonic Fox just got filmed telling the kid, yeah, I let him win. And it was like, then there was another guy there who met some chick that from Australia. Yeah, I let her win. Like that condescension that didn't need to be filmed, but it's there everywhere. You know, we all have a chip on our shoulder. It's just some choose to show it a lot more than others. You know, when James Chen came up to me at NEC and says, well, your show doesn't help the community. And I said, well, what does yours do? What does yours do? Well, we teach people about, so you teach people how to play games. How does that help the community? I said, you don't know what I do in my personal with people in the community. So you can't tell me, just because we come on the show and we say, you know, suck my dick and cut my balls, and we bring Triforce on, and we bring on people that aren't super duper top players, does not mean we don't do nothing for the community. What do I do? Well, why do I do this? Oh, that's right, to fucking entertain. That's it.
That's what esports is technology and entertainment.
You know, I'm not here to rewrite the Bible so you guys can be better men and women. Well, there ain't too many women, you know, but it's like, you know, it's sad, you know, and you know what is a destructive nature, you know, and that's really what it is. You know, it's just to turn around to me at NEC and said that, no, I wasn't mad. I didn't want to punch him. I was just like, well, that, you know, to me that's ignorant, and I just moved on. And I hate to say it, you know, I've been gaming in the FGC for longer than everybody. I was going to say than most people, but I can actually say everybody. No fighting game player has been participating in FGC styling or playing in arcades longer than me. Period. There is no, not Triforce, not Alex Vi, not Mike Watson, not John Choi. None of them. And I have never, ever, since I've been doing this, set out of my way to make somebody feel like they don't belong. That's the difference between the On Blast show and Ultra David and Chen, whatever the show is. And, you know, I don't want to say nothing about Daily Dot. I have never turned around. Listen, James Chen can hit me up on Skype right now and say, Jimmy, can I get on the show? Absolutely. I just got done saying I can't stand fucking Keats. Keats could call me up and say, Jimmy, can I get on the show? Absolutely. I have never told somebody no. Because, like you said, and people have said before, there is nobody in this community. I've let Reddit guys come on here and think they trolled me. You're more than welcome to come on. And that's the difference between what I do and what they do. Do you think Ice Cold Pagan or Nightmare that David and Chen would ever ask you guys to come on their show?
Hell no.
Or most likely no. Even though I've sat down with them at an event and talked with them and had like hour conversation about gaming.
You can have 50-hour conversation. They'll still not ask you to come on the show.
Of course not.
Well, no, the thing is, they're never going to ask anybody. They're never going to ask other people like us, so to speak. Not that because we're not because we're not the cool kids. It's just that we do not fit the agenda or the narrative in which they have with the people that they work with. We go against that very principle. So you got to understand that they're not going to support that.
I personally, I'm sorry, Triforce. I personally called him out on his shit. He says that he supports Anita Sarkeesian. And we're like, okay, what do you support about her? He's like, all right, I support her feminist views. And I'm like, and it was just me, James, and a couple of people. And then we pretty much called him on his BS.
And I'm not saying Chen in general. I'm just saying in general. All right, let me educate those who actually live in Fantasyland. All of these guys that are super social justice warriors are only doing it to get laid by those very girls. Don't lie to yourself. Don't kid yourself. You know, and again, this ain't a jab at James Chen. James Chen's got a nice cat. I love cats. He goes home to that cat every night. Now, people could say, well, you're going to go to bed alone. Yeah, but I fuck shit. I do my thing. I treat women the way I think they should be treated. I don't defend assholes being assholes to women. You know, I'm not going to turn around and say I'm a social justice warrior, a feminist. Arnita Sarkeesian could get a big cock in her ass. I don't care. But those people that do that have no Mac, no game. So they think the only way they're going to get laid is if I defend them. And it sometimes works. But majority of the time you go home with your dick in your hand because now oh, he's such a good guy. He understands me. And that's where it ends.
But listen, James, he was defending a person. Anita Sarkeesian asked for donations, right? She said, oh, okay, donate this amount of money to me on whatever, Kickstarter, Patreon, whatever. And she said she was going to make a movie. That movie to this day still hasn't come out.
Mm-mm.
You know what I mean?
And it's not gonna.
So we have a clown supporting a scumbag.
Yeah,
Really?
well, she's on a whole nother level. You know, she's on. You know, I'm gonna. You know, my girl is in my left hand right now. Once I put the cigarette out, I'm gonna be jerking off the porn. I'm gonna be busting nuts on squirrels. I'll bring a nice little tissue to clean up the mess because you know you don't want to fucking make a mess when you do that kind of stuff. And then I'll get some pussy on the side. You know, somewhere, somehow. You know, I'm not that lonely of an old man. You know, but I'm not clicking on a link after I start talking about this. Guys are like, click on a link. My free cams right there tells me not to click on it. But, you know, going back to what it's about is these guys are not experts. There are no experts. This is not like going to school to be an accountant and then coming out into the accounting field and saying, well, this is the way you got to do things. This and that. There is no blueprint for this. Everything has been trial and error since the FGC decided to start doing tournaments. That's why when you go to a tournament in the Midwest, it has a different feel from the West Coast, and it has a different feel from the East Coast. You go to Japan, they do round robins. We do bust a nut twice and you're out. You know, everything is structured on a experimental basis. So for somebody to come out as if they are the expert in what makes things work is just them stroking their own ego. I don't care if you've ran 100 events. Your success is based on your personality and how you presented the package. Not because you studied the industry. Because if you look at it, how many events have you gone to and this year it was done a certain way and then all of a sudden somebody bitched and you come to find out, you know, that didn't fall on deaf ears. The next year you go to that event and whatever that issue was, it's alleviated. That's how this works. You know, and when I hear people say like, well, you know, I've been doing this and I've seen resumes from people on the tournament organizer level that I wouldn't wipe my ass with because it's all it is a seeing who has the bigger, a dick measuring contest. Well, I did this for this event, this for this event, this for this event. Okay, great, you did. Can you guarantee me? See, I will do this. I will do an event and I will hire one of these TOs. And I will put it up to them this way. I am going to give you an expectation of what my results must be. And I will pay you. If I say I want 15,000 people to show up to my event, can you guarantee me that? Well, no, you know, that's Okay, what is the number that you say you can guarantee me? Now, if you come up to me and go, well, I can guarantee you 1,000, then I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself because it's not worth doing. You, as an expert or a so-called expert, should be able to guarantee me X amount. If you don't produce, I take the money that I was giving you and I don't give you shit. How many do you think would be willing to do that?
Buddy.
How many people do you think would be willing to put their money where their mouth is and say, if I don't produce the results that you expect, you don't have to pay me?
Evo wouldn't even do it with all the money they make every year.
Because they're not experts.
No.
An expert would. An expert would. Go to Tiger Woods and say, all right, you know what? Shoot a par 63 on this course or I don't pay you. He'll look at the course and go, I could do that. You got it. Because he's an expert golfer. Now, if I tell him to shoot like a par, a 43, he's going to look at me, now, what are you, high? And walk away. That's what an expert can do. An expert can walk into an event, walk into a venue, walk into a hotel, and know what they can do from looking at it, from experience. Not money. Money is not the answer, as much as people think it is. You know, I could take $50,000 to build my event up. I'm going to look like the biggest idiot when 120 people show up.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, we can all spin it how we want. It's a business to generate money. If Evo was losing money every year, they would be the biggest fools if they continued it without making changes. Or, as Triforce says, they are suckers. Because if you're going into this, and people, I don't want to hear people bitch, well, this guy makes this amount and this amount. It's none of your business what they make. If the Cannons walk away with a clean cut in their pocket of $500,000 at the end, that's their racket, their gig, their game. I don't want to hear players go, well, they should put more of that back into the scene. Why? If it failed, would you help bail them back out?
No.
Exactly. Oh, Evo's that fucked up, man. Evo went bankrupt. Oh, you're gonna help? You're gonna fund them? I mean, you fund players to go to events. You should have heard the shit that I got in the Illuminati section for saying Evo got their venue reservation waived. Oh, I can guarantee you they did. You know, but again, it's their racket. It's their gig. I give them full props. You know, but, you know, like we said earlier, you know, I mean, I will tell you this. If from inception of evolution, if the Cannons were the face of it from the get-go, and they were out front and center, you wouldn't be going to an Evo this year. There wouldn't be an Evo. Because it would have been two other black men.
Tell them why.
Two other black men they want to keep down.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. And again, this is coming from a white guy who's probably one of the biggest dicks on the planet. But I see it from my experience in this scene for all the years that it's no way in the world they would succeed. They would have been drug dealers like all the other black men in this community.
James,
Yeah,
sorry, James. You're going to be on a little bit longer, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Because my girl is calling me because she got a problem with her mom's. I'm just gonna call her, so it's gonna put you on pause, and I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Godzilla. No, I haven't heard from Mr. Watts. I got to hit him up and see what's going on with him because I mean I don't know what's going on. To be honest, you know, I like Watson. I don't know. Everybody else fucking has a bug up their ass about him. And I don't hit him up because he's got, his life shit. We usually talk every couple of months just to say hello, what's going on. I hope he's doing well. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on with the arcade. But the fact of the matter is, I wish nothing but good things for him. Unfortunately, the West Coast really doesn't like me. and he's over there, so it just, I try to avoid getting involved in their universe, I guess, if you will, because I'm not into the tofu burgers and the hippie mentality, nor am I into like the Grateful Dead shows or surfing and fucking people running away from rain. But I don't know what's going to happen. Triforce, he has a sense for. I mean, the guy's been right. People can't deny shit. Wow, I'm smoking 2 cigarettes at once. I didn't even realize that. Go figure. But the fact of the matter is, I like a lot of West Coast players. I'd love to get them on the show more. I know people talking to each other's ears and say don't fucking support, or if you go on the show, you're supporting it or you're encouraging it, and they don't like that. The one time I spoke to Ultra David, he was cool. Vi and Chen, not so much. I've talked, actually, me and Ultra David was hello and we walked away. Me and Chen engaged our little conversation and that was it. Again, people are told, and this is a West Coast thing, so for all you West Coast people there, that's just the way you guys are. See, New York, we talk to anybody. I don't give a shit. But, I'm not a fucking child molester. I'm not a drug dealer. Contrary to belief, I've never murdered nobody. I've never robbed anybody. I've never took a dime for anybody in the community. But yet, talking to me is like fucking talking to all of the above that I just mentioned. Because I do a show where I let people say what they want. And, again.
You don't have a side agenda either. Like, your narrative is just to listen and see what people think.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've had, look, when God Crush Special, and I know, I'm fucking mentioning his name, so, tomorrow it'll be a Reddit article of how he blew me up or something, or whatever he wants to say. He didn't bother me. And Tifo, you are one of the few. West Coasters sleep face down, ass up, like Zach said.
Oh, wow.
But it's like, I just want everybody, your guys' opinions are no less important than a Mike Ross or an Alex Vi. You self-designated these people as leaders. You chose to do that. You didn't have to do that. You consciously made the decision to say, person A did so much for the scene, they should be a leader. I personally, I say, internet service maintenance. Hold on a second. The fuck is this? I gotta check my email here. Service maintenance. I hope it's not like in 10 minutes or something stupid. To make sure your internet stays super fast, we will be doing maintenance on it. We don't want scheduled work time 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. During this time, there might be brief interruptions. So if I get interrupted, we'll blame Optimum. That's because fucking they just got bought out by a French company. So for all you people in the country that have Optimum online, just know you're no longer part of an American company's cable company. It's fuck you, James, and you lame ass mods. They timed me out for posting a fine bitch. In what fucking world does that hold true? You're a gung of fan. What's a gung? A gunch of fags. See, now, I don't know what a gunch of fags are. I don't know who timed you out. We don't ban you. We just time you out. Yeah. Keep the porn links out because, I'm not asking people to ban anybody. I know Bunch is a gunch and he can't spell. He must be from the West Coast. He must be a janitor like me. We don't have an education, but again, relax with the porn links,
Yeah, don't get the OBS show banned.
You know, he no good is the worst mod ever. Everybody's a mod but you. That's the problem, Ultra Chen. I got like 9 million mods. You know, but it's, I don't know, man. It's just to the point where everybody has their own agenda, and that's really what it comes down to. Everybody in this scene, hate to say, except for me, but then again, I guess technically I do, because like I said, I use this as a platform for me to, believe it or not, check this out. I'm shy. Would you even believe that?
You're lying, motherfucker.
Are you? I'm dead serious. I'm telling you right now. Go to an event. Go to an event. Go to a venue. You come up to me, I'll talk to you. But like, you know, I don't go up to people and just engage in conversation. Like, my max skill is stare into a girl's eyes until she goes, "Are you okay?" And then I say, "Oh, she talked to me. Now I can say I want to get the pussy."
Oh wow.
That's it.
You're
Like,
lying.
I don't be rolling up on them and going, "Yo, man, you know, what sign are you?" or any other BS.
You don't roll up. You don't roll up on with your dick and your nuts out at them already.
Sadly, as much as I say I do, I don't walk around with my dick dingling in the wind.
You don't make small talk?
No. Nope. Never did. Never did. And it's been working fine. I learned through experience that it's easier to look to get their attention and allow them to come to you. Because one of the things in this world that I can't stomach is rejection. And even though people in the FGC have rejected me, there's enough that make me say, fuck you. You don't like me, but there's others that do. And I have never been told no by a girl. I've never gotten the, "Oh, I just want to be friends," or "Sorry." I've never gotten the, "Oh, it's so sweet that you, but I got a boyfriend." Never gotten any of them, because I won't pull my dick out until I know she wants me to pull my dick out. Plain and simple. Until I'm not just gonna walk into a bar with my dick dingling out and go, "All right, lunch on me," you know. But if my quote unquote max skill, James blushed the first time I met him. Yes, I did. You was sweet, Fireball, but when you said, "Can I see your cock?" I knew I got you.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
You know, but it's you know, it's just the way my nature. Now, I got a big mouth. I won't deny that. I'm like a two-sided coin, because, well, every coin's two-sided. I'm like double heads on it. You flip me over one way, and I got a big mouth, like for the show. But when I'm at work, I'm quiet as a motherfucker. I don't know, maybe partially because I see how I talk on the show, and I don't want that to ever transfer to the real world. You know, a perfect example is growing up in the hip-hop era. You know, I got that white guy talking black slang thing going on because that's all I hung out with. Kind of like if you go to another country, all of a sudden you're like, "Oh my God, what do you mean I sound Australian?" Because you're around it so much, you become it. So, you know, for me personally, I'm not as big-mouthed as I am. So that's why I kind of took offense to James Chen when he was telling me it like that, and others have told me like that, because you're talking to me, the personality of the On Blast show. You're not talking to James, the dude that does the show. You know, a politician goes out and gives some bullshit speech, and then when he's off the podium, he's like, "I hope those motherfuckers believe that bullshit." He's not the same person. Obama.
In other words, you don't show your true full colors while you're at work, but when you get off work, you come on the show and you go ham.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. And it's like, you know, I can go ham on this because there are no repercussions. What are you going to do? You're going to send an episode of my show to fucking the company I work for? they'll laugh their ass off. They'll go, "You're
Episode 48 will be the first one. That'd be for sure.
yeah. They would send that. That
would be so fucking hilarious.
The infamous.
The infamous episode 48 or the Suarez video.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The True James comes out with old school MK and beer. Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's what it is. You know, if I'm the type of person. I'm not depressed. You know, I'm not a depressive person. But if I am in a situation where I feel comfortable with all you guys and the guys in the chat, even God Crush Special, you know, and of course, you know, maybe it'll be an article on Reddit tomorrow that I have a man crush on him or something. But if I feel comfortable, I can talk. If I don't feel comfortable with you, I'll be. And you were able to tell that when I first started, when I was doing some of the episodes, and you know, I had somebody hot like Kerry Hoskins on the show.
Oh, dude, you know what's funny? That's my first OBS episode. The first one I ever saw.
Wait, who's autistic? He no good. I want to share a link to a fine mamacita with you.
Oh, I think he means Ultra Chin.
How do I link you without getting banned by one of your faggy mods?
Oh my god, this guy here, man.
This guy's trying to troll, man.
Don't worry, Ultra Chen. See, on this show, you're not allowed to be banned. You can get timed out all night, but you'll never get banned. You know, or you're not supposed to. I don't know if anybody's banned. I haven't looked at the ban list. But, you know, I mean, I don't think there should be anybody in my ban list on the show.
Yeah, man, that Kerry Hoskins episode, that's my first OBS, yo.
You know, and it's funny because, like, me and Hush, I talk to all these guys still, not regularly, of course. I mean,
and she's still sexy
to
this day. God damn.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. But it's funny. I shouldn't even put this one out there. I was talking to her, and first time I met her, I went to do an interview. I used to have a website called Fighter's Edge, and we went to do an interview, and she was pregnant with her kids, her twins, and her sister was just as smoking. Their whole family, they're all fucking out. She like one of those Midwest families with like 10 sisters, and they're all just as hot.
Jesus.
And I was like trying to mac with the sister, and it was working because she was playing the flirty game, and then I got all shy and shit, and I bitched out. I could have been related to Kerry Hoskins, right? I could have been a brother-in-law.
Was this back when you were doing your midway days?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
And I bitched out, and she was smoking. I don't know what she looks like now, but I'm sure because they're all smoking. I've seen a couple of family photos, and they're all still gorgeous. It's like going to open up somebody's toy box and only pulling out Ken and Barbie dolls.
Shit, they got those good genes, yo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit.
You know,
that's the one that got away, huh, James?
Yeah, there's a lot of them that they always get away because I can't seem to put the duct tape and the fucking ropes down the right way. So they always manage.
Oh my God.
They always manage to get away. I don't know how. I gotta work on it.
You tie them a little too loose, yo.
Yeah. You know, because you feel bad and you're like, I don't want to fucking suffer. And so, you know, I'll just, I always fall for that. Oh, these are really tight. Can you undo it just a little? And then I say, I'm going to go to McDonald's to get us something to eat. What do you want? And they're they're like, give me 35 Big Macs. And I'm like, 35? You're going to eat a lot. You're like, yeah, anything that can take a little extra time for you to get. And then by the time I come back with all the Big Macs, they're gone.
You're like, all right, girl, I don't want to give you rope burn, so I'll just make them a little looser for you.
Yeah, I was thinking, I walk back in the house with 35 Big Macs and a piece of rope on the floor, and I'm going, damn, again. But we're working on it. I'm working on some new tech. Talking to a lot of my friends in the Navy. They're teaching me some new knot technique.
Oh my god.
Yo, speaking of sexy girls, that girl from Arcade Idiots, that video you put up,
Oh,
she's sexy too.
Jessica Durdock. She's acting on Off Broadway now.
Damn, bro.
She got married. She got married though.
Flows in
She
the
was
chat.
young. She was like 19 at the time.
Damn.
No, it's not a black light, Flo. But it's my normal. It's my solar powered, my tofu solar powered West Coast lighting. I'm working on saving the environment one step at a time. And Flo, don't worry, I wasn't upset. I was kind of honored that you put me in the your Final Fantasy as the smoking, shit talking spaceship guy that never got to go anywhere. You know, but you know, again, it's people judge without ever trying to get to understand who somebody is. You know, and like I said, I've known Triforce for years. Justin have said it too. Justin's thing is Triforce is a nice guy. And when he came to business, he's Yes, and I was proud to be on your main team. And don't feel bad. I didn't call you fat. That was him. But I got a girl locked in my closet now too, just like he did. But you know, it's I just distracted myself. What was I just? Oh yeah. So,
Triforce.
Yeah, and it's funny because James is going to describe what it felt like to titty fuck Jessica Negri at VXG. Tell him, James. Tell us. I don't know what it felt like. I mean, maybe you got to ask Gutex for that one.
She's a good-looking woman, yo, but she's fake upstairs.
You know what? For me personally, like I said, we all know I got that yellow fever. I'm not a big ass. You know what? I'm a dick. I am a social justice warrior unintentionally. If a chick can't get me with her mind, I don't want nothing to do with her.
Yo, I'm trying to go Asian, bro. I'm trying to go Asian.
It's easy to do.
New York City?
New York City? Hell's yeah. Oh wait, you a man of color?
Yeah, I'm Hispanic. Hispanic and black.
It's hard, man.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You know what your best bet is to pick up an Asian girl as a black man?
Even if I say I'm gaijin, yo?
Cali.
No. Well, Cali's one place, but Japan.
Yeah.
Japan.
I live in Jersey, so that ain't gonna work out
Yeah.
too well.
Japan.
Oh yeah.
You got to make a trip to Japan because those Japanese girls now got that hip hop thing going on. So they got the jungle fever thing going, fucking like full force. Like they be going to tanning salons and shit, and just to get as dark as they can, because they want to mix in with the black culture. So
yeah, I heard, man. The girls were actually saying how the men don't fuck them. I'm like, yo,
I heard a bunch of lames over there, dog.
Get me a trip out there and shit. I'll do you a fucking favor.
Firewall said, head to Fort Lee.
Yeah, Fort Lee.
Yeah, I've had my favorite Fort Lee. But, you know, again...
Somebody said you got the yellow plague.
Yeah, I'm infected bad, man. Ain't no denying it.
Yo, he no good said, or just hit up your local nail salon.
Oh, damn.
Narcissist Wolf. Now, Narcissist Wolf, you said, James, stop it. You're a social justice warrior. Nah, I want pussy first. I will defend pussy. I will defend a woman if she gives me the pussy. That's the kind of social justice warrior I am.
Yeah, man, I'm down for that yellow fever.
You know, hey, I be loving it, man. I got no problems with it.
The Asian persuasion is no joke, man.
Love you a long time, you know.
You know, I'm like the killer bees. If it ain't black and yellow, it ain't for me, man. What did I tell somebody? Oh, I said it like last week. I said, dating a white chick is like dating white noise on your TV. Remember, like, well, a lot of you guys don't remember, like, TV used to go off air. And all you would wind up hearing at like 1:32 in the morning was, and that was it. That's like dating a white chick.
Damn.
That's all I hear when I've dated white chicks. All I heard was that white noise. I went, yeah. Latinas got to me too after a while, though. You know, Latinas got to me with that whole wanting to tell you their life story in like this Spanglish, and it's like, you know, oh yeah, I wanted to tell you, hija de puta, and then I was also, and you go, I have no idea what you said. Yeah, whatever. And the next thing you know, they're going in your wallet, taking all your money. Oh, you said I could take the money, but I didn't understand what the fuck you said.
Did you with the mix-up?
Oh man, Hispanic women, they're a blessing and a curse, man.
Yeah, well, they are as long as they got green cards. But then again, my Mexican wife is, as long as they got green cards, they're okay.
Nah, man.
Your Mexican wife.
My Mexican wife.
Hey, you got a pretty good deal out of it, though. You got some property and shit.
Yeah, I got property. In fact, the mother pays rent.
That's not a bad gig, shit.
No, it's you know, and it's funny because, you know, somebody asked me like, well, what you know, a girl that I work with. Well, she was a black girl. What's your ideal black girl? I said, blacker than the tarriest of tar in the street, with a kick-ass Grace Jones-looking motherfucking ass and body. And she went, what? I said, yeah, she gotta look like the type that will pin me to the bed, donkey punch me, and then get on top and fuck the shit out of me. Or the LSA, but gotta be like, I don't want none of that, you know. And it's funny because once you date interracially, all those stereotypes go out the door because you're both like I don't want to come off as a wigger. So I ain't like, yo, baby, this shit is chill. No. You just be you leave it to Beaver white self.
This is a very nice time,
and I'm having a lovely time. And all of a sudden, that black chick that be giving you the, you don't want to fuck with me, boy, I'll whoop your ass. All of a sudden she comes off, and she's like, yes, I feel very like educated. Maybe we should go to the library and read some books tonight. I mean, like literally night and day because you're from two different races, you're afraid to insult each other because you're trying to get to know each other. You don't want to say something that would be considered dumb. But what I love with Asian girls is that don't apply.
Nope.
Asian girls, I'd be like, I tell Asian girls, oh, like, you know, once you get into that I love you stage, I'd be like, oh, I love you. And she go, what? I said, I really, really love you. She goes, why are you saying it like that? I said, that's how you say it. And they laugh about it. But then because they're like, and you know, you make the little Chinese eyes, you start making out with her, you put Chinese eyes on you, and she's like, what are you doing? I said, I just wanted you to feel like you're kissing another Chinese guy.
Oh my god.
Oh, man.
You know, and they get it and they laugh at it. But then of course, but then there's taking it too far.
Yeah.
People don't realize, like, you could play those games in an interracial relationship, but then there's, you know, you can't call your wife a spick every day and then think she's going to be like, oh, yeah, okay. You keep calling, because now it went from a joke to like you're literally calling me a spick every day. And I married you. You know, so it's definitely a lot of trial and error stuff. But I would never date in my race again, I don't think.
You despise white women? Or?
Yeah, I figured them out. You know, that whole, what is it, you know, women are from Mars and men got penis, or whatever that book is. I fucking got the shit figured out. If you avoid your own race, you'll be happy. Plain and simple. And if we all keep mashing races, eventually we'll have some white dude with Asian eyes and an afro speaking Indian, and we'll be golden. We got all the races covered, Indian and Spanish. We just gotta intermingle a lot more, make one race, one whole planet, one race.
When the whole world is just pure mutts, then that's what it's gonna be. Hybrid of motherfuckers just mixed up everywhere.
Firewall saying, just give white women a chance. Give white women a chance. I'll tell you what I love. I love when a white chick is fucking a black dude. And they're walking down the street, and I'm looking at all the white guys. I can't believe she's fucking that nigga. All of them are thinking that. He got the big black snake. He's a black snake mowing motherfucker. It must be for the day. and all white guys are like I'll see like a white I'll see an interracial couple walking down like past the construction site where guys are hooting and hollering and like yo baby, and then all of a sudden they see the black guy and the white girl walking, and you just see like them giving these looks like
smug look on their face.
She's probably a drug addict and that's the dealer, you know, or
that's her pimp.
A pimp. See now, Z report. Now for you, you know, when you're the darkest of dark, though, man, that's a hard one, man. You got to get like you need to fuck a ginger. You need to go to or an albino. You need to go totally to the other end of the spectrum, just to fuck with people. Like dude, so black that like his shadow is lighter than him.
Oh my god!
And a ginger chick, man, or an albino chick, that's a head turner. You know, but you know, it's gotta fucking I'm so picky with my girls, dude. That's like guys like, yo, you're gonna fuck with people in the how many people you fuck in the FGC? I'm like, none.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't want fucking the FGC. But don't you want a girl that plays games? Actually, no. I want a girl that tells me to stop playing games. I don't need a girl that sits and wants to play games. I don't know why people in the FGC have got this mentality that for some odd reason that gamer girls are a good thing.
It's actually a bad
thing. It's not a bad thing. It just depends. If you want somebody the opposite of you, that's cool. But I mean, having somebody close to like what you are like doesn't hurt either.
It does hurt, though, because you get bored very easily when you know what everybody's... you know, that was one of the flaws with my marriage. We knew each other so well, I knew at 6:30 she was going to fart.
Oh, my God.
You know, and that's... No, I haven't sloth master gone after Sherry. I don't want to. You know, I have no need... When I go to an FGC event, I go there to fucking play, not fuck and play. You know, and
you wanna fuck and play, go to a whorehouse.
Exactly, you know.
Perfect. Yeah.
And let me tell you something. Again, with the files, man, I know people. I know people in the FGC, whoo, that are on that level of grime. You know, going away to places, fuck bitches at the whorehouses. And I'm like, you came all the way here, and you're going to a whorehouse. You couldn't do that where you're from? They don't have whorehouses? I mean, is there a part in the country that I don't know about that actually doesn't have whorehouses? Really? Crickets.
There's probably some place that ain't got the snatch spots.
It's somewhere, everywhere. You know, I'm not releasing the files. You know,
the dark files, like Triforce.
I'm not releasing files. One of my friends in high school's white sister got pregnant by a Puerto Rican and had a ginger. Nobody in her family was ginger, and the DNA tested, and it was his. Those latent genes. Yeah. Somewhere down the line, there was a ginger roasted in that family tree that came out and was like, this is the one I'm gonna fuck up. We're gonna send this gene like in the 35th child born, and all of a sudden, boom, ginger. You know, they got a part of upstate New York. It's actually Mahwah, Jersey, and they got a group of blacks there called the Jackson Whites. And I mentioned this on the show. They're called the Jackson Whites because during the Civil War, when slaves through the Underground Railroad got out of the South, they came all the way up to New York. And at the time, this guy Jackson, I forgot what his first name was a pirate. And he would come, you know, do his shit and bring his shit back and forth. Well, he kind of like duped the blacks that escaped from the South to come up to New York, New Jersey, and basically just started fucking them all. Him and his whole crew of whiteys. And somehow something happened, almost like albino-like, and they came out like that pink black dude. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Those.
Yeah, I know
You
you're
got
talking
those
about.
pink. Those you get those pink black dudes and those pink Puerto Ricans sometimes. And it's like it's albino mix. Well, they call them the Jackson Whites. So what happened is a couple of them made some girls and some guys, and then they started fucking. So everybody else started coming out as these white black people. All the features of a black man with this white albino. They're not albinos though, and they're called the Jackson Whites. And I used to date a chick out in Jersey, and she would always tell me, "You want to go check out the Jackson Whites?" And I'm like, "Huh?" And it said, "Yeah, check out the Jackson Whites." We as kids we used to go up there, and now I'm like, "Go up there? What the fuck you talking about? I'm not going up to the mountains and shit." And she goes, "No. You go up this hill, and it's like you turn your lights out and you drive with the lights out. It's scary and yada yada." I said, "All right, let me give it a shot." So we're driving up there, and the first thing you start seeing is a bunch of abandoned cars that make a pathway, and they're all on cinder blocks. It makes a pathway up this road, and you're going up the road. She's like, "Turn the lights out," and I'm like, "Fuck you! I ain't turning the lights out. Can't fucking see. There's cars parked on the side of the road, and there's no street lights at all." So I get up to this circle, and it's like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 houses / trailers all linked together in this circle. And of course there's a sign saying, "Get out, you're on private property," and I didn't listen. All of a sudden my car is getting pelted with rocks, cinder blocks, whatever the fuck the people could throw. And it was the Jackson Whites. They don't let people come into their community. And to this day, they're still there up in Mahwah, New York. And if you Google it, it's actually kind of funny because it's still to this day, like, they got their own. They don't have to pay tax. It's like a reservation type thing. They don't have to pay taxes. They don't leave the area. And every once in a while, you get that one rebel Jackson White that, must have found the internet, because there's no electricity there, nothing. I mean, it literally looks like the Civil War is still going on there. With the exception of the fact of the abandoned cars. I didn't see any working car. And yes, I'm not going to lie, I bitched out and hightailed it the fuck out of there. Not for nothing, you got a bunch of these white black guys throwing rocks and shit at your car. And, they literally look like it's a fucking zombie movie. And I hightailed it the fuck out of it. Never went back again, though. But what's funny is that with this whole interracial shit, I've always liked other races, even when I was dating white girls. I like me some Indian girls too. Especially in the town that I grew up in, that I was living in with my wife. There's some gorgeous Indian girls. So I mean, I'll go Indian, black, and Asian, which are pretty much, when I say Asian, that covers Indian too, I guess. But yeah, it's white girls and me, man. The last time I dated a white girl was maybe 2002. So that's the last time I fucked a white girl, was 2002. That's a long time, dude. That's fucking like 14 years. I never got Eskimo pussy. I'd give that a shot. I definitely would give. But again, isn't Eskimo not the proper term now? Again, with the social police, isn't it? Aren't they called something else now? Somebody in the chat might know.
Some other shit I forgot.
Yeah,
they
call them something else. Like the word Eskimo was considered taboo now.
I don't know. I guess I'm like you, but I really don't mess too much with black women, even though I find them sexy.
Yeah, there you go. K-Mark actually found the link about the Jackson Whites.
You know what's funny though? I don't find Beyonce sexy though. I find her like.
She's tall and she's pretty, but she ain't all that. I seen way better than that bitch.
That fake ass weave she had on her head, man.
Yeah.
So now let me ask you this: as a black guy, what did you think about that whole thing with the fucking Black Panther thing? And
I thought it was hypocritical. I thought it was bullshit because at the end of the day, Beyonce's getting a police escort. All right, so how you gonna shit on the people that fucking protect your ass? You know what I mean? It's some bullshit.
Ultra Chen, I'm sorry that I gave you a rock hard erection. You don't need to post. You don't need to post the porn links. You need to go rope one out, and that'll release your little stress, and then you can conk out and go to bed, man.
Preferably the Yellow Plague pages.
You know what it is too? I found it awkward how they were singing a pro homosexual, message in a National Football League game where it's 100% of the participants are male.
Yeah.
So I found it kind of weird. It's like,
again, social media and media in general are trying to push this agenda, and
really pushing it.
And they're really, and it's like the FGC in a way. Because the FGC is really, really going in on this esports. Just like look, I don't care if two guys want to go and get married and make the same mistake as a heterosexual couple. Go right ahead. The fuck do I care? I'm not, now, am I hypocritical to sit there and go when I see two dudes making out in front of me in the city, I'm just kind of like, oh, God, really? But then I also do the same thing if I see a straight couple. I mean, it's not like I'm standing there pulling my cock out and go, oh my God, keep making out. No, I'm just kind of like, dude, what the fuck, man? I don't care. They want to walk down the street holding hands, squeezing each other's asses. I'm not going to go running up to them and go, oh my God, it's disgusting. It's like, these social justice warriors that go out and film the chicks breastfeeding.
Oh my God, yeah, fucking scumbags.
Oh, there's been a lot of those breastfeeding videos on Facebook. Chicks just going, oh my God, I'm just like, what the fuck?
They're like, oh, I'm insulted because you're publicly breastfeeding your child. Like, put your tits back in. I'm like, go fuck yourself.
And that's, I mean, look, I don't care either way, but the sad fact is, it's hypocritical. Well, my baby needs to eat. Okay, you can't walk away somewhere else to do it. I mean, I don't care personally. The fact that these people took the time to say something is what I found stupid. And there was one video I saw where they had one chick that was really hot with low cleavage hanging out, and they were all cool with that. And then when the one girl started breastfeeding, they weren't cool with that. And the guy even said, like, well, wait a second. Here's this girl with her tits hanging out, and you're okay with it. And he's like, yeah, but she's not breastfeeding. She's just got hot tits. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, dude, really? That's your justification? She's got hot tits, so she's allowed to? And personally, like I said, I don't give a shit. In fact, you know what? You want to give me a free show, but then don't be mad when I stare at you. What are you looking at? Oh, I'm looking at this lucky kid sucking on your titties. What do you mean? What am I looking at?
For real?
Can I have the other one since you can only have one at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? You got two. I mean, fuck it.
Or the other on the flip side. But listen, man, I was really, really frustrated. I had to pull my cock out and rope one out right now. I just had to pull my cock out. What's going to happen to me? I'm going to get arrested. Now, when they come up to me, I'm going to go, it's natural. It's natural to jerk off. I got to get some of that fucking testosterone out. I'm frustrated. But I get arrested for that. And that's where it is kind of a double standard. Hey, look, yeah, you're feeding your baby. Okay. I'm feeding a squirrel. What's your point? I'm going to rope one out, shoot a load on the ground. Maybe your dog will come by and fucking have a free meal. I don't care.
Yeah, that's like you being on a flight and you just start roping out right before takeoff. And like, sir, put your dick away, or we'll get the U.S. Marshal to escort you out the plane. Well, I'm trying to beat off.
No, I'll be like, yo, is the U.S. Marshal a male or a woman?
A male.
Oh, if it's a male, then I'd say, I don't need his help. But if it's a woman, she can help. We'll get this done faster.
or the stewardess, she looks good enough, but hey, we can take care of this right now and get it over with.
These people don't know what. No, they want to. People are just looking for reasons to be. Like, I may not turn around and I'm not like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I might look at the girl and be like, really? Especially if she's an ugly pig. I'd be like, oh God, ugly pig's feeding that poor little sloth of a kid. But I'm not going to go up to her and say, excuse me, can you put that away? Like when I see people do that, I'm like, you really got nothing better to do?
I know.
Yeah.
I've seen some fucked up shit. I've seen dudes roping out in the middle of the street by Penn Station. I didn't run up to them and go, excuse me, can you put your cock away? I'm trying to walk by. I just keep fucking walking.
In New York City, you see all this shit. You see all the craziest shit, man.
Oh, dude, you wouldn't even believe half the shit that I've seen. I've seen dudes fucking on the fucking side of the building. I'm going, thumbs up. And walk right by.
I've seen dudes in the subway take a piss in the morning on the rush hour while people were fucking just in the fucking train.
I at least go to the part where they, when you get to the subway and that before it gets into the tunnel and it says don't pass.
Yeah.
I usually like to do the lean to the side. And you pull and you pull the cock out on a 90-degree angle, and you just try to act like you're natural, like you're looking down the tunnel, but you're really pissing in the tunnel. I've done that. Can't deny it.
Oh, God.
Cannot tell a lie. I've done it. Or there's been times where I've been in a parking lot, and I had to pee really bad. And you're like,
oh man,
you just lean. I
hate when that happens. Oh my god.
We all got those.
You're right by your car. You know you're not gonna make it, and you're like, I'm gonna pretend
on myself or the car or nothing.
I'll put my pack of cigarettes on top of the car and just start finagling with it, like I'm doing something actually near the car, like I'm working on the headlight or something, while my ass is over there pissing to the side.
And pretend like you're tying your shoe or something.
And then there's always that one motherfucker that gotta walk by. And you're like, really?
That nosy motherfucker.
And they know you're peeing. They're like this dude's turned into a fucking corkscrew trying to manipulate his body in a direction that he's not pissing on his car, but you're like, I don't want to pee in the street, because once you hear the sound of the piss hitting the concrete, they know you're pissing. So you're like, I'll piss on my tire or something, so it'll less splash or something. And you're like, and trying to not make a scene and shit. And I'm like,
he's making eye contact with you, and he's leaning over looking at you. You're like, motherfucker, what the fuck you staring in my eyes for? Get the fuck on. Like, the hell?
It's I'll be the worst is though, man, I'll never forget it. There was one time I had to take a shit so bad.
Oh my god!
And so bad, so fucking bad. Actually, there was two times. I'll tell you about the first one. So
wait, tell us the worst one first.
No, I'll tell you the easier one. The worst one is really bad. So I turn around and that one you get a fucking. I'm gonna make the channel grossed out. So I'm sitting there and I'm working. And I'm outside, and I got on the train, and I gotta go down fucking the Wall Street, and my stomach is doing that.
It's just brewing.
It's just going and I go, don't finish what you're gonna say, stomach. Please don't finish it. I'm like, holy shit, my stomach just said I. I'm like, it's gonna happen. I got a shit, and you're like, and I'm holding my stomach, and I'm like, no, you okay? And
you got the BGs.
and then your stomach turn around to you, and you're like, I know what he's gonna say. I gotta take a shit, And he's like, no. And you're like, oh God, please, not now, dude. I got like 10 stops. And all of a sudden your stomach goes, your stomach goes, I ain't fucking with you. And you're like, oh shit, really not? And you get a pain. And it's not in your stomach, and it's not in your ass, it's like in your groin. And you're like, and you're like, yo, dude, like, are you gonna like bust my intestine open? Whoa, we're good. We're almost there. And your stomach's like, nah. And you're like, nah, man, please, come on. Now you're doing the asshole tighten. You're doing the asshole tighten.
You're telling your butt cheeks to stay together.
Just let me squeeze this shit. We'll be all right.
You're doing the little dance.
Now you move, and now you're moving. You're moving. The train's moving. You're getting there. You're like, and you're talking to your stomach in your head. You're actually talking to your fucking stomach in your head while you're on a train with hundreds of people. Oh shit! Not again. Come on, dude. I'm gonna fart. And you're like, nah, motherfucker, you lying. You're not gonna fart. If I unclench my ass cheeks, you're gonna make me shit my pants, aren't you? And your stomach's like, nah, I swear. And then all of a sudden, another one of those pains kick in. You're like, fuck, that hurt. And now you're going, all right, we got some serious issues here. I got 4 stops to go, dude. We can just, and again, this is the conversation in your head to your asshole, in your stomach. You're literally talking to it, saying, "Come on, dude, just and you say to your stomach, you're like, dude, I ain't got nothing to wipe with.
I ain't got stomach's gonna hit you with the 50-50.
No. You're talking to your stomach and your ass, and you're like, I ain't got nothing to wipe with here, dude.
For real.
You just gotta chill. I swear. Now, I know I work on the 30th floor, but I swear I'll go to the first floor bathroom. We just gotta get into work. And all of a sudden pains, everything go away, and you're like, all right, we're cool. All right, stomach, we're working this deal out. And now you get to your stop. And you're like, okay. Now you're walking like somebody that just had a fucking 40-inch cock shoved in your ass. Your ass cheeks are clenched, and you're getting out of the stop. And your stomach's been cool to you. And now you see the building that you got to go to. It's, 100 yards away. You're like, all right, we got this. All right, we're cool. Talking to your stomach, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, I wasn't fucking with you. And it throws a sharp motherfucking pain into you again, and you're like, oh shit. And now you feel the turtle trying to pop his head out. The turtle's trying to pop his head out the shell, and you're like, nah, motherfucker, we're almost there. Now, that 100 yards feels like 100 fucking miles away.
For real.
And now you say to yourself, I'm going to slow my pace down. You don't rush, because if you rush, shit's just it's gonna explode. It's gonna explode like a fucking Picasso painting all over the place.
You better clench.
So you're clenching it, and you're walking, and you're looking at people, and the people are looking at you, and they're not saying nothing, but in their eyes, they're like, I've been there. I've been in that position. I hope you make it. And you're like, all right, and you get there and shit, and you're getting there, and you're getting there, and now you're fucking getting to the elevator, and now your stomach is on a new fucking level. It ain't even saying, I am gonna fucking shit now. And that's all you hear, now. Now you walk into the bathroom, and it's like that moment where you open up your fucking pants, and you're like, I'm gonna do it. And you're fucking at that hovering point, your pants are down, and the shit just goes bang! And it's a fucking chicklet. And you're like, you motherfucker made me run all over this fucking place telling me how bad you gotta go, and you shit something smaller than a tooth? So you're like, all right,
that back pressure building up.
So you're like, yo, I got this. Yeah, man, we're cool. We're good people. And you're thinking like, yeah, you're like, yeah, I'm pissed at your stomach. You kind of fucked with me. But all right, well, good. So we wipe and we get out and we're gonna go wash our hands because that's what the FGC is supposed to do. Wash your hands after taking a shit, and all of a sudden your stomach goes, "That wasn't it." And you're like, "What?" And all of a sudden you're like, "Oh shit, really?" That was like that little chiclet was like when you unscrewed the top of the toothpaste, and then when you fucking get that second shot, it's bang, and you shit a goddamn football, and your stomach's like, now I feel better. That is one of the worst feelings in the world. Now to get to the other story, which is worse.
Okay.
I got to take a piss for this one because my stomach's like pee.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh man, yeah, that reminds me.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of felt like that when I had a couple beers for the Super Bowl.
Oh man, I had one recently in the summer, but I don't even want to speak on it. That was terrible, man.
No, I mean I had like to piss in the freaking in the parking lot. I'm like, I ain't making it home. Fuck this. Fuck this. It was like 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, fuck it. The bushes will forgive me. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always had to do that shit at night. Thank God I hadn't been there in the day. Damn. And those shitty adventures suck, man.
Oh my god, yeah. Fuck,
Man, when I say I had a close call, like, man, I had a close call for real. That shit was terrible.
And I try to like mind over matter. So I try to like hold back the pain or.
Shit.
I'm like,
sometimes your body and your mind don't go together. That's for damn
sure. All right. So this story is not for the weak at heart. This is one of those really, 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 really bad fucking moments in my life. I felt really bad, and I regretted it, but I needed to take care of business, so I did. So years ago, I used to work for a guy cleaning chimneys. I used to go out. I was a laborer, and he was one of these Howard Beach Italians, good sales guy, liked to do his thing, but he had rules. And one of his rules is when he was talking with the customer trying to sell them shit, you weren't allowed to come around. So like if he was up in the kitchen, you couldn't be walking around like, hey, can I use your bathroom and this and that. He was fucking adamantly no. So we go to this job, and I'll never forget it because I felt bad. And it's just it was this black woman, one of those like very church-going black women that you walked into the house and there's pictures of Jesus everywhere and very gospel and I was like, man, in a poor neighborhood, just had the faith. And we go to clean the chimney. And while I'm cleaning the chimney, you clean the burner and you vacuum it out. And when you go into the house, you go downstairs, and she must have been renting an apartment. So we do the cleaning and everything. Cleaning's all done. And, he tells us go back up into the truck, into the van. And he's going to talk to her. He's going to sell her something, whatever, something overly priced that she probably didn't need. So again, we're in the van, and my stomach says, diarrhea. And I went, whoa. I told the guy did you hear that? He goes, no, I didn't hear that. All of a sudden, it's diarrhea. I'm like, yo, dude, man, my fucking stomach, I got to take a shit. Bad, dude. He's like, well, go inside and shit. I'm like, dude, I can't go inside the house. The guy's, Tony's doing his shit with the sales and all that. He says, no, go into the apartment that was downstairs. They got to have a bathroom. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'll go in. I'll sneak in quietly. And I go into the bathroom. The fucking toilet's missing. Just a fucking hole. I'm like, just a fucking hole boarded up with wood. And now my stomach's like, not gonna work. I'm like, oh shit, dude, really, man? What the fuck am I gonna do? And I'm like panicking because I'm like, yo, I am gonna shit my fucking pants. And this was like the first job of the day, which means I'd have to sit and fucking stink ass and throw my underwear out and fucking walk around with fucking skid marks on my ass all day. So I'm like, fuck, now I'm like literally sitting there like one of those kids that, like, you know, you go into the classroom and they're just rocking and you're like, dude, something's not right with that kid. I look like that kid. Because I'm like trying to figure out, like, please, God, just hold it in. God, I swear I'm sorry. I ever did anything wrong. Just please don't let me shit my pants. Don't let me shit my pants. And I'm walking up the stairs like an expecting husband in a hospital, like halfway walking up, going, I'm not allowed up there. Coming back down. Going back up. Coming back down. I'm going, God, I'm going to shit my fucking pants. I'm going to shit my pants. And I swore. Normally, like I said, you have ass clench tech that is good for at least 10, 15 minutes. My stomach was like, nah, man, you got to go now. Now, again, in the apartment, there was the hole where the toilet was, but it was sealed up with fucking wood and shit on top of it and boxes and everything. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I'm like, what the fuck am I? Now, literally, I'm like bug-eyed like Beetlejuice. My ass is killing me. I'm feeling the shit to start leaking out my ass. And I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? The lady had a box. I don't know exactly what items were in the box.
Oh my God, you shouldn't do that.
But I was like, nah, I'm not going to do it. 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 My stomach's like, shit now. I'm like, wow, that wasn't even like grumpy. It was, my stomach said it clear English. Shit now. So I was like, okay. And I shit in the box. Now I just shit in the box and shut the box. I just shut, and it wasn't even diarrhea. It was a full fucking Lincoln log. Just boom, drop that shit in there, and I'm like, oh shit. All right, you know what? He's still up there talking, and I'm like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? I gotta wipe my ass. So now I'm walking around. There's nothing in here but a couple of boxes, and I'm like, what's that? Oh, a welcome mat. So I took a welcome mat and wiped my ass with a welcome mat, and I threw that shit right in the box too. Like, I mean, I shit in the box. I might as well use. There was no toilet paper. There wasn't a piece of paper to wipe my ass with. At that time, I would have wiped my ass with a piece of cardboard.
Didn't you get welcome mat burns on your ass?
No, it actually worked out pretty well. So now, I wipe my ass with the welcome mat. I throw it in the box, and he didn't sell her anything. And he, you know, I'm in the car, and I got that, like, you know, that innocent, like when you fought in a car of friends and you don't want to say, but you're laughing on the inside. So I'm laughing to myself. I'm like, I shit in this fucking lady's box. I can't fucking believe it. It's so funny. So he comes outside. Yeah, she's not buying nothing. So there was no tub, or I would have shit in the tub. So we go about our day. And, you know, everything, I'm done in my head. Of course, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I just shit in this lady's fucking box. So, but I was looking at the apartment and saying, like, you know, fucking, the people are probably moving out because it looked all beat up. Everything was all dusty, you know, or she used it for storage. So we go back to the office at the end of the day, and you're feeding back. And what wound up happening was your feedback, you know, Nightmare.
Okay.
What wound up happening was our office got a call from this woman. She says, one of your workers came into my house and shit in a box. Now, my boss, of course, confronted both me and the other guy. And the other guy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I just looked my boss dead in the eye and I said, I cannot tell a lie. I shit in her box. I mean, so he goes, well, here's the problem. the box that you shit in, and I'm going, oh God, he's gonna tell me like it was like an artifact or something expensive,
or some family heirloom.
Some family heirloom. He goes, the problem was the particular box that you chose to shit in was the box for the new tenant that was moving in. So when he unpacked it, when she unpacked her box today, she put her hand in your shit.
Oh my God.
He grabbed your Lincoln log, damn.
Oh my God.
I said, so what you're telling me is they weren't, I said, because in my head, the justification was like, well, you know what, at the end of the day, it don't fucking matter, because whoever this person is that's moving out ain't going to open up my box of shit until they get to their new destination. But no, I'm shitting the box of the person that moved into the house. And the lady calls up and says, I want to talk to him.
Oh, shit.
And she's like, was it worth it? And I was like, worth what? What are you talking about? Was it worth you relieving yourself in my box? And that's exactly what I said. I was like, I never relieved myself in your box. I said, but I'll tell you this. I just got fired and I shit in your box. And it felt like the best shit I ever took. And by the way, the welcome mat was what I used to wipe my ass with. Needless to say, the boyfriend came to my job. The boss told me, some big black guy's looking for you. And I just never went back again. That was it. My career was over as a chimney cleaner. So, the moral to the story is, when your stomach tells you you gotta take a shit, listen to it. Don't fuck around. Don't try to play that sneaky game. It's like, give me 5 minutes. Make sure you're always near a bathroom where you can take a shit. Unless it's Penn Station. I'll never shit there. So, yeah, that was my 2 stories of shitting.
Wow, that's crazy.
So, needless to say, if I come over your house and your welcome mat is missing, don't go looking for it.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. That's the craziest story, James.
I mean, good. You know, here was the problem. I agree with you. I did. My first thing was I'll go fucking shit in a bush somewhere. But this is in the middle of the burbs, and there's nowhere to go. And it's it's the morning. And it's a busy street, you know, and I'm going to squat in a bush.
I know, like, everybody can see you and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, hell no.
Yeah, but needless to say, guys, you know, when your stomach tells you got to shit, take a shit. Then and there.
If I were you, I would have gone to that bathroom without the toilet, take a couple newspapers, and...
I was going to. Like I said, the whole... I was like, at that point, like, when I knew the toilet was gone, I'll shit in the hole. I don't care. At that point, I'm like, I'll hover and just shit into the hole.
Hell yeah.
But it was actually nailed down.
Oh, shit.
The wood was nailed down to it. So at that point, I was like,
you got no choice, yeah.
And the worst feeling in the world is deciding which box to shit in.
Oh my God.
There was so many. Like, I did look at some of them, and I'm like, oh wait, that's papers. No, not papers. It's like whatever, fucking family heirlooms. I'm like, I'm not gonna shit in that one. You know
somebody's baby's picture or somebody.
Well, no, trust me. If there was baby pictures, I would have had something to wipe my ass with. I wouldn't have had to use the welcome mat. But there was just knickknacks. There was a lot of shit, no pun intended, in the boxes. I chose the emptiest of boxes to shit in.
Wow.
I wish, you know what? But he no good. Here's the problem. And you know what? You are 1,000% right. My problem, though, was I didn't listen to my asshole first. I told it, shut the fuck up. So I could have went out to our van and gotten a hammer and pulled that wood board up. But by the time we got to the point, we were on 911 already. So by the time I got to the van to get the hammer, I would have wound up shitting all over the side of the van and in my pants.
Because you said you went halfway up the stairs and you had to go back down.
Yeah, I'm already pacing around like a fucking lunatic, and I'm like, nah, man, this is not going to work out. And then, so when your stomach talks to you, trust it. It doesn't lie.
Oh yeah, I know that. I know that feeling all too well, man. Fuck that. Oh man.
So what happened to Triforce? Triforce, you went MIA on us?
Nah, he said he. I think he's still talking to his lady or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, no. What I want to talk about, James, the whole esports thing. Say they do buy all that shit out, right?
Yeah.
The big guys, and then they still got to pay Bailey and Alex Bay to pull out the Band-Aid slowly. I still personally think it's going to take a good amount of time for them to even get it structured and actually going. It'll still be the way it is. It'll still seem small. There'll be a ton of money, but at the same time, like, it won't be like a greatness of 300,000 people in Staples Center like overnight or the next year at EVO or some shit.
You're not
like
going to, but the problem is you're not going to get it at all because the average person thinks it's not interesting.
Yeah, there's not enough spectators. Like, we can barely get 3,000 to 5,000, if that, if we're lucky. And most of them are like Smash players and Nintendo lovers. Like, it's not even Street Fighter people. So it's like, we're fucked on that end.
Listen, here's the problem with the Smash community. They fuck themselves. When the shit that comes out, no pun intended, as my story before talked about shit, but when the shit comes out to show how fucked up and really grimy they really are, esports ain't going to want nothing to do with them. Nintendo's going to come in and they're going to destroy it, like Triforce says, burning it down and all that. They're going to rip that Smash community apart. Once that cease and desist comes from playing our games at events, they're over. Now, are they going to do the same shit that they've done? I mean, they've threatened TOs at events. If you don't put the Project M game in, we're going to fucking kill you. I mean, they've literally said that. And Nintendo, like, did you really think Nintendo would put a bootleg version of their game up at one of their events? No. And all the other shady shit that does go on, the blatant racism, the, fucking wacky shit that goes on in rooms and setting off sprinklers and all that other shit. People that play games in the FGC now have a delusion sense of worth. Like, there's people in this scene that actually feel that games sell because they play them.
Which couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah. People gauge their importance by the scene. Yeah, and the problem is, it's the scene. Those people that are watching you already have the game.
Yeah. I never seen anyone at a GameStop buy a Street Fighter game or buy a Marvel game and say, hey, I want to be just like Justin Wong. Nope. All the dudes that know about Justin Wong already have the game.
Yeah. Oh, a new picture. Okay. Save this picture as...
Oh my god.
It's a nice... I'd buy this game. I would definitely buy this game. Let's add that one into here.
You know what's crazy? Now that I think about it, right? Triforce said that MagFest gets over 10,000 people. yet Evo struggles to get close to 10,000 in Vegas.
And again, you look at these other games that are out there. They're getting the numbers off of one game, and it takes Evo 7 to 9 games to get it. And that in itself, who the fuck is jumping out the building though? Motherfucker look like the Michelin Man. But it's not that it's a popularity contest, but the fact of the matter is the games that are attractive are free, and that's why you're starting to see this, like Killer Instinct did it, this free to play mentality. But the fact is they are free to play 100%. Versus what the FGC games do, which is we're going to give you a piece of the game, and if you want the complete game, you got to buy. It's like giving me a trial version of a game and saying you're giving me the game.
I like KI, but KI did that exactly, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's not going. It's never going to be like Dota or League of Legends. Ever. The FGC will never, ever, ever be like it. And that's something people got to accept. But again, I'm starting to think nowadays that the FGC people are never going to learn, and they still got people out there going, why put a story mode into a fighting game? Who needs a story mode? And the funny part is the story mode is very vital for a game's success. Because what the community thinks versus what the general population thinks is most of these people that are casual players want a story mode. And Street Fighter has had a shitty story mode since day one. Mortal Kombat put a lot of effort into it. And it's without a story mode, you're not going to attract the casual player. They made games more accessible. I mean, people bitch that, they say Street Fighter's slow, it's this, it's that. But they're trying to attract more people. And if you dumb it down, and it's a hard combination, because you try to dumb it down, but at the same time, let the expert player be able to pull something off too. That's why I think MKX did that well. I mean, literally a casual player can go into story mode and mash his way to the end of the story. He's not going to get to a part in the story that's impossible to get through. But then he'll go online and play some real people. Hey, what's up, D-Bot? He'll go online, and all of a sudden now you're playing against something that actually thinks, and you realize how shitty you are. And that's a turn off too. It's not really attracting to Marnes, fuck you guys, I'm team. Don't hang it up, Mike. The Mike Ross guy. No matter what anyone says, you're still number one in my heart. No matter what anybody thinks, these companies are here to make money. They're not here. They're not here to support the scene. They're here to make sure everybody in the scene buys a copy of Street Fighter V, Mortal Kombat X, KI, and fucking DOA, and Tekken 7. That's really what and the anime games.
Even though Blaze Blue releases what is this, a 6th version?
Is it up to that already?
It's ridiculous. I know they got one in Japan that's called Central Fiction, and it's supposed to come out in America here. And we recently got Chrono Phantasma. I'm like, what the fuck, man? You guys are crazy.
I mean, people, like I said, the problem with animes are they're more so than the FGC a niche market. I'm not an anime guy. I mean, I've watched them, but for the most part, I'm just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, if you're not really into that shit, it's hard to really get a hold of it.
I've been out of the anime game for years, so You know, I'm like, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
When I heard the guy say that Capcom is like doing so much for the community,
Oh my god, when Donkey said that shit, I was like, are you fucking serious?
you know,
Capcom's not even holding up their own fucking pants. Sony's fucking writing checks for them. Fuck out of here.
that's what makes me laugh. They're so broke that they
So
got
is Sony.
no. Sony got money still. Trust me.
Yeah.
No, they're barely. The only thing keeping them afloat too is PS4. That's it. Street Fighter for Capcom and PS4.
No,
That's it.
their biggest loss is movies right now. They're losing a lot.
Yeah.
they're
And
losing
TVs, Sony TVs ain't selling for shit. They sit. Samsung and LG run that shit. They need to cut that out and get out the TV game altogether.
I heard of what? I heard the next couple of years Sony's gonna do another remake for Spider-Man, another reboot.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's terrible. Oh my
Sony does have money though.
They got the license. They gotta make the money.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, Sony's got money, so.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
they got more money than Capcom, but they're not sitting ultra pretty. Cause I seen their stock. They lost like 3.5 points.
But they're losing money based off of the movie sales, which is shitty. You know, for what and again, it's not to say they make shitty movies, but it's to say that what they put into the movie to what they're getting out. You know, why do I got to go to the movies anymore? It's only going to be on DVD in 3 months after it gets out.
Or it's gonna be, or you could just download for free on a torrent that same week it's about to come out. You know?
Yeah, that's the press teasers are always released. It's not even like
the screeners.
Yeah, the screeners. It's not even fucking cam copies. It's like the legit copy. I'm like, wow.
For real, the bootleg stepped the game up, yo.
Yeah, that's how I got to see the revenue. I was like, damn, screener, 2 months before the movie came out. Like,
So was it true to Leonardo DiCaprio getting raped by a bear?
oh, he didn't get raped. He got mauled like crazy. That movie's fucked up, for real.
Yeah, I kind of when somebody said that, I'm like, I know Hollywood's crazy and all, but bestiality in the movie, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's some NC-17 type shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that one wouldn't have flown. But
hell no.
It's just like I said. It's funny because, there's so much division in the FGC now, and with all the fucked up stuff that's going on, they couldn't do nothing more than go after Triforce. I mean, what was he back in the country for like less than 24 hours?
Yes, not even that. Like, he got here probably I want to say 16, 18 hours before the whole do shit.
And again, with like just remember Knuckle Do, I gave you $20, bitch. And I like him too. I actually like to, but I just thought that was a stupid move on his part to air out the dirty laundry.
It was petty. I mean, that's all he needs to know. He chose to be petty about something so small, and yet people have been fucking with you, and Triforce specifically has been fucking with you on some like multiple level shit. And to make it public was very, very, very bitch made type shit.
Yeah, well, like I said, it all fell. It all fell in a way that I can't help but think it was on purpose, with an agenda. Like I said, people were all salty about him with the shades on and shades off, and I know he was kind of butthurt without K-Brad at, was that KIT, not shaking his hand. I know he was feeling a certain way. And again, I just believe that it was easier to distract from that by having somebody take the brunt of your drama away from you over $10.
And then also too, how Triforce said that when they were sitting down, he had made that little comment that he didn't agree with. So maybe the comment was like the last button, and then he took it as far as being.
It's still, like I said, what's funny? They'll be drinking, they'll be eating a hamburger fucking next time they see each other.
Yeah.
And that's where the pettiness is. But either way, 4:00. My ass.
Shit.
Yeah, my ass has got to get ready for work. It's gonna be another fucked up day. I didn't go to work today, and now I'm gonna go to work absolutely tired. So
Hopefully you don't have to take a shit on the train.
no, I take shits before I leave the house.
Smart man.
Yeah, and I don't eat. I don't eat until I get to my desk. So I'm only a walking distance to the bathroom. So again, guys, I'll let you go. Mr. Triforce is on his call with his girlie over there, so I'll let him do his thing. Mr. Nightmare, I'll let you go. Mr. Pagan, I'll let you go.
All right.
And I'm going to wrap this shindig up.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Triforce is back.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Nightmare told me that you guys was going to get off, so I just came to us to say good night to everybody and whatnot. And sorry about dipping out on you on this,
that's
but
fine.
gotta take care
It's a
of
good
this.
story, man.
Hey, Mr. Good
Story
story
time's
about
good.
Yeah, man.
You
God
missed,
damn.
you missed stories of me taking shits.
Oh,
That was some funny shit. That was some funny shit.
okay. Well, I hope you guys have another conversation. For those who are in the Virginia, Maryland, and DC area, next week is MagFest, February 18th through the 21st. You guys should go down there and check that out. Those who are in the Portland area, you have Wizard World, I think it's Wizard World. You guys can check that out. This is just for like those people who want to go to events and stuff like that. And then obviously the week after that, you have Winter Brawl. So February is got some stuff going on for gaming. So hope to see you guys there and all this other stuff, or whoever's going out there. But thanks for having me on, James. We're going over the daily dot stuff and whatnot.
Anytime.
All right then. Good night, guys.
All right, man.
All right. Peace.
All right.
Later.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Later.
Catch y'all.
Peace.
All right. All right, guys. I'm wrapping this up. My ass has got to go to work. All that good stuff. So, again, guys, thanks for tuning in. Again, when you hear people go off on other people in the scene, don't automatically judge them. I remember at the end of the day, fucking people are people here, so it's easy to cast somebody out, but what you do and you don't know that goes on in and out of the scene should make a difference, and just think twice before you judge people. Anyway, guys, peace. I'm out.